In a classroom, the teacher stands at the podium. Looking down. Students, are you all ready? It is time for the awakening injection. Everyone, have confidence in yourselves. You have been working hard to improve your physical abilities and master martial arts for this moment. But some people still take it lightly at this point. The guy chuckles, saying, "Come on. Having poor grades does not mean I am a loser. I am in this body now. So why should I feel ashamed? But thinking it over, I am already in the original host's body. So I need to help him shine." This place is the most peaceful welcome to the awakening injection room. Inside this box is the awakening serum. It contains the primal essence of all the magical beasts that human martial artists have collected. Once injected, the body will absorb one of them to awaken. Generally, the stronger your physique, the more powerful the awakened magical beast will be. The teacher picks up the serum, reminding the students, "Don't worry. After the injection, calmly embrace this newfound power." One by one, students like Tranbang Phai and Mao Dan Nak are called up. After their injections, they scream in pain, their bodies undergoing transformations. Daiho watches in confusion as they get injected and become very strange. Even in pain, this is no easy feat. He decides to shove everything aside and inject himself, determined to take a risk. As the serum enters his body, Daiho's eyes turn blue. But something feels off. The teacher scrutinizes him and says, "Daiho, it seems like nothing has changed for you." He stares blankly and replies, "Sir, did I get a fake serum or something?" Suddenly, a girl in a pink outfit struts in, teasing him. "Huh? Look everyone. It seems like Daiho did not awaken at all. A martial artist who has not awakened is like a bird without wings. Daiho, is not this game over for you?" Suddenly, chills run down his spine and his heart races. A strange sensation courses through his body. The system displays a notification. Sample of infinite monster acquired. Host, Daiho. Physical quality. Martial arts. Basic Kie cultivation for student. Landong. Strength Kai technique. The girl in pink keeps strutting, hands on her hips, challenging him. Not awakened. Just own it. Daiho, now trembling, feels his voice change. He warns, "You all better get out of here." The girl stands her ground, asking, "Why should I leave? What is it to me?" Daiho grits his teeth, responding, "If you do not leave, you won't make it in time." The moment he finishes his sentence, he screams fiercely. A terrifying surge of power erupts, sending her and nearby students flying. Everyone panics. The force is overwhelming. Who just awakened? I can't handle this pressure. What did you just do? Some people exchange glances, thinking, is there someone stronger than us? The system displays, sample type, legendary demon lord, bloodline ability, weapon infection, nuclear core pulse, energy absorption node. The evolution form of the red demon is only activated when compatibility is at 100%. Currently at a mere 3%. His whole body trembled with excitement, muttering to himself, "What the heck is a level infinite demon model beast?" Daiho looked at his palm, glowing brightly with aura surging from every cell. The energy was so overwhelming it sparkled, and he gasped, "Could this really be the golden hand the system granted me?" The classmates who had always looked down on Daiho were now in disbelief at this peak spectacle. Just moments ago, he was that useless guy. The dude next to him was wide-eyed, and in the blink of an eye, he used his aura to push everyone back. The two of them glanced at the girl in pink, the bully who always picked on Daiho, now lying motionless on the floor with her eyes rolled back. They whispered, "She is knocked out. She just awakened the fire chameleon." "And what about Daiho? What kind of monster model has he awakened?" The chatter was non-stop. After witnessing Daiho's terrifying inner strength, those who used to mock him were now bowing down in fear. With an innocent look, Daiho scratched his head, confused. "Sorry about that. The noise got a bit loud. I told everyone to step back. Why did not anyone listen to me?" Just then, the school SPA system blared out the announcement that the awakening injection time was over. All awakened students are required to move to the testing building immediately to determine their beast gene and martial arts level. Transitioning to the testing building, which is equipped with cutting-edge genetic testing equipment capable of accurately identifying each individual's beast gene and martial arts level. Students entered the testing area one by one, and the results quickly flashed on the big screen. Lai Han, a senior with a score of 8, awakened the bloodline of the beast of wind and thorn. The crowd gasped in excitement. What luck! He used to be just average, but now he is the class ace. A powerful bloodline really can't be underestimated. The next results announced belonged to another male student, Zhao Cao, with a martial arts score of 7, Awakened the bloodline of the ice dragon. Everyone buzzed with chatter again. Zhou Kao truly lived up to his top rank, awakening the ice dragon bloodline. This year's top student is definitely him. Another beautiful girl also caught attention when her results were announced. Luvu, martial arts score of 7. Awakened the rare Uma and bloodline. The top student. Now that is a real top student. A tier 4 beast, if fully manifested, could destroy half the city. Ordinary martial artists are nothing but ants before them. Only a master-level expert could stand a chance. Daiho, still waiting for his turn, stood below, looking up at the results board, chin resting on his hand, lost in thought. Their monster models are categorized into tiers 3 and 4. Do we really need to call them out by name and pronounce every word like that? Seriously? Quickly, with that jaw-dropping performance, Daiho became the center of all attention and expectations. Admiring and awed gazes from all around were fixated on him. The crowd automatically parted into 2 lines, making way for him to pass through. Whispers of admiration filled the air. With such explosive charisma, he was bound to become a big deal. I need to befriend him fast. I absolutely must be on this rising star's radar. The idol. My idol has arrived, and with the aura he just exuded, he is definitely no slouch. The more praise he received, the heavier the pressure felt. Only he knew that his talent was rated a level. A whole different classification. He mumbled to himself. This world truly worships the strong without reservation. As he walked through the crowd chanting his name, he headed straight into the testing room, calm and composed, with not a hint of emotion. Meanwhile, the cheers and chatter outside continued unabated. This time, there was no doubt that he would make everyone take notice. It is his turn now. His abilities can possibly be ordinary. He is just too cool. What kind of bloodline allows someone to radiate such a powerful aura? And Cheng is about to have a real powerhouse on its hands. However, in a distant corner, someone stood silently observing, their cold gaze betraying no joy at seeing Daiho being celebrated. This person thought to themselves, so his name is Daiho. He is definitely worth keeping an eye on. Moments later, Daiho's information appeared on the big screen, showing only basic details. While other vital stats were marked as unknown, the crowd's reaction shifted from surprise to shock, then erupted into murmurs filled with skepticism and ridicule. A martial artist of the 3rd rank, an unidentified beast bloodline. A martial artist of the 3rd rank. Ha! My little brother in middle school could take on this kind of opponent. So embarrassing. I must have had my hopes up for nothing. The crowd quickly changed their tune again. Laughter and mockery echoing. An unidentified bloodline. Probably nothing special then. Exactly. How can a 3rd rank martial artist possess anything impressive? Turns out he was just showing off some flashy tricks. Daiho really is just a dried up disappointment. While everyone laughed at him, Daiho quietly stepped out of the testing room. Feeling utterly defeated, the young man muttered. If only the scanner had not picked up on it. But the infinite monster model system had been activated. The virtual system panel appeared in his mind. Infinite monster model upgrade guide. Complete missions to increase fame and earn more chances to draw from the monster model pool. He felt a rush of excitement as he looked at his hands. Just meet the requirements, and he could draw infinitely from the monster model pool. He kept mumbling to himself. So I could become the king of monsters. The next morning, at Ancheng High School. No. It was a beautiful sunny day. In the teacher's lounge, a seemingly stern teacher took a large sip of coffee and turned to scrutinize the student standing before him. What is it? You want to take a leave of absence to study at home until the college entrance exam? Daiho stood tall, legs apart, fists clenched, clearly excited and determined. Sir, I really want to improve. I know I am lacking in knowledge, and without a special training plan, keeping up with everyone is nearly impossible. The teacher looked at Daiho with a serious gaze, his tone practical and somewhat cautionary. Daiho, you need to understand that if you want to become a true martial artist, the only path right now is to enter a martial arts university. I know you have just awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak, almost at ground zero. Getting into university this year is a pipe dream. My sincere advice is to prepare yourself for a retake next year. Do not be too hasty. Daiho stood there, facing the skepticism and somewhat harsh advice from the teacher. Unable to suppress the determination rising within, he immediately unleashed a heartfelt plea, his eyes sparkling with earnestness and fierce hope. Teacher, the harder it gets, the more I need to push myself to improve. You might not fully grasp my potential yet. I have awakened a very powerful bloodline, and if you just give me a chance to train hard, I am sure I will succeed. Just look into my sincere eyes. I promise I am not lying. Daiho's somewhat over the top but genuine reaction softened the teacher's heart, who muttered, Your eyes really are sincere. Well, I won't make it harder for you. Fine. But remember, You have to come back next year to register for the retake with me. The scene shifts to the Inthan Martial Artists Center, where Daiho is wandering alone through the bustling streets of downtown. As he walked, he was deep in thought, calculating in his head the house his parents left him had been mortgaged, and he had borrowed 600,000. Adding in the compensation amounting to over $1 million, he now had a decent sum of capital in hand. Right now, there are two main paths to quickly enhance my strength. One is upgrading my martial artist rank, and the other is increasing compatibility for the demon lab. Reflecting on the information just pulled up on the system board, Daiho was lost in thought, his mind completely detached from the world around him. According to the data from the infinite monster model, each initial sample only has a 1% basic compatibility. However, my demon lab starts at 3%. Where did that extra 2% come from? He wondered. There is only one reasonable explanation. Each demon lap has absorbed residual power from the Gene Awakening potion, contributing an additional 2% compatibility. This discovery jolted Daiho awake. It meant that the common gene potions in this world could enhance the abilities of my monster model. He thought to himself, compared to grinding through martial arts step by step, the path of investing to boost compatibility seems much more suited for me. Finding a shortcut to rapidly increase strength, Daiho could not help but feel excited. He needed to quickly buy the gene enhancement potion. Entering the martial artist center, Daiho swiped his student ed at the security gate. At that moment, a strange sensation washed over him. His eyes widened, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. In his unique line of sight, Daiho noticed that everyone around him was enveloped in a distinct aura of energy, clearly reflecting their awakened abilities. And most people here possessed a strong aura, a clear indication that they were martial artists with exceptional skills. Unable to contain his surprise, Daiho exclaimed, "Is this place filled with martial artists who have awakened their bloodlines?" After awakening the Furious Demon Lap model, Daiho discovered he possessed a unique sensing ability. The life force field of the Demon King can amplify the ability to sense the life signals of nearby creatures. He can clearly feel the blood coursing through their bodies, even hear the primal growls of the hidden beasts within the veins of these martial artists. Instantly, an intense wave of excitement surged through Daiho's chest. His eyes sparkled with a mystical energy. Martial artist. Beast. He could not hold back the boiling desire to fight that was surging within him. He chuckled softly, his voice laced with confidence and ambition. After all, the Demon King is the ultimate monster of this world, a ruler born to conquer every creature on the planet. Unable to contain his emotions, Daiho almost shouted, "Meaning right now I am still too weak. I can only temporarily let the Demon King hold back a little. Just wait until I grow up. I will show this world what a true monster king really looks like." Lost in ambitious plans for the future, suddenly a light hand patted Daiho on the shoulder from behind. "Hey kid, do not just gawk at others like that. All right, little one." Daiho jumped and turned around, realizing the misunderstanding. The young woman awkwardly explained, "Sorry sis, I did not mean to." The lady seemed quite relaxed, waving her hand dismissively. "It is. You must just be awakening your beast bloodline, and have not controlled your powers well yet." "Right. What are you doing at the Martial Artists Center?" Daiho quickly replied, "I came to buy genetic drugs, but this place is so huge, I can't find the sales counter." "Hey beautiful. Can you point me in the right direction?" The lady seemed very enthusiastic. "Buying genetic drugs? Do you really need them at this stage?" Daiho paused and asked back, "Is there something I should be particularly cautious about?" "It is nothing serious. Just that the genetic drugs from the red soil can easily lead to drug resistance, and their effectiveness will diminish with each use. To achieve the best results, martial artists usually wait until their bloodlines reach their natural limits before starting to use the drugs." Daiho still hesitated a bit, asking further, "How much does a vial of genetic drug cost?" The girl held up 4 slender fingers, enthusiastically replying, "Well, at your current stage, you can only use the basic reinforcement drugs, which cost about 400,000 each." Hearing that number, Daiho nearly fainted on the spot, feeling utterly crushed. All his savings would not even cover 5 vials. He awkwardly asked, "Do you know anyone who could help me get a discount?" After a moment of thought, the girl gently bent down, pulled out a business card from her pocket, and handed it to him. Although the gesture was quite delicate, it made her ample bosom sway subtly. "All right, take my business card. You can get a little discount if someone refers you." Hearing this, Daiho felt an uncontrollable joy in his heart, immediately accepting the business card with sparkling eyes. He cheerfully waved goodbye. "Thank you so much." The girl smiled back. "No problem. See you again." Right after their conversation ended, Daiho dove straight into action, preparing for a spending spree at the specialized martial artist stores. At the checkout of the genetic drug store, he paid 1,450,000 vend. Then at the weapon shop, He shelled out another 250,000 vend. Just like that, Daiho spent like crazy. And before he knew it, the sky had darkened. The scene shifts to Daiho's apartment, where he is completely focused, pouring all his energy into the task at hand. Despite the pain and discomfort coursing through his body, Daiho grits his teeth and endures. His cells absorbing the power from those bright red gene vials. The system announces continuously. Monster model. Rampaging demon corpse. Compatibility 3% to 4%. 4% to 7%. Composite physique 8 to 10. 10 to 15. Martial artist level. 6 segments. After enduring the grueling absorption process for what felt like an eternity, Daiho is nearly at his breaking point. He stretches out his arms, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. The feeling of leveling up is absolutely exhilarating. Although the first few vials only boosted his physique by 2 points, the last one only gave him 1 point. As he goes further, enhancing his strength from this foundation will only get tougher. Strengthening may be tough, but it is still manageable. Just a few dozen minutes of training with the drugs is equivalent to 3 years of hard practice. This is just basic physical power. If I can activate the Emperor bloodline as well, I might just snag the top spot in this year's college entrance exam. Daiho is filled with determination, charging into the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is divided into ranks from S, the highest and most dangerous, to E, the lowest and safest. The higher the level, the stronger and more ferocious the monsters inside. The creatures in this level's secret realm are beings that humanity currently cannot control. Once they breach into the real world, it will be a catastrophic apocalypse. The scene transitions to Secret Realm No. 3. And City. Level E. Fully equipped with weapons and protective gear, Daiho steps into the entrance area of the E-level Secret Realm. He surveys his surroundings for a moment before muttering to himself. There are fewer people here than I expected. Maybe it is because this secret realm has been explored for a long time. Most treasures have been taken, leaving only weak beasts for rookies like me to practice on. Daiho walks along the path and encounters a small registration desk. Hello. I have reserved a ticket for Secret Realm No. 3. The woman in charge of this task seems indifferent, lazily handing Daiho the paperwork. Sign this death waiver. Here's your ticket. The spatial gate leading into the secret realm appears before Daiho. A swirling vortex of unstable energy exuding an ancient and dangerous aura. So this is the entrance to the secret realm. The starting point for my journey to become a monster slayer. Without a second thought, he gathers momentum and dives straight into the spatial vortex, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. As he jumps into the secret realm's waterway, the familiar three-dimensional world instantly vanishes. It feels like he has just pierced through another layer of space, entering a completely new world. Quickly, Daiho lands safely on the ground, instinctively bracing himself with his hands and kneeling on one knee, the move coming naturally to him. From his current position in the secret realm, he can clearly see other celestial spheres hovering in the sky, all in strange colors. The celestial sphere of commerce, the celestial sphere of shadows, the celestial sphere of true gold, all creating a scene that is nothing like Earth's sky. Daiho hurriedly adjusts his gear, looking around in awe, realizing that no amount of reading could compare to witnessing this spectacle firsthand. It is absolutely breathtaking, and I can even see the starry sky. The young man remains oblivious, unaware that something is stealthily approaching from behind. It is the most tenacious beast, a burrowing monster, and as it chews, it charges thunderously toward Daiho. He instantly spins around, grabbing its neck to teach this little punk a lesson. Seriously? Did it really think I could not sense its presence? Just like that, he crushed it to oblivion, leaving Daiho with only a small, sparkling crystal in hand. He examined it closely, checking the monster core of the burrowing beast. Its quality was pretty mediocre, worth about 1,000 coins on the market. Starting off with 1,000 is not bad at all. Regular folks work a whole year just to scrape together 3,000 to 4,000. Daiho's mood had turned quite relaxed. He raised the crystal high to admire it. But collecting too many of these low-level monster cores was not really beneficial. He is better off focusing on hunting 2-star monsters and above. But just then, a strange movement beneath the ground startled him, making him turn around. A massive, slimy monster emerged, slithering like a mutated earthworm, its grotesque form towering hundreds of times over Daiho. This was a 2-star beast, a love-hungry worm. The more bizarre and powerful creatures he encountered, the more excited Daiho felt. He quickly drew his saber from his waist, a smirk of challenge creeping onto his face. If you want something, you gotta go for it. In the E-level Secret Realm and City 3, where Daiho was starting his dungeon-breaking journey, facing the appearance of this 2-star love-hungry worm, he felt surprisingly calm. With a single, powerful, and precise slash, he inflicted a deep wound on the creature. The worm shrieked in agony, greenish viscera splattering like rain. In a defensive stance, Daiho glanced at the monster, analyzing it keenly. He recalled what he had studied in the monster library. Compared to the sturdy armor on its back, The worm's soft underbelly was clearly its most vulnerable spot. The creature hit hard, curled up like a giant wheel, charging toward Daiho with terrifying speed, ready to crush him. Yet, in the face of this fierce counterattack, Daiho remained calm. He raised both hands, channeling his entire energy, murmuring the martial arts incantation. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy shot from his palms straight at the approaching two-star love-hungry worm. It opened its grotesque mouth, launching a barrage of large, sharp teeth that spun like flying saw blades. They hurtled towards Daiho at breakneck speed, like a mobile guillotine. If he got hit by this, it was guaranteed he would be sliced in half. Then Nian was taken aback. It could launch its teeth as a weapon too. After taking a hit, Daiho's shirt was completely torn to shreds. Then Nian was nearly going insane, roaring insults at the damn mutated monster. Do you even know how much this shirt costs? Daiho kept a safe distance, his mind racing to analyze the situation. Right now, directly facing off against the undead worm was no small challenge. After all, without the support of a bloodline, no matter how strong his martial energy was, he would struggle to unleash his full potential. Blame the lazy original host for having such a weak martial foundation. Now he could only hope to survive. After that decision, Daiho's eyes widened. His entire body surged with energy to its limits, and a powerful force erupted. He shouted loudly, filled with fury, activating the Demon Emperor's bloodline. Instantly, Daiho's right arm transformed, covered in a tough layer and the sharp claws of the Demon Emperor. A second later, he dashed off at an incredible speed, delivering terrifying slashes across the monster's body. The dark blue blood sprayed everywhere like rain. Indeed, Daiho had swiftly dealt with this two-headed monstrosity. He turned around, wiping the sweat off his brow, thinking that after boosting his physical stats by 21 points, he could easily handle this two-headed demon. He began to revert from his transformation, needing to disperse the nuclear energy building up inside him. This sensation made him feel like a jet engine. Looking back at his weapon, the sword was pretty damaged. Daiho picked it up, grumbling, I just bought this sword, and it is already corroded by that demon's acid. Spending 2.5 million for such low-C quality is totally ineffective against two-headed beasts. I have to report this to the store. His empty stomach rumbled incessantly. He rubbed his belly, mumbling, first time hunting monsters and it is exhausting. I am starving and forgot to bring snacks. Suddenly, in the midst of his hunger, a strange, rich aroma wafted into Daiho's nose. He drooled, sniffing with his big nose, trying to identify the source of the delicious smell. At that moment, Daiho realized it was coming from the magic core that had just fallen from the two-headed demon. He picked up the magic core, held it in front of him, mumbling, the core of a demon monster. Moreover, it seemed to smell really enticing. Thinking for a moment, Daiho opened his mouth wide and tossed the green magic core straight into it. Whatever. Let us give it a try. He swallowed hard. As soon as the magic core hit his stomach, it immediately released brilliant energy, spreading throughout his body. Having an instant effect, the system notification appeared, showing the monster model. Frenzy Demon. Compatibility at 7%. Now 7.3%. Consequently, a stronger aura radiated from Daiho. He felt like he had just swallowed a flashlight. Daiho exclaimed in astonishment. It increased, even the compatibility. A look of disbelief crossed his face as he gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with excitement. This is amazing. Spending hundreds of thousands on a compatibility potion only raised it by 1%. And now just eating this green magic core boosted it by 0.3%. That means only 3 or 4 cores are equivalent to one compatibility potion. The white magic core of the Toothish Rabbit must have at least 1% compatibility too. Thinking of this, Daiho felt like crying from the emotional overload, tears of frustration rolling down his cheeks. Money. Oh, money. He quickly regained his composure, pointed to his forehead, and said, let us turn this pain into motivation. Daiho declared boldly, tonight, I am going to hunt like crazy. Within moments, an invisible yet powerful wave of energy radiated from him, sweeping across a vast area of the forest. Just like a radar wave, he shouted loudly, activating the life field. By the next day, Daiho finally exited the level secret realm. The system just reported the result sample compatibility with the demon crystal is at 9%, and the overall physical compatibility is 15.8. As he casually stepped out of the space gate, Daiho pondered that now that the compatibility had hit 9%, no matter how many white demon crystals he consumed, it would not increase any further. He would have to sell them off for cash instead. Moments later, at the exchange counter near the entrance of the secret realm, Daiho dumped a pile of sparkling demon crystals, 20 white ones and 4 green ones in total. The exchange clerk was taken aback by the sheer amount. Like, seriously, it is hard to believe a high school student could gather this many demon crystals. The others waiting in line behind Daiho could not help but gawk at his haul, a mix of awe and intimidation washing over them. Daiho stood at the counter and told the staff, according to government regulations, warriors have to surrender a portion of their harvest. I will take back 1 green crystal and hand over 5 white ones. He calculated in his head. So that is 200,000 credits in the bag. The scene shifted to Anthan. Secret Realm No. 4. Level D. A desolate area in ruins. At the center stood a crumbling old building. Half collapse. Right next to it was a massive spatial rift, much larger than the ones found in Level E realms. Swirling with a terrifying blue energy the entrance to the Level D secret realm. The day was bright and sunny. Nearby, a shiny new convertible sports car was parked. A man in a blue-collared shirt and sunglasses sat in the driver's seat, calling out, Captain Lamb. We are definitely going to complete the mission to find the blood orchid this time. Right, Lamb Ha, the second-tier warrior, replied. Last time we went in there, we pinpointed the basic location of the blood orchid. But unfortunately, Old Tren got seriously injured by a beast, so he can't join us in the realm this time. A woman in the team crossed her arms and asked with concern, so it is just us 5 now. Then, another man with a buzz cut chimed in. That is right. According to regulations, a team needs at least 6 members to enter a level D secret realm. Lama turned around confidently, saying, No worries. I have already contacted an intermediary. They introduced us to a new expert. He pointed to a figure approaching, dressed rather sloppily, not looking like much of a powerhouse, none other than Daiho himself. The team members exchanged skeptical glances, and one of them asked, You must be Dishia, the warrior recruit. Right, Daiho, looking slightly awkward, shrugged with a grin and replied, That is. But inside, he thought to himself that since he was just a student without the official qualifications to enter a level D secret realm, he had to resort to the black market, dropping 100 grand to fake his identity and join the team. What a costly gamble. Bad luck seems to follow me everywhere. Lama raised an eyebrow, a hint of concern crossing his face as he glanced at the alias Daiho had chosen Dishia. That name does not sound too promising, Lama thought. But Daiho shrugged it off, showing an air of indifference towards the name. No other choice. Just go with it, Captain. With that, Daiho seemed unfazed by the name anymore. Lama spread his legs wide and spoke clearly. All right. Whatever. It is just a nickname. With his current level as a 9th-tier martial artist, he technically did not qualify to enter this mystical realm. But our team decided to give him a chance to tag along, observe, and learn the ropes. In return, you absolutely cannot be a hindrance to us. Got it, Daiho replied curtly, his attitude indifferent. Whatever works, he thought to himself. A captain's job is to explain everything clearly and thoroughly before a mission begins. This guy seems pretty reliable. Not like those who only show up when trouble strikes. Everything was set in order. Daiho and the other team members quickly boarded the rugged vehicle. All right, let us hit the road. This time, we absolutely must find the blood jade flower. Moments later, the entire team passed through the spatial gate and set foot on an alien planet. The ground lay barren and desolate, void of any greenery. Captain Lama glanced at the navigation device, then announced, The blood jade flower is located at the oasis ahead. Be careful. There is a 2-tailed beast guarding that spot. Daiho sat in the vehicle, resting his chin on his hand, gazing out the window with a stormy expression. Last time it was a tropical rainforest. Now we are in a desert. This level of the mystical realm really connects worlds that are worlds apart. Just as the vehicle plunged deeper, a pack of hungry wild beasts with earthy fur suddenly charged from both sides, chasing after the vehicle. A team member in the back, on high alert, quickly reported, Captain, it is a swarm of earth spirit rats. They are coming in fast, and we are their target. Lamha remained calm, issuing a decisive order. Huduk. Handle them. Huduk sprang into action, raising both hands to his chest, and in a flash, sharp short daggers appeared at his fingertips. Huduk swung his arms powerfully backward. The daggers packed with spiritual energy flew like lightning, striking the heads of the earth spirit rats, causing them to explode instantly. The energy detonated upon impact, shattering their heads. Blood and guts splattered everywhere. The agonizing screams echoed across the desolate desert. But Daiho's vehicle sped on without slowing down. Huduk sat back, retracting his hands, his expression unchanged. Reporting succinctly, all taken care of. Daiho glanced at his teammate, mentally assessing him, channeling energy into the darts, turning them into mini bombs upon impact. Fast, clean, and efficient. This skill is indeed impressive. The vehicle continued its journey. After a short distance, signs of a lush green forest began to appear in the distance. completely contrasting the desert they had just traversed. The sky on this planet was bizarre, with numerous other planets clearly visible floating in the air, unlike Earth's sky. Once they confirmed they were close to the objective, the whole team decided to park the vehicle. Everyone quickly disembarked, weapons at the ready, prepared to enter the danger zone. Daiho lagged behind, still wearing a somewhat indifferent expression. Feeling the fatigue from the journey, he curiously asked the captain, "Why do not we just drive in?" Manhwa led the way, explaining as they walked, "There is still a bit to go to reach the Oasis. The beasts in the Oasis are extremely sensitive to sound. The noise from the vehicle would easily attract their attention. We will divide tasks as we go. Xiaoha. You will use the scent bomb to lure the monster out of its hiding spot. Xiaowu. Hudi. You two set up the traps. Old Lu. You stay back to hold it down. And I will handle the frontal attack. Disia. Just keep an eye on the perimeter. This mission is a piece of cake, just follow my lead, and we are golden." Once the battle plan was set in stone, the team fired off a special signal flare into the sky. Boom. The explosion echoed across the area, followed by a white smoke that spread quickly, carrying a special chemical mixture. This was a pheromone bomb from a high-level monster, designed to provoke other beasts into thinking their territory was being invaded, prompting them to chase after the aggressor. The effect was almost instant. The ground trembled slightly, and a monstrous land dragon appeared. Its body resembled that of a dinosaur, covered in a skin capable of generating electricity. It rose, its massive form radiating power, its mouth gaped wide, dripping with slimy saliva, letting out a roar that seemed ready to tear apart anything that dared to approach. It is. Everyone. Stay alert, Xiaohe warned. Meanwhile, at another location where the team had just taken out a horde of earth rats, a few bloody darts were still embedded in the sandy ground. From a distance, a tall figure cloaked in black approached silently, obscuring their face. On the arm of this stranger were two long scars crossing each other, looking quite sinister. He bent down to pick up a dart still stained with Hudi's blood. As the strange figure emerged from behind the dust, an old man with a bald head and dark sunglasses appeared, looking rather eccentric yet carrying an unusual aura. He flicked out a long tongue, grotesquely licking the bloody dart he just picked up, his eyes gleaming with a murderous hunger as he let out a savage laugh. Back at the fight, the land dragon had sensed the danger. As the massive beast flexed its might, Lina struck before it could do anything further. He charged like an arrow, the sword in his hand slicing through the air in a deadly arc. With a single blow, the monster's head flew off its neck, crashing heavily to the ground. The massive creature collapsed, its green blood spraying out. Immediately, Xiaohe, the only girl in the team, rushed over to report. "Captain Lin, we have handled things on our end too. We finally did it." In front of the massive carcass they had just taken down, Lina stood proudly with his sword resting on his shoulder, a confident grin spreading across his face. "Great. Now let us go find the blood gem." But just at that moment, disaster struck out of nowhere. From behind him, a sharp claw tore through the air like a ghost. A horrifying scream rang out as Lina spun around instinctively. At that nail-biting moment, a figure shot down from above like lightning. Daiho had appeared out of nowhere, hovering right over the captain. Before anyone could grasp what he was about to do, a thunderous punch descended, accompanied by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, like lightning striking the earth. The ground shook, dust swirling up in a chaotic cloud. As the dust settled, Lina stood there, unharmed but his face pale with shock. He turned back to look at Daiho, unable to believe his eyes. That guy. Was not he just a low-level martial artist? Yet here he was, able to knock back a second-tier monster. Xiaohe was wide-eyed in shock. That punch was terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, Daiho became the center of attention, his teammates silent in disbelief, their eyes filled with admiration. "Your martial arts skills are really impressive. You took down that second-tier monster in one hit." Daiho just casually wiped his hands, responding nonchalantly, "It was no big deal." Captain Manhwa approached, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "Thank you for saving me. From this moment on, you are officially a member of our team." A little later, Manhwa found what they had been waiting for, a small, deep red fruit shaped like a heart. He lifted it up, filled with joy. "We found it. It is the blood gem fruit." Xiaohe curiously poked at it. "This time we even got the core from the earth dragon. That is a nice haul." Xiaohe looked at the bright red fruit, slightly puzzled. "How much is this round thing worth?" Daiho stepped back, silently thinking. "It seems to be the treasure of the Saintess fruit," Manhwa explained clearly. "Of course. This can significantly increase compatibility with the martial arts template. Although this time was a bit unexpected, we still managed to defeat the earth dragon and get the blood gem fruit." Just as Manhwa finished speaking, a loud gasp echoed. "That guy. Who always stayed silent and followed Manhwa. suddenly pulled out a knife and struck a deadly blow from behind. He grinned, his voice dripping with smugness. Come on. It is not that simple. Captain Lamb. The shocking scene left the whole team frozen for a few seconds. Captain Lamb. What is going on? Lamb quickly turned his head and tried to fight back. Oh duck. What the hell are you doing? Duck had prepared in advance, quickly dodging and stepping back a few paces. Just then, a strange figure stepped out from behind. The old man who had previously picked up the dagger. He looked sinister. What am I doing? Can't you tell? Of course. I am here to do something that can earn a lot of money. Upon seeing the newcomer, they were all shocked. Hawk Bang. What are you doing here? Xiao Wu clenched his fists, his face turning red with rage. His eyes burned with fury at the two traitors. Daiho tilted his head and asked softly, do you guys know this bald guy? Xiao Wu replied, each word dripping with disdain. Hawk Bang is a notorious thief, known for lurking and stealing the hard-won loot of other martial artists in the secret realm. Damn it. Turns out he has had his sights set on us from the start. Meanwhile, Captain Lamb could barely stand, clutching his bleeding wound, gasping for air. It is poisoned. Oh duck, you treacherous rat. How did you know we would be here? The information about the exact location of the blood gem fruit was only confirmed after we entered the secret realm. Daiho quietly observed the whole situation, piecing together clues in his mind. Images from when they first entered the secret realm flashed back. When O'Duck dealt with the earth rats using his darts, he completely flipped the script, gripping the knife handle tightly. His face twisted like a demon. Ha! You are actually pretty clever. Are not you? You are not just some average student. Are you? I bet the college entrance exams are coming up soon. Instead of studying at home, you come here looking to meet your doom. The mysterious flower tilted her head, her voice calm and steady. That is right. The college entrance exams are just around the corner, and the top spot is waiting for me to claim it. Hearing this, O'Duck shouted in rage like a madman. He hurled the knife at the mysterious flower. She effortlessly raised 2 fingers, pinching the blade mid-air. The move was so quick and precise that no one had time to blink. His eyes were sharp as a sword. The one barking madly in front of me is the real deal. Not missing a beat, the mysterious flower tightened her fists, her energy igniting like a raging fire enveloping her arm. Her face turned cold and fierce. How filthy. Time to clean up. Seeing this, the bald guy could not just sit back any longer. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging, roaring in anger. You are quite interesting. I will give you that, O'Duck. I want his head. Without hesitation, O'Duck accepted the order. He unleashed all his energy, executing his deadliest technique. Countless blades shot out like a rain of metal, dense and fast, making it seem impossible to dodge. The entire space around the mysterious flower was engulfed by sharp blades. Facing the torrential rain of knives from the betrayer, she simply tilted her head slightly. Instantly, an invisible shield of energy appeared, wrapping around her. Each blade that struck it was crushed upon contact. The mysterious flower braced herself. When the rain finally stopped, the protective barrier around her faded away. O'Duck had vanished, and someone shouted a warning. Watch out above. Immediately, the mysterious flower raised 2 fingers, pointing directly at her forehead. A surge of powerful energy radiated from her, and her eyes flashed with an eerie glow. She murmured to herself, just in time to test out my new skills that I just mastered. Moments later, the mysterious flower raised her hand high and shot directly at O'Duck, activating her earth-shattering technique. O'Duck took the blow head-on. Lamma watched, stunned, thinking, did one move really just take down O'Duck? He is actually just a high school martial artist. The mysterious flower lightly blew on the fingertip that just launched the attack, mimicking a gunshot. Behind her, O'Duck crumpled to the sandy ground, face down, lifeless. In the distance, Hubang stood frozen, his face filled with confusion and fear, even though he tried to maintain a tough exterior. The hero of this powerful clan. What a joke. The mysterious flower stood tall, hands in her pockets, radiating a cool confidence. Clan. I am a member of the Demon Emperor clan. Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Right behind her, a majestic phantom of a gigantic beast appeared and then vanished. Hearing her taunt, Hubang's face turned dark with rage, and he unleashed all his power in a furious roar. Even if you have a jealousy technique, it can't compensate for the raw power of martial arts. Instantly, Hubang's body began to transform, a roar echoing like thunder. His muscles bulged, sprouted wildly, and in the blink of an eye, he morphed into a massive, ferocious black bear. Behind him, the true form of the bear was letting out a wide-mouthed growl filled with sharp teeth. Without hesitation, Hakiti being, in his giant bear form, charged straight at Dihaza, unleashing the devastating technique known as springing claw. Dithawa remained relaxed, ready to counter the low attack aimed at his legs. Shortly after, he unleashed his signature finger technique, shooting a wave of energy upward, directly targeting the legs. My leg. Atsi Bing screamed in pain. Realizing he could not defeat Dithar that way, he changed tactics. Lowering himself close to the ground, he swept his massive bare paws sideways, trying to catch his opponent. But Daiho was as quick as a flash, leaping into the air and dodging effortlessly. Not to be outdone, Atsi Bang also jumped up, determined not to let his prey escape. Truly, what a seasoned martial artist. Even though Daiho unleashed a powerful blow with atomic breath, he had to admit it was not enough to completely crush the ankle of that giant. His giant paws were closing in, mere inches away from Daiho. The ferocity in Hexbing's eyes surged, clearly showing his intent to crush his opponent without mercy. A thunderous explosion rang out as the bear's paws slammed together, creating a shockwave that sent dust flying everywhere. But he missed. At that moment, Dithar vanished from his previous spot. Not only did he dodge, but he also seized the moment to move behind Houchi Bang, gathering energy in his hands, ready to strike. Finished yet? Now it is my turn. Daiho clenched his fists, his entire body radiating fierce energy, the aura of power enveloping him like a raging fire. As the energy peaked, he struck without hesitation. Him Binga's massive form reverted back to human shape after taking the hit, covered in bruises. Daiho's hands were still steaming lightly. Those who once looked down on him could only watch in shock. No one expected that the frail high school student they dismissed would wield such terrifying power. Strong. Way too strong. Yet, Atsi Bang still did not know what fear was. Bruised and battered, he stubbornly got back up, his voice filled with anger. You dare to bring poison into a martial technique. What a cowardly move. A ruthless martial artist like you will surely face punishment. I will crush you. He clearly misunderstood the essence of Daiho's power, and that declaration was the last straw. Daiho's eyes widened, a blazing red light flashing in his pupils. He tightened his fists, his voice low and icy, filled with fury. Many have tried to crush me. You mean nothing. At the Inthen Central Stadium, where the biggest college entrance festival of the year was taking place. To celebrate this event, the state mobilized an entire fleet of performing aircraft. Banners hung everywhere, and flags waved in the sky. The sound system blared enthusiastically, amplifying the excitement. Welcome, everyone, to the annual high-level fighter selection. I just want to say one thing: good luck to all the contenders. The guy on the mic is a handsome young man, looking sharp as he stands in front of the live camera. Behind him, the stands are packed with people, and the excitement is electric throughout the stadium. This year, the competition format is all about direct combat in the arena. Contestants will be randomly matched up, battling it out in knockout rounds. Win and you move on. Lose and you are out. The competition lasts for 3 days. The first 2 days are for preliminaries, where each contestant must win 3 intense matches. Those who make it will enter the decisive third day, competing for the coveted top spot. You guys carry the future of humanity on your shoulders. Fight for yourselves and for everyone else. Show us what you have got. I declare the Inthan University competition officially open. As the powerful declaration echoed, the whole place erupted. All 4 arenas roared to life with sounds of battle and excitement. In the front arenas, the female contestants are holding their own against the guys, making the atmosphere even more intense. But suddenly, something unexpected happened, drawing thousands of eyes to Arena 6. Wait, what is going on in Arena 6? The MC looked bewildered at the screen, quickly checking the situation. Let me take a look. It is 2 contestants, Li Lang and Daiho, both from Inthan High School. No. But right now, only Vivang is on stage. Li Lang stands there, smugly grinning, seeing that Daiho has not shown up, and she instantly smirks in disdain. How dare you make me look bad at such a grand event? You are totally losing all your face. Murmurs from the stands begin to rise, getting more heated. Must be hiding out at home, too scared to show up. Haha. Why even bother with school if you are this spineless? People like this should not even be in high school. They should just go clean the streets instead. As time runs out, the referee finally blows the whistle loudly and clearly announces, Contestant Duvia, from Inthan High School. No. Before he even finishes his sentence, everyone looks up at the sky. A bright streak of light tears through the air, followed by a whirlwind of dark smoke, crashing down into Arena 6 like a meteor from the heavens. What on earth is that? Is it a thing? Or a person? Only as the light got closer did they realize it is Daiho. With a thunderous thud, a massive surge of energy lands right in front of Ving Ningjang, throwing her off balance as she struggles to stay grounded. As the dust from the terrifying landing begins to clear, the Ving Lilang looks up, her eyes blurry and unable to make sense of what is in front of her. She mutters, trembling, what in the world is going on? But before she can collect herself, a shadowy figure rushes toward her at breakneck speed, In the blink of an eye, D Havza's foot slams right into V Ling Wang's face, sending her flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing down awkwardly onto the arena floor. He shields his eyes from the sun, glancing back at the opponent he just knocked out, sighing in relief. Phew, that was close. Almost had to wait until next year to try again. As for Wang Dongdong, who just a moment ago was riding high, now lies defeated on the arena floor, every part of his body screaming in pain, unable to move even a finger. The referee's voice crackles through the loudspeaker, hesitating as if unable to believe the outcome. Contestant Daiho is the victor. Daiho smirked, a little disappointed, saying, "Is that it? I did not even get a chance to warm up. Was it really that easy?" The audience erupts in cheers, shouting in excitement. Oh my, Daiho is a beast. One kick and he took his opponent down. The way he landed in the ring was just too cool to handle. Could this be the legendary aerial kick technique from the myths? Just then, the familiar system notification pops into Daiho's mind. Host of overall physical stats, 255. Monster template with demon core. Compatibility, 20%. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he thinks. Captain Lin, consider this my thank you for the blood crystal. It really boosted my physical stats, even if it took a bit to absorb. Alright, get ready for the next big show. Everyone. A moment later, the next matchups are announced. And Daiho's next opponent is someone named Long Thao, as the loudspeaker roars to life again in the next match. From Anthan High School No. 4. Long Thao faces off against Anthan High School No. Daiho. As predicted, with just one powerful kick, Daiho sends Long Thao, who is much taller and bulkier than him, sprawling to the ground, bleeding right there on the spot. The loudspeaker announces in a familiar tone, Daiho. Each time he claims victory, the crowd below erupts in ecstatic cheers. The cheers resonate throughout the stadium. Daiho. Daiho. Each match, just one kick, super decisive and powerful. This is straight up superhero level kicking. Absolutely epic. Daiho clenches his fists, feeling the power surging through his body. Finally, the loudspeaker delivers the official announcement. Congratulations to Daiho from Anthan High School No. A flawless victory in all 3 preliminary matches, officially advancing to the next round. After 3 lightning-fast rounds, Daiho steps into the resting area, immediately surrounded by a throng of adoring fans. His elite fighting style has drawn massive attention, and a flurry of recruitment calls fills the air. Daiho, are you interested in learning more about our Dongsun University? We have some amazing programs. Daiho, let us connect on Facebook. Even though we are just a private university, our scholarships and grants are super generous. Come check it out. Daiho, our university needs strong talents like you. Have you thought about which college you want to apply to? Despite the tempting recruitment pitches all around him, Daiho seems to have made up his mind. He scans the crowd, his gaze resolutely locking onto a spot amidst the throng. His voice rings out clearly, confidently. My dream school. Sorry, but my target is Huadu University. The moment those words leave his mouth, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. Those who were once so friendly now do a complete 180. Their expressions growing icy. They started throwing out sarcastic remarks, mocking. Just getting to the regional finals and already acting so high and mighty. When they get knocked out, they will come crawling back to us. Daiho, if you mess up the exam, remember to reach out to me. There will always be a spot for you. The sudden change in attitude left Daiho feeling confused, even a bit startled. He muttered to himself, no way, you really do not believe in me that much. But Daiho could not blame them. The University of Martial Arts, the prestigious environment for fighters in a country, truly is a holy land for every young martial artist. However, a strange smile appeared on Daiho's face. He thought to himself, in a second-tier city like Anthan, only the top candidates could even dream of getting into the University of Martial Arts. But hey, in this world of martial artists, strength is the only truth. Just wait until I win the championship. Then you will see what I can do. Just as he escaped the crowd of applicants, Daiho ran into 2 guys in black suits blocking his path. One of them presented an official ed, his tone both formal and pressuring. Daiho, please cooperate with us. We need to verify your martial artist level right now. Daiho shrugged, not too concerned, and handed his student id to the bald man for inspection. The man glanced at the details and gasped. Level 9 martial artist. No way. Daiho, according to your records, you were still a level 3 martial artist just half a month ago. Daiho patted the bald man's shoulder, squinting his eyes, looking annoyed. Is it impossible for me to improve so quickly in just a few months? Are you accusing me of cheating? The bald guy remained unfazed. Pressing on. After checking your schedule, we noticed you frequently visit a level secret realms. Why would you go to such a dangerous place right before an important exam? Faced with the tough question, Daiho suddenly channeled his inner A-list Hollywood actor, putting on a pained expression, his gaze distant. In a somber yet resilient voice, he said, Gentlemen, please allow me a moment to compose myself. Before my father passed away, he told me that to surpass human limits, one must stop being human. I have fought relentlessly, training myself in the harshest secret realms. In a life-and-death battle, I unexpectedly broke the seal of jealousy hidden within me. It sounds unbelievable, but it is true. Hearing Daiho's dramatic explanation, the two examiners stood in shock, their faces pale, cold sweat pouring down as they stuttered. Wait, you said you broke the jealousy seal. The two immediately dropped their serious demeanor, hurriedly turning to leave, muttering to themselves, No way. This is too absurd. We need to report this to our superiors ASAP. Daiho stood there, his eyes fixated on their retreating backs, clenching his teeth, feeling a wave of discomfort rise within him. Who would have thought he would unintentionally become the center of everyone's attention? What a hassle. He opened his phone, aimlessly scrolling through social media. But all he saw were clips of families sending their good wishes to their kids participating in the exam. You got this? Keep trying your best. Daughter, old Wong. Just wait for you to come back as the top driver, and we will throw an epic party. Daiho sat back in the lounge chair, feeling a pang of envy and a bit of sadness. He mumbled to himself. And there were even live interviews with the parents, relatives, and friends of the contestants. His gaze lingered for a moment, revealing a hint of loneliness. Daiho bit his lip, feeling as if no one was cheering for him. He saw himself as a poor little second place in this chaotic world. However, he had no idea that in some hidden corner, someone was silently watching him from afar, their eyes filled with hope and encouragement. Come on, Daiho. You got this. It is the homeroom teacher, the one who let Daiho study at home. After a brief pause, the announcement system blared again, signaling that it was Daiho's turn to continue his journey of conquest. First round of the knockout. Please welcome contestant from Anthan High School, Daiho. This time, he had to face a well-known student from High School No. 3. La Hoyan. As soon as La Hoyan appeared, he instantly captured every gaze and murmur from the audience. There is La Hoyan. I heard he is the top student from School No. 3. La Hoyan is an 8th-level martial artist. No joke. Rumor has it he even awakened a super rare 2nd-level beast bloodline. Both his parents are famous martial artists. So our boy here is definitely in for a rough time. Amidst the crowd's cheers and his opponent's arrogant demeanor, Daiho remained unfazed, hardly interested. He casually scratched his neck and casually threw out a line that left La Hoyan stunned. You go first. This challenge, dripping with disdain, felt like a hard slap to La Hoyan's face, making him feel severely humiliated. La Hoyan clenched his teeth, his voice low, with an aura of menace radiating around him. You do not know who I am. Faced with that intimidating presence, Daiho simply shrugged, responding with a nonchalant tone that was almost provocative. Knowing or not knowing does not really change the outcome of the match, does it? La Hoyan completely lost control. He roared in fury, his inner energy exploding violently as if it wanted to shatter everything, causing the arena to tremble under the tremendous pressure. You are not wrong, but in the end, I will be the one standing victorious. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled all his strength into his right arm, tightening his fist, radiating intense energy. Like a wild beast gone mad, La Hoyan shouted and charged straight forward. Hope your luck is good enough. At least do not die right here. In that moment, he activated his rare bloodline ability. His right arm transformed completely, becoming a massive black beast arm, covered in scales as tough as steel and sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying arm shot straight toward Daiho's face. An attack that could potentially end the match in an instant. But Daiho did not panic, not even a bit. He calmly raised his hand, using his bare hand to grip the beast arm that was barreling toward him. Daiho spoke in a low voice, just enough for the two of them to hear. Not too shabby, but still a far cry from that old geezer with the bald head. With just a seemingly simple hand gesture, you made La Hoyan's face turn ashen in pain. A cold sweat poured out, and he trembled like he was facing a real monster. My hand. He barely managed to gasp in horror, his voice stuttering. Daiho seized the opportunity, raising his other arm high, gathering momentum, and then delivered a chop like a hammer coming down. A terrifying force, accompanied by a dazzling surge of spiritual energy, slammed La Hoyan's body down to the arena floor, causing the ground around him to crack like spider webs. Daiho stood there, wearing a chilling smile, calm and arrogant, showing no signs of being a mere contestant. Just like that, the judge announced, winning number 1. Daiho. The buzz in the crowd grew louder, and all the spotlight was on Dazama. With just one move, he had defeated the top seed, Lahoin's aura was pretty strong, yet he was down on the ground in a flash. His power just does not compare to the other contestants. The gap is way too big. Daiho remained unbothered, casually waving as if it were all a joke. The girls were going crazy. So handsome. Ani. I want to have your babies. The stands erupted with joy. Even though he used just his hands this time, it still took only one move. So strong. Truly deserving of being a cut above the rest. Daiho. I am starting to like you. You are definitely making it to the finals. One after another. Injured contestants were carried off the arena. Some barely conscious. Others completely out cold. In a shadowy corner of the arena, a student observed silently, his gaze intent as if he had realized something. He murmured with a mix of doubt and admiration. Is that Dua? No wonder I value him so much. I am definitely going to beat him in the finals. Meanwhile, in the special monitoring room of the Daiho admissions committee, Daiho's explosive performance immediately caught the attention of key figures. A powerful man pointed at the big screen, his voice cold and sharp. In half an hour, I want all of Han's files. Instantly, the subordinates echoed in unison, acting without a moment's hesitation. At the same time, in another arena, the atmosphere heated up by the minute, with the MC shouting excitedly through the mic. The second match of the promotion round was about to begin. The center of attention in the stands was two stunning girls, whose beauty sent the entire arena buzzing. Damn. This battle between two stunning goddesses has me wide-eyed with anticipation. One of them had long, wavy hair and a trendy short outfit. The queen of high school number 2. Her crimson lips curled in a smirk as she pointed directly at her opponent. Liu, I absolutely hate your robot-like face. Facing her was the aloof beauty, Liu Thanthang. From high school number 1. In contrast to the taunt, she remained coldly silent. Her gaze as still as an icy lake. The stands below were buzzing with excitement. I love watching beautiful girls fight. I could drool all day. You pervy guys better shut up. The referee's whistle blew sharply, signaling the start of the match. Then Tratraki's silence only fueled the fire in Thego line. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged in, unleashing a kick like a whirlwind. Let us see if you can still keep that smug look when I bring you crashing down. Then Truck refused to be cornered. Calmly, she raised her hand, channeling her energy into a shimmering circle of spiritual power that appeared before her. She shouted out, her martial arts skills revealing a secret technique, summoning the mysterious. The swirling energy shot out, targeting the legs of the attacking girl. The blinding light completely suppressed the force of her attacks. Even as the girl leaped high, striking with both hands and feet, then Truck responded with calm precision. Mid-air, the girl's eyes blazed with fury as she growled in anger. Time to get serious. Yet, the girl's assault was clearly less effective than usual. As soon as her hand touched Than Truck's back, her entire arm was instantly ensnared in the circle of energy, suddenly trapped. The girl was panic-stricken, her face pale, screaming inside. I have fallen for the trap. Unable to pull her hand back from the wave of energy, she lost all control. This was the golden opportunity to finish her off. Than Truck said nothing more, focusing all her spiritual energy into a punch that burst forth with dazzling light. The battle between the two girls left the audience breathless, and the Messi unable to contain their excitement. Hu Na Hong Vich, a contestant in the college entrance exam, already masters Hu Na Vika. With talent like this, no need for exams anymore. She could be directly admitted to the academy. But the girl was not about to be overpowered. She immediately summoned her beast form, revealing a fierce tiger behind her, roaring with madness. Her body transformed completely, sharp claws radiating the ferocity of a wild beast ready to hunt. This girl had tamed a third-tier bloodline beast, the ferocious shadow tiger. He had not even finished speaking when the surroundings buzzed with excitement. A royal bloodline beast is hard to control, especially one as wild as the shadow tiger. This instantly turned the girl's strength into a major question mark that no one dared to underestimate. On the stage, while still holding the upper hand, she boldly taunted her opponent. Show me your shadowy bloodline. But instead of a fierce retort, Than Truck simply replied softly, this is good enough. Her response was like a drop of water in a cup, causing the girl to explode with rage. Good enough. You dare speak to me like that? Do you think anyone in the martial arts world can stand against me? The arena suddenly transformed into a fierce battlefield. The girl launched a punch aimed at her opponent's face, but Than Truck dodged effortlessly. Not stopping there, the girl lunged forward with both legs. Her claws, empowered by energy, aimed straight at her opponent's lower body. Just then, Than Truck calmly raised her hand in front of her forehead. Her eyes shone brightly as she shouted, with a single pointed finger. The circle of energy wrapped around the sharp claws of the attacking girl. The Missy yelled into the mic, excitement mixed with tension. As the clash between Than Truck's skill and the girl's attack erupted violently, the arena filled with a cloud of dust. Who will emerge victorious? The audience below is on edge, everyone tense, eyes glued to the thick cloud of smoke. As the dust settles, The first figure to emerge is the champion. Tu Lin. She stands there, hair whipping in the wind. Her expression tough but tinged with exhaustion. The host is pumped, shouting that is Tu Lin. She is still in the ring, but then, his voice drops. Wait a minute. Tu Lin looks like she is not doing well. Her eyes roll back. Face pale. She collapses like a broken doll, hitting the floor hard. The only one still standing tall is the formidable Than Truck. The host is stunned. Tu Lin has fallen hard, while Than Truck stands unwavering. With just a single move, she could take out Tu Lin. Both are level 9 fighters. But Than Truck has awakened her royal bloodline. She is incredibly strong, truly a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. The announcement blares. Than Truck wins. In the online forums, comments explode. Whoa, that tongue goddess is too powerful. What a legend. I proclaim her the top scholar of Anthan. Who is going to argue with that? I mean, if she is the top scholar, do you even know what her bloodline is? It is the Four Ghost bloodline. The Four Ghost bloodline. What kind of monster is this? Regular fighters would not stand a chance against her. Next up, it is time for the draw for the quarterfinals. The loudspeaker announces Daiho, representative of Anthan 1, as his name is called. He steps forward, trying to stay calm. No rush or anxiety. Just places his hand on the sphere and pulls out a ball marked with a character. He holds the ball up to his eyes, raises an eyebrow and says, "Just drew the ball." When another student approaches with a friendly smile, "Looks like we are going to face off," the tall guy grins, introducing himself as if they have known each other forever. "I am Then Quan from Thanfong Academy." Daiho replies shortly. "Daiho? From Anthan 1. Then Quan points to the arena with excitement. "We are up second. Let us watch the first match," the loudspeaker announces, signaling the start of the quarter-final match. Laktuk from Thanfong Academy faces Socha and Than 1. On the big screen, Laktuk appears, exuding fierce energy, his aura flowing like water. Sword gripped tightly in hand. Then Quan watches and comments. Laktuk is really strong. He is a repeat student. And this year he is bringing his A game with an awakened bloodline. But against Socha, he might still be outmatched. Daiho can't hide his surprise. Socha. His gaze turns to the screen, scrutinizing that familiar face. Then Quan glances over and smiles. "Yeah. He is from your school. Did not you know?" Just then, the loudspeaker announces the results. And Than High School 1 wins against Socha. In the coach's area, the principal of Thanfong Academy grits his teeth in anger. Hands clenched tight as if he wants to smash the chair. Damn it. Losing right from the start, Daiho turns to ask his new friend, "How does Laktuk compare to you?" Then Quan takes his time to answer. He chuckles, scratching his head, speaking with a hint of shyness but full of confidence. "Compared to me? Haha. I am the president of the martial arts department of grade 12 at Thanfong. In terms of strategy, even with 2 teammates, they would not stand a chance against me." He glanced over at Daiho, thinking to himself that this time, he might be the strongest opponent. "Ever since I was young, I had a sharp intuition. I can sense Daiho like a dormant volcano, hiding a beast within." Right after that, his expression lit up with a relaxed smile. "It is our turn now." At this moment, the loudspeakers blared to life, announcing that the quarterfinals of the Anthan University exam were entering a heart-pounding phase. It was a showdown between the 2 standout candidates. Then Quan and Daiho, each clash between the 2 unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, forcing the audience below to cover their faces against the pressure radiating from their combat aura. The MC could not hide his excitement. This was clearly a battle between 2 evenly matched foes. In the eye of the energy storm, Then Quan tightened his fists, his cold gaze tracking every movement of his opponent. Just as he caught a glimpse of blood flying through the air, he immediately realized nosebleed, a classic sign of bloodline power. He is activating something really dangerous. Then Quan hissed, his face darkening with intent, locking eyes with Daiho and saying, "That is strange. You can attack right into my core." As for Dio, he maintained a defensive stance, calmly observing. He thought about his opponent, knowing that the martial aura could create barriers strong enough to block even radiation. This martial art is truly miraculous, even against an overwhelming force. Daiho still wore a curious smile, his eyes sparkling, not giving his opponent a moment to think. Then Quan unleashed his aura. The force radiated so powerfully that the ground trembled beneath them. From his sturdy hands, a stream of energy erupted, morphing into a massive fire serpent, its mouth spewing a torrent of toxic gas. "Let me show you the martial arts of the Then family." With that, he unleashed his signature move, launching 2 punches that blazed like shooting stars, charging straight at Daiho. Daiho could not hide his surprise too fast. This was beyond his calculations from last year. In that split second, he could not dodge in time and received a hit. The sound of impact echoed amid the chaos. Powerful. Daiho took a blow for the first time, blood spattering as he turned pale. He is bleeding now. That is proof of how deadly Then Quan's signature move is. Even after taking a heavy hit, Daiho still did not fall. He pushed himself off the ground, struggling to stand, his legs slipping as he tried to maintain balance. Then Quan had no intention of stopping. He charged forward like a beast, his eyes blazing as he unleashed another punch filled with spiritual energy. Nowhere to run. The roar of the crowd echoed in the stands. Behind Then Quan loomed the image of a massive black bear, exuding a fierce aura. He was stronger than ever, and each step he took cracked the floor beneath him. Once again, Daiho finds himself cornered. His previous opponents were all pushovers, but this one is on a whole different level, and they can even dodge his attacks. Just as that thought crosses his mind, the opponent closes in from behind, and he was only half right. Not only did I inject martial energy into my body, but I also sealed your energy, leaving you unable to use your weapons. With that, a thunderous punch lands squarely on Daiho's back, sending him flying. The battle is turning into a nightmare for him, with each blow from the opponent packing a destructive force, as if a pack of wild beasts is attacking him all at once. Before Daiho even hits the ground, the opponent transforms into a whirlwind of fury, roaring with the might of a tiger. Like a starving predator, the opponent lunges forward, delivering a knockout punch that seems intended to end it all. Blood sprays in the air, and the heavy attack causes Daiho to cough up blood right on the spot. But the opponent does not stop. A manic satisfaction ignites in his eyes. From above, he spreads his arms wide like a mighty eagle taking flight, his whole being radiating a dangerous aura. Daiho, you can beat me. He barely manages to raise his arms to block, as the air shifts violently with a colossal wave of energy crashing down, like a thunderbolt. When the dust settles, the opponent stands there, arms crossed, grinning as if victory is already in his grasp. This is too easy. The loudspeaker blares as the opponent completes his move, leaving Daiho unable to defend himself, and medical staff is ready to rush in. But then, a deep sound emerges from the swirling smoke, and the opponent's eyes widen in shock as he notices something stirring, causing him to step back. Mouth agape, a dark energy surges forth, a massive wave of power erupting from where Daiho lies defeated. Fierce, ominous, and threatening. From the fog, a beastly foot emerges, sharp and solid like metal. Daiho, you have completely transformed, your armor enveloping your body. With eyes shining bright like a true predator, he stares directly at the opponent, his gaze calm yet imposing. You are strong, opponent, and this is your reward. The first person to witness this form of mine, the loudspeaker continues blaring. High school students who transform into beastly forms will be exempt from the exam in Ho-Do. Who would have thought that besides the Than truck blade, and Than also has a bloodline genius? The auditorium is stunned. Daiho strides confidently toward the trembling opponent. The pressure from him radiates like a tsunami, making the opponent sweat bullets. Is this the true beast form? His awakened bloodline can reach such heights. Daiho says nothing, just steps forward. The opponent retreats step by step. Genuinely terrified, the loudspeaker urgently announces. Every judge has earpieces monitoring the situation. One teacher is visibly annoyed by the unusual sounds. Suddenly, he stands up, eyes wide in shock as he stares at the screen. What is going on? Radiation levels off the charts. The display reads 9,999,999. As soon as Daiho unleashes his true beast form, the judges immediately sense the danger and quickly cover the arena with martial energy, aiming to contain the dangerously high levels of nuclear energy radiating from his body. In the stands, the atmosphere explodes, with a cacophony of shocked voices erupting all around. Is this the awakening bloodline of the strange harmony? So cool. Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I heard it is the nameless bloodline. How can something this powerful be nameless? Seeing this, the strange harmony merely glanced with pride, a smirk creeping across his face. Looks like there are no creatures from the demon lab. No wonder they are clueless. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the main character is in a panic. He looks at the blood trickling from his nose, breathing heavily and mumbling in fear. His nose is bleeding again, and the energy shell around him is drying up, blocking his power. Seems like I can stall the fight any longer. Cornered, the main character decides to go all out. He immediately unleashes his full strength, awakening his profession. Behind him, the image of a dog-headed monkey appears, its bright red nose wide open, howling and creating an overwhelming pressure. The main character's body tenses up, maximizing his power to prepare for a counterattack against the strange harmony. The announcer's voice booms across the arena, declaring that an epic battle is about to begin. Another royal-level bloodline emerges. This competition is full of experts. Without a second thought, the main character combines the strength of the dog head and the fiery punch of the serpentine form, pointing directly at the strange harmony, launching the most intense attack of the match so far. But even in the face of that frenzy, the strange harmony remains eerily calm. He does not rush to dodge. Instead, he amplifies his own strength, his spiritual energy rising to counter the incoming blow as both prepare to clash. The strange harmony yells out, "Martial arts signature." The main character charges forward, hoping to end the match with a decisive blow just as the hit lands. The main character freezes. My hand. If he had not managed to neutralize the force of the strike, his arm would have been shattered by now. After boasting, he finds himself utterly embarrassed. At this moment, the strange harmony takes slow but powerful steps forward. "You are impressive. But sadly, you can change the outcome." The announcer's voice resonates throughout the arena, capturing everyone's attention. This match at the university competition has showcased a royal-level bloodline. Meanwhile, the opposing bloodline is a beast so powerful that it defies identification. What a rare sight. In the arena, the main character furrows his brow, focusing intensely on his opponent, calculating his next move. After awakening his bloodline, the strange harmony is now unfathomably strong. I can no longer suppress his weapon. The only option left is a temporary retreat. But just as he is pondering this, the strange harmony makes his move. Each step thunders like a storm, an aura closing in as he charges forward, his sharp claws glinting, his gaze grinning with confidence. A big guy. Stop daydreaming. Not giving his opponent a moment to react, the strange harmony unleashes a flurry of explosive strikes, delivering a twisting punch wrapped in powerful spiritual energy. The flexibility of his attack catches him off guard, locking his arm in place. Instantly, he leaps into the air. Just a second later, a gigantic foot comes crashing down from above, the force so immense that it sends sweat flying off the battlefield. However, right in front of him, the strange harmony stands firm, untouched by the overwhelming force. His eyes shine brightly, arms crossed in imposing stance, before casually lifting his foot from the churned-up ground, coldly saying, "Next up is our turn." Right after he said that, the energy swirled around like a raging storm. Just as he was about to make his move, the opponent suddenly dropped to his knees, begging for mercy right there. The unexpected act left Daiho frozen, his face a mask of confusion. In front of him, the opponent was bowing repeatedly, desperately saying, "I give a big bro. I am ready now." A whirlwind of questions filled Daiho's mind, completely unable to grasp what just happened, unable to contain his emotions. He yelled out like a kid who just lost his favorite toy. "Do you know how annoying it is to get ambushed like that? I have not even had a chance to hit yet. This is driving me crazy." Despite his frustration, seeing his opponent begging for mercy, Daiho decided to hold back. He let his hands drop, and the energy instantly faded away. Sighing heavily, "Forget it." Right after, he opened his mouth and released a bunch of stored-up energy, muttering as he breathed. Compressing energy is so annoying. Daiho's body gradually returned to normal. He held his head, mumbling to himself like he was trying to remind himself. According to the rules, when one side concedes, the other is not allowed to attack anymore. The loudspeaker confirmed the match results. "Dika is so cool. Dika is a beast. Dika is the champion." On social media forum, viewers of the livestream could not stop chatting. Sarcastic comments about the opponent flooded in, especially about how he claimed he would win before the match. After the match, it turned out Daiho had to go all out. What a shame. A wave of highlight videos featuring Daiho began to sweep across social media. His epic moments were edited into a compilation, complete with explosive effects and catchy captions. Compilation of Dika's matches. Don't forget to follow me. Daiho's fan club was instantly established, with the first group filling up fast. The second and third groups were also packed within just a few hours. To the online community, he was the star of this year's tournament. Some even boldly claimed that the Than truck sword from Socha was no match for him. Meanwhile, at the helm of the Than Fong private school, the principal looked pale with rage. He slammed the table, grinding his teeth in frustration. "We just lost. I put all my bets on you. How could you lose like this?" As the opponent quietly returned backstage, the principal instantly unleashed his fury on him. "How dare you give up? Do you know how much we invested in you, ungrateful brat? If you do not pay back, do not even think about going to college." The opponent said nothing, just gently placed his large, sturdy hand on the principal's shoulder. The principal stumbled back in shock, stammering, What do you want?" The opponent looked down with a calm gaze and replied, "I could not take that hit, and to avoid damaging my foundation, I chose to concede. If you do not want to lose, you should have taken that hit yourself. As for the support from your school, I will repay it slowly in the future. But remember, you can't threaten a stronger fighter than you." Those icy words sent shivers down the principal's spine. His lips pressed tight, trembling as he replied, Okay, you have a point." Meanwhile, the tournament rounds continued to be updated. The announcement echoed in the charged atmosphere. After some intense matches, the 4 strongest contenders have emerged, and Than High School has struck gold, securing 3 out of 4 spots in the quarterfinals. In the principal's office at Than High School, The principal is beaming like it is Christmas morning. He waves his arms excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. It seems this old-timer has been at the school long enough. It is finally his time to shine. Back at home, the homeroom teacher of Daiho is over the moon, exclaiming how talented Daiho is. Suddenly, the announcement chimes in again. This time, it is for the semifinal draw. Daiho steps up to the drawing podium with a calm expression. Seemingly indifferent, he raises an eyebrow and mutters, "Great. It is another match against the same opponent." Another contestant chuckles in response. "Well, I am in the same boat too." Right before him is a familiar face. The stunning Liu Than checks. Instantly, social media goes wild. The forums are buzzing with a flurry of comments. Like firecrackers going off. Damn. I have been waiting for this match for ages. It is the most legendary battle in the history of the Inthan University entrance exam. Goddess Liu. This is the match everyone has been waiting for since the beginning of the competition. Daiho has to beat that person up there. Some people are analyzing it quite thoroughly. I think Goddess Liu has the upper hand. Right now, she has mastered 2 high-level martial arts techniques. This is totally overwhelming. The bloodline of the Yumain Tusisa has not even shown up yet. The connection is a royal-level bloodline. Meanwhile, Daiho has been forced to awaken his bloodline. Sure, he might have a strong bloodline, but compared to Liu, who possesses deep martial arts knowledge and controls a high-level bloodline, it is still unpredictable. The atmosphere in the arena is electric. The crowd is roaring. The tension in the air feels like it could burst. The referee steps into the center, raising his voice to announce the match. Liu Thanchi, Anthan High School. Daiho, Anthan High School. The match begins. The moment the referee's words hang in the air, Daiho explodes with power. Like a firework shooting past its limit, a fierce wave of energy radiates from him, shaking the surrounding space. Dust swirling everywhere. Then Che has to raise her hand to shield her face, her eyes narrowing. In front of her stands a dark figure, surrounded by a fierce aura. Like flames, above his head, 2 flickering sparks of fire glow ominously. Right from the start of the match, Daiho establishes his dominance. Then she takes a small step back, her expression showing a hint of hesitation before this overwhelming pressure. Then Chick stares at him without blinking. In her heart, she whispers, "Daiho, I hope you are strong enough." As soon as the match kicks off, Daiho unleashes a massive cloud of steam, enveloping the entire arena. This opening move is meant to assert his power over the girls, leaving the audience in awe and gasping. What is happening? I can see a thing. The male makeup high is just as excited, clapping his hands on the desk and speaking loudly into the mic. How will Thanchix, the genius girl, handle the dark horse Daiho in this year's competition? Let us wait and see. Back to the arena. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Daiho gazes at his opponent, a girl with a perfect figure, emerging through the swirling dust. Liu Thanchech possesses outstanding martial skills and mysterious techniques, making it hard to inflict any damage, no matter how strong he is. But I can't underestimate this opponent. You bite your lip, analyzing the enemy in your mind. She is not just a martial arts genius, but her combat stats are off the charts. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets for me. I need to go all out from the get-go. Without hesitation, Daiho soars into the air, gathering a massive amount of energy in the palm of his hand and launching a direct attack on his opponent. He laughs heartily, radiating determination from the flash of his strike. But Thanchuk is no pushover. She immediately raises her hands to defend, intertwining them to create a solid protective barrier. Her gaze is sharp, ready to counterattack. Then let us go for defense and counter. Suddenly, Daiho shifts tactics, opting not to throw the punch everyone expected but instead moves at lightning speed. His figure blurs, then reappears, swinging his tail fiercely at Thanchuk's waist. The strike is powerful, twisting like a wave. Thanchuk, frustrated, curses him silently. He is so cunning, trying to trick me. She quickly retreats, dodging and irritably muttering about using her fists while he swings that steel tail. Daiho, showing no humility, opens his massive mouth and unleashes toxic nuclear energy. Gathering strength, he leaps, his body curling like a shrimp, preparing to charge at Thanchuk. The match is live-streamed on forums, with many people watching and commenting. Our poor goddess. It is a life-and-death battlefield, and the soldiers are relentless. Danger looms. This blow could throw the goddess off her rhythm. Daiho closes in aggressively, giving Liu Thanchi no chance to escape. She struggles against Daiho's overwhelming power. They are nearly evenly matched. Daiho throws a strong feint, but Thanchuk manages to dodge it. In the forums, viewers comment that Daiho's weaponry is forcing Liu Thanchuk back, and this time she might be able to escape. But just then, Daiho targets her stomach, throwing a punch that makes her curl up in defense. Daiho does not hold back, continuing to generate a shockwave of energy, sending Liu Thanchi flying. Even though her opponent is female, Daiho shows no hesitation in going for the kill. In the forums, Someone comments. You won't escape his weapon's grasp. Daiho's relentless attacks target her directly. He raises his sharp claws, his eyes sparkling dangerously as he provocatively taunts his opponent. It is not going to be that easy. Then Chuck keeps spinning into a powerful strike, channeling energy to attack him. She has to keep moving backward to avoid damage. Daiho's fist is clenched, a smirk of satisfaction on his face. Then Chuck, just stepping into the ring, is already taking hit after hit, her eyes wide with fear. Are those claws coated with weapons? Just as she thinks that, a powerful strike from Daiho comes crashing down like a storm. Then Chuck can't react in time. She has to leap and bend away from the powerful blow, soaring through the air. But as she looks up, Daiho stands right in front of her, wearing a creepy grin, his dark face illuminated by two glowing energy orbs in his hands. He says, "Don't run, classmate Liu." With that, Daiho does not hesitate, striking relentlessly at Than Chuck's back like an emotionless beast, his hands spread wide. The dazzling light from his powerful punches is all anyone can see. Than Chuck still has not had a chance to counter, desperately trying to hold her ground and wait. Her eyes sneak a glance at the relentless attacks from the anomaly, fear creeping in. With such high-intensity strikes, is not he getting tired? His stamina is unreal. She thinks to herself, I hold two secret techniques. One is the Liu Dai that uses the illusionary flower guard, and the other is the NN Gain that launches a heavenly attack. If I can execute either one, I can break free from this overwhelming pressure. But sadly, the anomaly is not giving her a chance. If she can't hold her ground, she will be thrown off the stage. She is pouring all her energy into resisting the terrible blows from the anomaly. Suddenly, a feather appears on his fist. This feather carries a strange, magical aura. The anomaly tries to tighten his fist to avoid distraction, but it makes him feel a bit anxious. Looking at it, he has no idea what is happening. Then Che can't be overwhelmed any longer. She decides to harness the power from her eyes. Her gaze gradually transforms into the dark stare of a wild beast. It is time to pull out my ace, she thinks to herself. Suddenly, feathers start to appear, one, then two, carrying a powerful source of spiritual energy that the anomaly can sense. It is clear these are not just ordinary feathers. Then Chaki appears before him. But she is no longer the weak girl. The anomaly looks up in disbelief at this transformation. Than checks, with the bloodline of the abyssal phoenix, spreads her wings, radiating a powerful energy. The announcement echoes, declaring that for the first time, Than Che has awakened her abyssal phoenix bloodline. Until now, she has been holding back, but now it is time to unleash her true power. Than Che lifts her face, her tense gaze fixed on the anomaly, her hands clenched, ready to explode with power. She whispers seriously, Be careful, anomaly. In this state, I can control my strength. Standing before her fierce presence, the anomaly remains unfazed. He looks at Than Chex, smirking condescendingly, and replies, That is cute. I have only been using 50% of my strength so far. Before the anomaly can finish his sentence, Than Cheki immediately uses her abyssal phoenix powers to envelop his body, draining his energy. The anomaly is caught off guard. Forced to pause for a moment, Than Chek seizes the opportunity, circling behind him and raising her hand, concentrating a massive amount of energy, preparing for a decisive blow. But the truth is, he has anticipated all of this. He does not dodge. Instead, he spins around, clenching his fist and unleashing all his strength in a counterattack. His expression stretches into something almost eerie. The clash between the two contestants intensifies. They charge at each other as if this were a life or death battle. Two hands, two forces, facing off directly. The power behind their punches is incredibly strong, causing the arena to shake violently, both vying for victory. The shockwave from their fierce clash affects the audience below. Cries erupt. This is insane. Too intense. I can even open my eyes. As things gradually stabilize, Than Chek finally dares to open her eyes. He stands there, his body transformed, limbs turning into those of a strange beast, radiating a powerful nuclear energy. With thunder rumbling everywhere, the epidermis on your body has transformed into a layer of iron armor. Daiho looks like a striking figure, with shining eyes and lips radiating an overwhelming energy, like a monster devoid of any feeling. At Daiho's position, a massive burst of energy suddenly erupts, powerful as thunder, causing the loudspeakers to blare continuously. This is the highly dramatic semi-final, and all eyes are riveted on the stunning opponent in front of him. The energy radiating from Daiho makes the air around him feel suffocating, with waves of dangerous energy rising high. The loudspeakers continue to blare. What is going on? It seems that Daiho's beast form is gathering strength. Daiho suddenly transforms, shifting into an impressive new shape. Tough scales sprout from his back, emitting powerful energy that shatters the ground beneath him. The MC can't take his eyes off his back, where the giant scales are harboring nuclear energy, while his spine protrudes, drawing in a massive amount of energy rushing toward his mouth. He does not smell, opens his mouth, unleashing a spiraling wave of energy that rushes straight toward the beautiful opponent. Around him, vibrant shockwaves shine, and the energy column shoots forth, leaving the opponent no time to react. She must use her large wings to protect herself, while others are caught up in anxiety. Her eyes, filled with spiritual energy, clearly show her tension. Daiho's colossal energy column continues to advance, showing no signs of stopping, and the moment it makes contact with the opponent's wings, a violent explosion erupts, sending shockwaves scattering. The beautiful opponent activates her bloodline awakening, countering with a shadow technique. But her feathers are severely strained under that pressure. The scene becomes chaotic. The loudspeakers blare. Something's off. Daiho's breath is causing the feathers of the beautiful opponent to tangle. Daiho shows no mercy. But the beautiful opponent is not an easy one to defeat. The viewers in the stands look pale, affected by the whirlwind from the battle. Suddenly, in front of them, golden specks of light appear, resembling glowing beehives. These shields hold firm, effectively blocking Daiho's energy. His abilities are not just shields. They create terrifying explosions. The shields are created by Hong Kin. From the Inthan market, he stands tall, looking elegant, using his inner power to protect the match. His gaze is fixed on the battle, calmly stating, "Watch closely. The strongest will emerge from Inthan today." In the upper stands, cheers and applause echo like crashing waves. The MC with slicked back hair shouts excitedly into the mic, grateful that the Inthan market is protecting the audience. Back on the battlefield, bright red drops of blood splatter across the ground. These drops of blood are from the beautiful opponent, who has suffered tremendous power from Daiho. The girl looks disheveled, her clothes torn, with only a lucky piece of her outfit still hanging on. The beautiful opponent is in despair, her lips quivering as she struggles to speak. With just one blow, he shattered my shadow defense. Can I really defeat him? The whispers echo in her mind. Since childhood, she has carried the heavy responsibility of her family's legacy. She is the hope for the revival of the Liu clan. She cannot afford to lose. The ancestors of the Liu clan have been watching over you for generations. Do not let them down. Always show your strength. But inside, Than Chait was just a fragile girl. Her mother's words echoed in her heart. Than checks. Your mother poured her heart into helping you revive the family. You can't be reckless. She had never been able to make her own decisions, and she always felt weak. I can't breathe anymore. Her desperate gaze turned towards her opponent. She whispered, "I am so." Daiho stood before her, strong and confident, his eyes sparkling like a champion. Than Chi looked at him, telling herself, Daiho is really too strong. Facing an opponent like him, losing would not be surprising at all. She was determined to fight to the end, pouring all her remaining strength into this battle, despite her body being covered in wounds. I will intentionally show a weakness. Daiho will notice and finish me off. Losing this battle, I can't face my family again. Maybe dying here would not be so bad. Then Chi charged at Daiho, intending to throw a light blow to his back so he could end the fight quickly. But Daiho did not move. Then Chek looked up in surprise and asked, "Why are not you dodging?" Daiho gazed at her coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Classmate Than Chicks, why has your fighting spirit vanished?" Caught off guard, Than Shave widened her eyes in shock. Daiho's expression turned tense and extremely angry, his face darkening. "Do you really see me as your opponent? I do not want to win this match in such a cowardly way." Than Chi could not help but freeze in the face of Daiho's strength. Her eyes brimmed with mixed emotions. Fear of what was happening right before her. Daiho did not hold back, lunging forward to deliver a powerful punch to Than Chachek's face. She helplessly raised her hands to shield her face. Taking the hit, Daiho did not stop, continuing to unleash strong kicks, causing Than Chikfi to fall down and unable to withstand it. She screamed, "You jerk! No one has dared to hit me like this since I was a kid." Even while being pummeled, Than Chik still tried to shout, "I wanted to let you win. Why are you still insisting on chasing me?" At this point, Than Chefti's tolerance reached its limit, and the latent power within her erupted, the energy around her flaring up fiercely. Than Chik screamed, "Do not hit a girl in the face. You bastard." Finally, Daiho stopped. The two stood illuminated, looking at her with a smirk. "That is right. If you do not want to get hit in the face, then be on your game." It seemed like Daiho had helped Than Cheki unleash the highest power within her. Her current form was stronger than ever. Her wings fully restored, now even larger, radiated a powerful and deadly aura. She sighed, her gaze sharp and determined. "Daiho, just as you wish. I will use my strongest state to defeat you." At this moment, Than Cheche had reached her peak form. Her wings spread wide, shining with brilliant and potent light. Daiho stood back, unable to help but be in awe of the power contained within. He flashes a smirk, his eyes glinting with delight. The true beast has finally shown its face. Ah. Now this is getting interesting. Daiho quickly activates his demon form, his body tensing up, each cell turning into a layer of solid armor. A blue fire bursts from his body, creating an intense energy source. Then smiles in satisfaction. Feeling like he is gearing up for the most thrilling battle ever. He opens his mouth wide, like a beast, taking a deep breath and roaring. I won't hold back. Daiho leaps forward, the power from his feet exploding, shaking the ground beneath him. Danchuk is not sitting still. She quickly senses Daiho's impending attack. Her gaze sharpens. She can't just wait to be hit without fighting back instantly. From Danchuk's position, a swirling vortex of energy materializes. It quickly sucks in the surroundings, forming a massive tornado that bursts forth in a brilliant flash. Daiho charges in with unstoppable force, kicking up a cloud of dust around him. She does not hesitate, taking a deep breath and opening her mouth, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The shockwave blasts outwards, just as potent as his strength. Danchuk pours all her energy into this fight. When their powers collide, the entire area trembles. At that moment, the sound wave from Danchuk's mouth sweeps through, and Daiho reacts lightning fast. He stares at her, his voice serious. You thought only you could scream like that. Danchuk is well acquainted with this technique and shows no fear. She raises her hands, ready to counter, saying, same old move. This time, I am not backing down. I am going to face you head on. Earth Atom Burst activated. At the same time, Danchuk channels all her energy into her hands, forming a glowing energy sphere. The sphere lights up, instantly transforming into countless arrows shooting straight at Daiho. The battle between the two is escalating to an extreme tension, and no one can predict the outcome. In the audience, everyone is on edge. The announcement blares as Daiho's Earth Atom Burst and Danchuk's Min Blood Burst create two fierce shockwaves. The crowd grips their hands anxiously, some even jumping to their feet. This is bad. This level of collision is not something two fighters can control. To protect the audience, the market supervisor, Hong Kin, has to use his powers to erect three massive protective walls. These walls were meant to protect, but upon colliding with both forces, they shatter before our eyes. After the two energy columns connect, the stands fall into a stunned silence from the terrifying shock. Was that wall really created by the supervisor? Everyone gazes at the debris left behind, astonished by the power they just witnessed. Supervisor Hong Kin, seeing the wall he created crumble in an instant, can't help but feel a wave of anxiety. If it were not for my intervention, everyone would have been affected. He reflected. The 3 layers of magical barriers were prepared in such a rush this time, not as solid as usual, allowing the attacks from Daiho and Liu Thantruk to clash head-on. Who would have thought? This year's exam would feature 2 candidates who surpassed all expectations. Back in the arena, Thantruk, looking ragged, with her thin, frail hands dripping blood like a waterfall. Her breath was ragged, her face haggard, and her right arm completely shattered. She had reverted to her human form, her body covered in wounds and weak, but her gaze remained resolute. Thantruk struggled to say each word. The power of the beast spirit is running dry. She raised her head, her determined eyes fixed on Daiho, knowing the situation was beyond saving. Yet she still refused to give up. We can still fight. Daiho stomped his foot hard on the ground, appearing right in front of her. He had returned to his normal state, showing no signs of injury. As for Thantruk, her outfit was barely enough to cover her, and her right arm was completely wrecked. She looked at Daiho, her eyes full of doubt. Clearly my attack hit you, so why are you unscathed? Daiho looked at her gently, speaking emotionlessly. If you do not remove the radiation from your body in time, you will be in big trouble later. These words indicated Daiho's strike but still left her a way out. Thantruk bit her lip, trembling, then lifted her face, her eyes wide, tears streaming down like a river. I never wanted to fight to this extent. Why do you keep pushing me? Daiho sat down gently, looking her up and down, not saying anything right away. After a moment, he calmly, no longer with a teasing tone, said, do you really not want to fight? Or are you stubbornly refusing to admit your desire to win while you were risking everything? I felt your longing for victory. Thantruk glared at him, unable to find her voice. Her small mouth just moved silently, thinking to herself, yep, I really wanted to defeat him earlier, which is why I dropped my guard and went all out. But why did I do that? Clearly hating to fight, wanting to lose quickly. Yet in that moment of confrontation, I truly felt the thrill of fighting for myself, not for anyone else. Just then, Daiho's warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Thantruk blushed, looking up at him, strange thoughts swirling in her mind about the one who had beaten her to a pulp. Is this what a gentleman is like? You beat me up and then come to heal me. Daiho transmitted energy into her arm, saying as he worked. In battle, You carry too much baggage. Than Truck stared at her hand. The wounds and radiation had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Daiho was not arrogant like others. He looked at her with acknowledgement, gently stating, "You are still the strongest opponent I have ever faced." Then he turned back, flashing a light smile. "Next time if there is a chance, I would love to have a pure battle with you." Liu Thruk. Her heart suddenly stirred. She blushed like a tomato, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Daiho, unable to tear her gaze away from him. Daiho stood in the center of the arena, triumphing perfectly, earning the respect of everyone present. As the dust begins to settle, the announcement blares out, signaling the end of the first semifinal. Daiho from Anthan High School No. 1 claims victory. On the big screen, the image of Daiho's next opponent appears clearly. The announcement echoes with tension. After Daiho defeated Liu Than Truck, it was no surprise that Socha also emerged victorious. The entire stadium is buzzing. And now, the high school finals are just around the corner. This showdown between Daiho and Socha, two students from the same top school, is drawing in a massive crowd. His sharp gaze sweeps over to Daiho, showing no hesitation as he asks for guidance. Daiho responds with a dangerously charming smile, his face lighting up, eyes filled with excitement and energy. "Let us go." Not making Daiho wait for long, Socha charges in for the first attack. He swings his sword, executing energy concentrating moves. Leaping high into the air, his strikes packed with raw power, unleashing a fierce attack. But Daiho stands still, unfazed. He crosses his arms. Feeling no pressure from Socha's blow, he shouts loudly, "Atom!" And instantly, a powerful column of energy shoots out, shattering Socha's entire attack. The shockwaves push everything away, effortlessly overpowering his opponent. Socha struggles to remain steady, shielding his eyes with his hands to see clearly. Gripping his shining sword, he mutters with a hint of sarcasm, "Looking for my clones? Ah. You think you can just brute force them away?" Socha realizes his opponent is way too strong, and can immediately feel the gap in their powers. His defenses are simply no match for Daiho among his peers, who can go toe-to-toe with him. He truly is a monster. But Socha does not lose heart. He focuses his mind and resolves to change his strategy. His eyes shift in color, revealing determination as he shifts to a new strategy. If close combat is not an option, then he will take it to long range. He shouts loudly. Bloodline awakening. Just a month later, Socha transforms into a colossal dragon, powerful and ferocious. His body contorts, his arms and head morphing, creating a truly imposing figure. He channels energy into his hands and unleashes a devastating attack, shouting, "Ice Dragon." The astonishing sight leaves the audience in awe, bombarding the live stream with comments. "Whoa. Socha just conjured a massive mountain of ice. Talk about an ice dragon of legend." Socha hovers mid-air, facing Daiho, his entire being radiating fierce ice energy. The crowd cheers him on, urging him to defeat Daiho, the Demon King. "Come on, bro. You can create ice." The gigantic mountain of ice that Socha creates envelopes the entire arena, completely sealing off Daiho. The audience is electrified by Socha's overwhelming power. But just as Socha feels his body heavily affected by the chilling power, he can only think quietly to himself. Suddenly, the ice's eruption causes significant strain on his body. Meanwhile, the announcement echoes again, ramping up the tension as the ice begins to melt away. Sure enough, Daiho, with his terrifying strength, starts to dissolve the ice mountain. A powerful atomic energy beam shot out from his mouth, completely obliterating Saisicho's ice mountain. Asachu was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could it be shattered so easily? Instantly, Saishicho reacted quickly, conjuring another ice mountain to absorb the blow. But the energy storm kept barreling toward him. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing everything in energy and smoke. As the dust settled, Daiho stomped his foot down hard on the ground and coldly declared, "Your chill dragon's power is useless against me. It seems I have completely suppressed you." Asaichite, fully aware of the staggering gap in power. Daiho. This is my ultimate move. A supreme martial arts technique I originally planned to use on Lo Then Chake. But now, I will use it to defeat you. Saishicho braced himself, the massive sword glowing with energy. He yelled, swinging the sword down with tremendous force. Sword intent that could bring about death. A loud crash resonated, shaking the entire arena. Moments later, drops of red blood began to fall onto the arena floor, signaling that the tension was far from over. Daiho raised his strong, spiky hand in front of him. Blood dripped from his hand, but his voice was fearless. "Wait until you find a better sword. Then there might still be a chance." But the biggest shock did not come from his words. It was Saishicho's face, which had turned pale as he struggled to believe that his sword had been completely destroyed. "My sword. Has it really been broken? What a huge opportunity." Daiho, still wearing his familiar smirk, replied while looking at his opponent, who was on the brink of despair. Well, the chance is just slightly better than some of those begging for mercy. He was well aware of his power. And as he saw Susagu come to terms with the situation, all it took was a slight shift. He raised his hand high and declared, "I concede." The battle ended unexpectedly and gently. The announcement blared. Enthun entrance exam. He stood there, scratching his head in embarrassment amid the smoke and rubble of the arena. Never before had the livestream viewers been this hype. I really did not misjudge this. Difi Mai. Sachu was powerful. But before Diva, he was nothing. Praise flooded social media. And images of Diha's victory spread like wildfire. The likes kept pouring in. Dihaza. This black horse is truly a dark horse. Everyone joyfully shared about this victory, especially the students of Enthen, who witnessed this historic moment. With this victory, Diha became the strongest champion in Enthen's history. His name was etched on every billboard in the city, and now, as the forums buzzed with excitement, congratulations rang out nonstop. In the stands, people cheered wildly, unable to contain their emotions. At this moment, the MC along with Hong Kai took the stage, pointing at Ditha and proudly announcing, after 3 days of intense duels, the Enthen exam has found its champion Divaiva, the top student of Enthen. With a shy smile, Diha stood there scratching his head. The MC continued, Ditha, I have heard your power comes from gradual growth and long-term accumulation. Do you have anything you would like to share? You are a bit tense, thinking to yourself, what a cultured person. Even a cornball like me can speak so eloquently. After a moment, Daiho calms down, flashes a smile, coughs a little. First, I have to thank my teacher, who never gave up on me even at my lowest point. It was my teacher who helped me overcome my willpower. The scene shifts to the homeroom teacher, hugging the TV tightly, tears streaming down his face, sobbing. Honestly, I do not deserve your praise. Daiho, as a teacher, I have not done well. I did not pay attention to your potential. I truly feel sorry. Before I could finish my sentence, Daiho hears the principal calling out. The principal. You panic, thinking to yourself. The principal signals, then says with a smile, 2 million. Daiho, to announce a little success of ours, I reward you with a 2 million scholarship. Daiho's eyes light up at the sight of the money. And immediately, he grabs the mic. Oh wow. Thank you, my beloved principal. Thank you. Dear principal, without your leadership, how could I be here today? Then, Daiho raises his hands high, full of spirit. Continuing. Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my effort and intelligence, Daiho would not have this glory. Just then, a system notification appears. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the title of champion. The reward is a random ability draw once. Daiho is surprised, eyes wide, reflecting, a champion title. Turns out there is also a merit system. In the stadium corridor, after winning the champion title, Daiho runs like he is being chased by dogs. Behind him, a crowd of reporters chases him like bees to honey. Questions are being thrown at him from all sides. Daiho, do you feel pressured being the top student? How could you improve so fast in just a year? Are you planning to go to Hodu University? The reporters do not stop, relentlessly probing. Daiho, even while trying his hardest to escape the crowd, can't avoid the sharp questions. Stop chasing me. I really need to pee, he mumbles, nearly wetting himself but still keeps running. The swarm of reporters is not letting up. One catches up, shoving a mic in his face and keeps asking, Daiho, do you prefer the bamboo flute or the young genius? Or do you like the sports association or the talent pool more? Daiho, even while hurrying away, shows no sign of a reaction. His face tightens, clearly showing his fatigue. But then he whispers, no time to waste with these reporters. He speeds up, leaving the reporters behind, their disappointed calls echoing after him. Daiho, wait, just one last question. Entering the basketball arena, Daiho finally escapes the reporters. You are standing there, breathless, fists clenched, grinning to yourself, finally free from them. Turns out the monster template is not the only one. You can also draw from the system rewards. Just as you are basking in your victory, a shadow suddenly appears before you. Daiho, congratulations on being the top student. Daiho turns around, startled, thinking, oh great. More reporters. But no. The figure in front of you is not a reporter after all. The man politely takes off his hat, holding a mysterious briefcase, flashing a friendly smile as he greets you. Do not get me wrong. I am not a reporter. I am from the... And his serious gaze locks onto Daiho as he continues. Let us talk about your gene lock issue. Daiho feels a bit flustered, hesitating to respond. Gene lock. He thinks. I am not unlocking any gene. My powers all come from the monster template. He knows my abilities. Is he? Doubts start creeping into your mind about this mysterious man. The man is not in a hurry, calmly adjusting his hat. Then says, about the gene lock. You heard it from your father. Right. Daiho quickly replies. Yeah. Recalling the memories of the original host. He can deny that statement. The man pulls out a stack of papers from his briefcase and says, Daiho, are not you curious? How does an ordinary taxi driver like your dad know words that have nothing to do with his job? That question makes Daiho ponder. Could it be that his dad is a hidden master? The man continues to present the sealed documents right in front of Daiho. Due to your special case, Zachu can declassify a document. Daiho quickly opens the documents, barely reading before rushing to check. He sees information about Prometheus, a research institute that once led the gene field in Lum Tin, now sealed off after a major incident. Gene lock technology is their key project. Daiho now realizes why this man sought him out. So you all think my dad is a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I am their secret product. The man approaches Daiho and adds, do not worry. The country won't make things difficult for you. I am here just to help you understand the situation. You are a key individual in this, so I have to let you know. Daiho replies calmly. Big bro. I'm even calmer than you think. The man continues. You are a priority for the nation. We will protect you. Daiho smirked, eyes glinting with satisfaction. Then I will take my leave. You are feeling rather pleased with yourself, thinking you are about to become more famous. But not without some trouble. Huh. This society is so practical. You laugh loudly in the gym. Then look at the man from Hazi, softly saying, then I will take my leave. Daiho bows slightly, having clinched the top spot in this exam. And not only that, he also received a scholarship of 2 million along with 800,000 in rewards. But what excites him the most is the chance to draw more new templates. That feeling is so overwhelming. He is practically bursting with excitement. Feeling euphoric, Daiho thinks, can't he wait any longer? He quickly calls up the system. Immediately, a swirling circle of energy appears before him, like a mysterious door swinging open. You stand there, your eyes glued to the strange swirling light before you. It feels like a trance. And before you know it, you blurt out, I can't wait any longer. In front of Daiho, the energy circle spins, emitting a mesmerizing glow that envelopes the entire space. You stand there, eyes wide, overwhelmed by the appearance of a super colossal transformation. A bizarre figure reminiscent of a giant human, shrouded in thick mist. The system continues to display stats. Declassability sample. Super colossal transformation. A height of 16. High thermal energy. A primordial evolution form. Original personality integration. Compatibility at 1%. Daiho stares intently at the sight before him. A super colossal transformation. You wonder. Then suddenly remember something. Your eyes widen as you think. If I combine it with the sample of the frenzied Demon King model, the abilities of the models could stack on top of each other. What if a giant titan merges with the Demon King of the Demon King model? Instantly, an image of a colossal titan appears before Daiho, fused with the Demon King, a muscular, powerful figure, with a long tail sweeping through the space. You realize you are standing in front of a true monstrous emperor. The scene shifts to a dark room, where a large man is talking on the phone. Brother Hefki Long. Are you saying you won't take on any more missions from now on? The voice on the phone booms. And the man calmly replies. Yep. Cancel all the schedules. The response from the other end is respectful. Understood. On the table, there are signs of a physical altercation, as if someone has caused a disruption. The man then raises his massive index finger, his rugged face clearly showing anger, his mood extremely irritable, as if trying to suppress his rage. A voice from outside the space announces, we regret to inform you, we could not find your subordinate's body in the hidden realm, but at the last location where his signal disappeared, we discovered traces of radiation. The man falls silent for a moment, then mutters, Yep. I told you not to get involved with the mob. Why did not you listen? Mom told me to take care of you. On the TV screen, the results of the competition have been announced. The Inthan finals. Daiho. The man gazes at the screen with a clear look of interest. He steps closer to the TV, almost wanting to pat Daiho on the head. Daiho is truly a rare talent from Inthan. The city will definitely compete for him, but he also admits with regret. Too bad. They won't wait for him to enroll. Back to Daiho's place. A package has just arrived. You are practicing martial arts and rushing to receive the package. Who sends me stuff right before I head into the hidden realm for a new sample test? Daiho pulls out the letter, which has his name on it. The letter states, according to investigations by Hoa Trung Ko, There will be a new hidden realm opening this afternoon at the Hongangoi Owen Mat Village. Predicted level C. I plan to go explore. Anyone want to join? Sign up. So Chiyu. After reading the letter, Daiho shivers, his face scrunching up in disbelief. No way. Are they still using letters in this day and age? Are they also time travelers? Scene shifts to the Hongtha Mountain in Nthan, which is beautiful and majestic in its own way. A massive crowd is gathered here, not just many, but an overwhelming number. Everyone is gearing up for an all-out battle. Daiho looks at the scene before him, his face paling at the sheer number of people. There must be at least 1,000. The new secret realm is indeed enticing. The moment he appears, the local champion takes notice and approaches Daiho. Daiho politely replies. The local champion. The champion sees Daiho smile brightly and says, "You have gotten stronger, have not you?" Even though Daiho forces a friendly smile, internally he thinks, I did not expect this guy to be so perceptive. I used my scholarship money to buy some genetic potions to boost my compatibility to 35%. Even the low-level models have their advantages. They are effective quickly. Daiho looks around casually and asks, "So when are you planning to take the exam?" The champion, not looking at him, closes his eyes and replies briefly, "Afternoon." This answer makes Daiho chuckle to himself. What a shame. We will still be classmates later. But he quickly realizes that something feels off about the champion's mood. Just as Daiho is lost in thought, a crack suddenly appears in the sky. A strange portal opens, drawing everyone's attention. The secret realm is about to open, shouts a voice excitedly. A shockwave hits as a monster bursts through the spatial crack. It is a three-headed chimera bird, its massive wings launching it at the crowd below. A fighter down below points excitedly at the sky and yells, "It is happening. The secret realm is opening. Brothers, let us take down this beast and claim the secret realm." The fighters immediately gather, channeling their energy, ready to fight. Their techniques are unleashed in unison, like a powerful army. The chimera, despite its 3 heads and strength, seems unable to withstand the onslaught from the fighters. In note, it is battered and bruised. The sight of the chimera is reduced to a few feathers, overwhelmed by the fierce attack from the battling fighters. At this moment, Daiho steps into the secret realm, entering a wild forest that feels completely unfamiliar. The trees are different here, and the smell of blood in the air makes him mumble. The blood smell is so strong. Suddenly, he realizes it is a beast tide. This filthy creature has been waiting for us here for a long time. He quickly orders all fighters to prioritize killing the beasts according to the laws of the nation. In the blink of an eye, mutated monsters with skulls for heads but flesh bodies leap into attack. The fighters who just entered the secret realm show no fear, all ready to fight, unleashing all their energy to face the fierce assault. The champion also joins the fray, diving into battle with his celestial sword, raising his hand high and shouting, "Bloodline." Mental energy. Atomic burst fist. His powerful attack, combined with the strength of the celestial sword, crashes into 2 oncoming monsters, creating a massive ice wall to block them. At that moment, a monster tries to attack the champion from behind. Seeing this, Daiho quickly uses his energy, shooting a powerful beam through the monster, causing it to explode in mid-air. The champion quickly turns around, grateful, and says, "Thank you so much." With Daiho's support, the monsters are swiftly eliminated, leaving only the remnants of their blood and guts scattered across the ground. Daiho turned to Sochao and calmly said, "The monsters in this secret realm do not know how to fight." Sochao glanced at the pile of beasts that Daiho had taken down and could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Daiho, how did you take down so many beasts without breaking a sweat?" He marveled, feeling like Daiho was a devastating storm, pushing back every creature and obliterating everything in his path. He continued moving forward, the nuclear energy radiating from him cleansing the space around him. Everyone watching was left in awe of Daiho's overwhelming power. The top student of the university has such incredible monster-slaying skills. The crowd realized that Daiho was no ordinary beginner fighter. The people around quickly gathered in front of Daiho, cheering and calling out for the remaining monsters to charge at him. Moments later, a shout rang out. "The leader of the Thuchiyu has been defeated. We have won." Finally, the Thuchiyu began to retreat. Sochao let out a sigh of relief, sweat soaking his forehead. At least the first wave of Thuchiyu was behind them. Initially, over 1,000 fighters had gathered, but now only about 800 remained, not counting the casualties. With that, Daiho struggled to carry the enormous bags left behind by the monsters, tiredly making his way over to Sochao. "Sochao, how am I supposed to collect all of this?" Sochao was taken aback by Daiho's overwhelming haul and asked, "How did you gather so many monster cores?" Then, Sochao pulled out a ring, saying, "This is my storage space. Just put your stuff in here." Daiho's eyes lit up as he saw the ring. Grinning, "A space ring. That is worth a fortune." Sochao, who knew you were secretly loaded, at that moment, Someone announced that the leader Vosam had arrived, and both turned to look in the direction of the voice. The people around informed the newcomer about Daiho, saying, "Thank goodness he took down the leading monsters, or we would have been wiped out in the Thachiyu." Everyone looked at the newcomer with admiration. This man was tall, covered in tattoos, and as soon as he arrived, he spoke up. "Hello. You must be the top student from the Anthan University entrance exam. Right. I am the captain of the Vaidi Gonlang division in Anthan." He stepped closer to Daiho, extending his hand for a handshake. "I just heard the team members recount your heroic deeds. Would you be interested in joining our martial arts team? If you join, your university studies won't be affected. In fact, you will receive plenty of other benefits. I am ready to accept you as a member of this level team." The crowd gasped in surprise. This is an amazing opportunity, because without the support of a strong martial arts team, a fighter's career can be tough, especially in a KUF, where the Langbex groups are also very powerful. Moreover, getting into this level of the Befei Lang team is something even Hovek University students find hard to achieve. Just then, a girl riding a black tiger approached. She wore a captivating outfit, her strong presence leaving everyone in awe. She spoke up. "Vosam, why are you so quick to swoop in and steal him away from me?" Then, she turned to Daiho and said, "Hey, classmate Ho, join our elite martial arts team. Although the martial arts clan is smaller than the Silver Wolf, I guarantee that if you join us, you will get 15% of the monthly cultivation resources from us." Her invitation sent the crowd buzzing with excitement. Even though both Vosam and the girl were eagerly inviting him, Daiho remained cold and distant. He turned away, softly saying, "Sorry, but I am not looking to join a martial arts clan right now." Then Nian shook hands with Vosam. Vosam, though a bit regretful, still responded politely, "No worries. Daiho, the invitation is just to make friends. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to the Silver Wolf team." The girl also chimes in, "Our successful martial arts troupe is always ready to help." Daiho replies frankly, even though he is not joining, having more friends is a good thing. However, Vosam can't help but wonder. "You just used that hand to grab a tissue, right?" Daiho just laughs and replies, "Do not mind that." At that moment, So Cha-Tin approaches Daiho, confidently saying, "The beast arena has been pushed back. Now we can explore for ourselves. This is a gigantic forest. First, let us climb to the treetops to get a view of the whole area. Then we will discuss our plans." Daiho simply responds with a quick. As soon as he says it, both leap up, moving as fast as the wind. So Cha is amazed by Daiho's speed. He can't keep up. Too fast. Moments later, they stop on treetops with red leaves. So Cha's eyes widen as he looks ahead, utterly shocked. What the heck is that? In the distance, gigantic trees appear. But what terrifies So Cha are the monstrous shapes towering over them, several dozen times larger than the trees, advancing through the mist. But contrary to So Cha's worry, Daiho seems delighted. His face lit up with excitement. The tougher the challenge, the more he enjoys it. With a smirk, "Tihaza? It is not too hard to imagine. We are young. In a few years, who knows? We might conquer the beasts in this secret realm. In fact, we might uncover the truth behind this secret realm." Looking at Daiho's confident expression, So Cha can't help but agree. "That is right. Daiho, you are the real deal. While I feel anxious about things I do not understand, you are confident you can defeat them." So Cha compares himself to Daiho, silently thinking, "It seems I am not just behind in martial arts, but even in willpower. I can measure up to Daiho. He is the true martial artist." At this moment, Daiho turns back with a serious demeanor. He uses his energy sense to scan the area. His expression completely changes. He is no longer the usual Daiho but a battle-hungry, ambitious Daiho. He uses his abilities to check the life distribution in the secret realm. There is something strange. In the southeast, there is a lake, like a vacuum area, all white. There must be monsters there. The bigger the waves, the rarer the fish. He points ahead, staying alert. So Cha, to the southeast, there is a lake. Let us hurry and check it out. Daiho and So Cha stroll through the vast forest when suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. In front of them stands the girl who helped Daiho back when he first bought genetic drugs. As soon as she sees Daiho, she beams and greets him warmly. "Is not this our dear Daiho? I did not expect you to be this strong." Violi's teammate next to her also speaks up, looking friendly. "Vile, do you know our dear Anthun too?" Another girl came up from below, laughing and saying, "Come on, introduce yourself quickly." Earlier, Daiho totally wiped the floor with those fierce beasts. Daiho quickly approached Vuli's team and asked, "Sister Vul, how long have you all been here?" Vuli beamed and answered enthusiastically, "We just arrived." We have two teammates who are excellent swimmers checking out the lake. Right by the lake, a man popped his head out of the water, panting and gripping the grass, joyfully shouting, "We struck gold! We struck gold!" Hearing this, Vul asked, "Struck gold how?" This man, Vuli's teammate, happily announced, "There is a relic in the lake. We are about to get rich." Vuli was over the moon upon hearing this, immediately exclaiming, "Really? That is amazing. We are rich." At this moment, Daiho became curious and turned to Socha, asking, "What kind of relic are we talking about? Why are they so excited?" Socha, somewhat knowledgeable, replied, "In the secret realm, there are ancient structures, probably remnants of a past civilization. I have heard that modern martial arts and genetic technology both originated from there." Suddenly, Vuli's teammate widened his eyes, turning alert as he asked, "Are there others around?" He thought it might be people with ill intentions towards their group, ready to draw his sword and charge at both of them. Not wanting her teammate to take action, Vula quickly pulled him back, halting his movement. "Hold on. Wudong, Daiho, and Socha are the champions and runner-ups of the Inthan competition. Their skills are far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. Let them join us." Daiho struck a cool pose, draping an arm over Socha's shoulder and said, "Exactly. Do not be anxious. We can help explore the relic." Wudong hurriedly asked about the money first. "So how do we split the loot?" Daiho waved his hand dismissively. "We are just the outsiders. Whatever we find, we keep." Wudong had no choice but to swallow his frustration and replied, "Fine. For now, let us accept you guys, but no funny business." In his heart, he reassured himself, a future top scholar and an outstanding talent. They are bound to be big shots. I should not make enemies. A moment later, the whole team dove into the river, with Wudong leading the way because he knew where the relic was located. They continued into a dark cave. Wudong said, "Crossing through this cave will take us to the relic." As they moved up, Wudong observed and wondered, "This is strange. Where's Light? Didn't we say he was in this area?" The bald guy in Vuli's team guessed and answered, "Maybe he found the treasure and went ahead. He was supposed to be guarding this cave, but now he is nowhere to be found." Wudong hurriedly tried to find a way to contact him. "Hello? Is Livy there? Hello? Everyone stay quiet to listen for any signs." Vuli anxiously looked toward the entrance and asked, "Did you guys see any traces of beasts in the cave?" Wudong replied, "Not all. Set traps but did not catch anything." At this moment, a girl in Vuli's team became fearful and asked, "This is too dangerous. Levi is missing. Should we keep going?" Facing the concern of his female teammate, Wudong was surprisingly excited, determined to uncover the relic. "If it is right in front of us, and we do not dare take it, anyone who fears death should back out now. But if you want to strike it rich, stay." At his word, his three teammates fell silent, caught between wanting to go and being scared. Then, Wudong boldly declared, "If no one is backing out, let us move." Vuli's team delves deeper into the cave, followed closely by Daiho and Socha. After a while, Wudong shines his flashlight on the ground, uncovering the footprints of a human. Daiho glances around, starting to have doubts, and signals Socha with a hand gesture, indicating that something is not right. Socha responds with another gesture, confirming that the timing does not add up. Hong Vuli states her team just got close to the lake, literally only a few minutes ago. Yet, they somehow managed to get into the cave beneath the lake, navigating through hidden passages to find a secret route leading to the ruins. It is like opening the map view in a video game. Clearly, there are traps. Should we warn your friends and get out of here? But just a few seconds later, Daiho breaks into a cryptic smile and whispers, "I have a trump card." Not long after, Wudong leads the group to an area filled with thick moss, with sharp vines hanging down from above. Everyone notices that this moss is tightly wrapped around human bones. Wudong speaks up, "This is a ghostly core. It has lost its light. It seems it has been drained of energy for a long time. It is no surprise. We did not see many water spirits when we came down. Turns out they have all been gobbled up." Right behind, Vuli glances over and quietly asks, "Wudong, where are the ruins?" Before Wudong could respond, the other girl in the team gasps, unable to say a word. The whole group follows her gaze, and a horrifying sight appears: a teammate's body ensnared by the moss. His body is so dry, all life has been sucked out of him. Both girls in the group scream, "Livy is dead." Vuli's face pales. She never expected something like this to happen in her team. Her eyes fixate on the corpse, her hands trembling, not knowing what to do. At the same time, Wudong is fixated on the ruins, crouching down, shouting frantically, "Where are the ruins? Why can't I see them?" Suddenly, lumps begin to swell on his head. His body shakes as if he is having a seizure. His face turns pale. Stuttering, How did Lee die? Vines. Vines. I can feel it. Before he finishes his sentence, Wudong's head suddenly explodes. Long tentacles sprouting from his neck, wrapping around and reaching upwards. Vuli quickly assesses the situation, urgently shouting, "Everyone run!" At that moment, a blinding light appears. A powerful atomic energy bursts forth, shooting straight through Wudong's head, now pushing the tentacles away. Wudong has completely transformed into a monster. But before he fully changes, Daiho quickly takes action to stop the situation. Still in shock. Tihaza? Who would have thought the beast would be this smart? They captured 2 fighters and parasitized them, using one as bait. We have been led right into its lair. Just then, long tentacles reach toward Daiho. And suddenly, a rock slide comes crashing down, blocking their escape route. Everyone panics. The beast has blocked their escape. It does not intend to let them get away. So Cha stares directly at the monster, but shouts loudly over the chaos. This is the ghostly vine beast, a level 2 monster. Vuli is bewildered, cold sweat drenching her body, her mouth dry and stammering. Level 2. This level can be measured by normal ranks. It is not something our level 1 fighters can handle. Daiho maintains a confident demeanor, smirking. No matter what level it is, let us see me crush it. Boom. A loud explosion rings out, rocks and dust flying everywhere. From the shadows emerges a towering, muscular man, the one who had been watching Daiho before. He arrives just in time as Daiho faces off against the 2-headed beast, striding forward with an intense aura. He declares, "Daiho, I am here to take your life." Everyone is stunned by his appearance, disbelief washing over them as they erupt in shouts. Realizing the Blood Wolf is a level 8 martial artist, Daiho turns around suddenly, his expression icy, calmly asking, "Is there someone else who wants to target me?" The big guy starts recounting in detail how he had been stalking Daiho. "I heard someone was using radioactive energy against the beasts at Gongshu Mountain, and I knew it was you. Just by following the trail of radiation, I could track you down. I held my breath, following you all the way to this cave, only to get detected and blocked by a massive boulder. I completely stopped my heartbeat and faked death. Yet you still recognized me. No wonder you managed to corner the entire Ho family." Seeing the effort this man put into finding him, Daiho glances at him with a puzzled look and says, "Who exactly are you, big guy? Suddenly you show up and spout all these strange words. Do we know each other?" The unexpected question infuriated him, and he could not hold back any longer, lunging in for an attack. "Stop playing dumb. Just die." His punch was powerful, gathering a massive amount of energy aimed at Daiho's head. But just as he was about to strike, a few tentacles from the beast blocked him. He could only stand there, fuming and unable to do anything, choking on his rage. "This is the lair of the demon beast. You dare to lure me here and use the beast against me?" He was so angry he lost all reason, unable to control his emotions. "Damn it. Is this your plan?" Daiho looked at him, not responding, just standing there with his arms crossed, observing. This guy was struggling hard against the beast, constantly being attacked and beaten to the point of gasping for breath. "You dare to trick me?" he shouted in fury. Daiho remained completely still, standing there and watching. "You are really something." Getting all worked up after just one meeting, Daiho thought to himself. The beast's vines kept wrapping around him, making him so uncomfortable that he unleashed his strength, pouring all his energy into breaking free from the annoying vines. "Get lost. My target is you, not these vines." The scene around them became increasingly chaotic as he fought so fiercely that the entire cave trembled, ready to collapse at any moment. Vuli stood behind, worried sick. This is not good. The cave is about to fall. She turned back to see Daiho standing there, continuing to activate his demonic form. He began gathering nuclear energy, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. As he concentrated his energy, a bright sphere formed, strong enough to shatter stone. Water started to flood in. Daiho pointed to the side and quickly said to Vuli, "You all go ahead." The team quickly left, but that troublemaker would not let up, charging in to attack Daiho. At that moment, So Cha had also arrived, swinging his sword to block him. Do not even think about touching Daiho." The guy was not scared at all, scoffing. "Ha, kid. I am a martial artist of the 8th segment. What can these ice blocks do to me?" But before he could do anything, Daiho rushed in, delivering a powerful punch without hesitation right to his face. "What are you looking at, nosy uncle?" He looked up just in time to see Daiho's fist coming at him, unable to react. The result: just one punch from Daiho smashed him to the ground, the light from the hit dazzling the entire cave. Daiho did not want So Cha to get hurt because of him. He turned back to So Cha and said, "You go ahead. That guy is too strong. You can handle him." Then, the young man turned back, his expression completely serious. "Let me take care of him. After taking one hit from me, He will be feeling it. The group followed the direction Daiho pointed and swam back to the shore. Vuli's team was safe, while the demon beast was completely furious, stirring up the lake bottom. A moment later, when Socha swam to shore, Vuli anxiously asked, "Where's Daiho?" Socha sadly did not answer, just turned his head toward the underwater cave, indicating that he was over there, back in the cave. The shockwaves from Daiho were wreaking havoc, releasing an unbelievably powerful burst of energy. He was straining himself, activating a new form. Once Daiho saw everyone leave, he dared to use the newly updated Titan form from the system. As soon as he activated it, he quickly used one enormous Titan hand to crush the stranger. In just a moment, that big guy surfaced, his entire body bruised and battered, turning a sickly shade of purple. The shockwaves from Daiho also knocked everyone above off balance. So Chu saw Daiho's massive silhouette and widened his eyes, trying to comprehend what was happening. Moments later, Daiho returned to normal and swam closer to shore. He propped himself up on the grass, completely exposed. So Chu ran over and called out to Daiho. Daiho, not daring to climb onto the shore, said, "So Chiu, lend me some clothes." A bit later, the young man got dressed and sat down. Enduring the scrutiny of everyone around him, So Chu immediately asked, "What was that explosion just now?" Daiho, exhausted, sat down to rest and replied, "It was an unknown martial artist. He was carrying a plasma bomb for a suicide attack along with some demonic energy." So Chu gasped, "A plasma bomb? Isn't he that a banned military item? How did he get his hands on one?" That blast seemed even stronger than a plasma bomb. However, So Chiju still felt doubtful. He muttered, "Was there a giant silhouette in the smoke?" Daiho, fearing detection, turned pale, sweating and hastily denied, "No way. It was just an illusion." Daiho let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness I got away with that. If they knew about my monster summoning abilities, it would be a disaster." He had gone a bit overboard, crushing that martial artist to obtain the demonic core. Everything was done. Now it was time to say goodbye to the Vula group. She waved goodbye. "Daiho, we are heading out now. Sorry for making you come along just to rescue us. Once we exit the secret realm, we will compensate you." Daiho replied politely and enthusiastically, waving back. "No need to be formal, Sister Vul. Consider it a repayment for the last time you helped me. If you compensate me, then I will be the one in your debt." Now only Daiho and So Chao remained. The two exchanged serious expressions and said in unison, "It is time to enjoy ourselves." 3 days later, at the entrance of the secret realm of Kongthu Sun, Daiho and So Chu had finally completed their challenge. Both of them jumped out, and as soon as their feet hit the ground, they looked up in shock. No way. The desolate pig mountain from 3 days ago had transformed into a small town. Above them, there were even large airplanes flying by. They were both stunned. Just a few days and they had built a small town, complete with cargo planes. The construction capabilities of a Quok are seriously impressive. Rushing straight to the exchange booth, Daiho slammed his bag of spirit stones onto the table. The staff member reminded him, "Sir, please be gentle. If the items get damaged, you won't benefit either." Daiho scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, but I am carrying too much stuff. If I do not take it out quickly, I won't finish checking it all in time." The woman at the counter replied enthusiastically, "Don't worry. We are experts." Daiho breathed a sigh of relief, pulled off his space ring, and gently said, "All right then." At this moment, a whole bunch of big spirit stone bags, just like the one before, were being pulled out. He counted each bag, and when he got to the last one, he let out a sigh of relief finally. The last bag. But looking around, even the exchange staff had gone pale. The bags were piled up so high that she could not help but be astonished. The girl asked with a thick accent, "Sir, did you take them all?" Daiho looked straight at her and flashed a dangerous smile, his sharp gaze almost forcing her to hurry. "We are done. But you all need to pick up the pace. We still have a lot of spirit wings to handle." She complimented the spirit stones that Daiho had brought back. "Oh my god. This is a leaf from the 7-star plant. At least 300 years old. This type of spirit wing is extremely rare. Even seasoned herb gatherers struggle to find it. This kid is so lucky. He even found the 6 harmony flower, the main ingredient for refining sea spirit pills. Just this batch of spirit wings, even though the quality is low, would sell for at least 30 million. The rarer types are even pricier. This martial artist is way too lucky. He has hit the jackpot in one night." The old man looked around and suddenly spoke up. "Are you losing it? Finding so many spirit wings can't just be luck. A person like him should never be offended." Daiho stood in a corner, observing their attitudes, murmuring to himself, "Now those useless white and blue cores won't do me any good. I might as well trade them for cash." He smiled, his voice dark and dangerous. "It is the green demon cores from the 3-layered beast in the beast realm, and the yellow striped 2nd-layered demon cores that are the real treasures." A moment later, An announcement from the bank rang out. Beep beep. The bank card added 27,507,000 yuan. Daiho leisurely stuffed his hands into his pockets, stepping out of the transaction room, mumbling to himself while calculating his next move. Having dealt with the demon cores, now he just needed to find someone to buy the spirit wings, and he was all set. Suddenly, an expensive car pulled up right in front of him. Daiho looked up, scanning around to see whose car it was. An older man stepped out, confidently approaching and smiling as he said, "Hello, Daiho. I am Xian, the owner of the Manhwa pharmacy. I heard you have a lot of spirit wings from the Gongshu mountain. I can offer you 1% above the market price." Daiho cast a disinterested glance, not particularly excited about his offer, but quickly calculating in his head, those old geezers in the center may have figured out my smuggling game. But who cares? I need to sell. And here's someone coming to me that is just too convenient. He agreed to sell right away. Li finished the purchase. He turned back and reminded, "Next time you have spirit wings, be sure to find me." Daiho watched him leave while holding his phone. Beep beep. The bank card added 7,450,000,000. Looking at the money in his account, he muttered, "With this much cash, I could boost my strength by 10%. Personal combat power is the real deal. Those potions and white or blue demon cores on the market are useless now." Then, Daiho sighed warily, complaining, "Even my avatar is pickier than its master. High-end stuff like blood jade fruits or premium potions I can't even afford through regular buying." A sudden idea struck him, and Daiho looked up, his eyes sparkling. There is this other way. He recalled how in the exam, he completely crushed the slender tongue with the power of his avatar and the Demon King's essence. But when it came to martial skills, he was far behind those who specialized in martial arts. What I need to do now is to acquire some super strong martial techniques. With that, Daiho took off at full speed, running like a mad horse, yelling out loud, "Old man, I am here to ask for some gold." Scene shifts to Anthan High School. The principal's office. A steaming cup of tea sits on the table as Daiho heads straight for the principal's tea set. The principal dotingly massages Daiho's shoulders and says, "Daiho, I can't believe you still remember your old school." Daiho cheerfully turns to the door and says, "Principal, no need to be polite." The principal nods. "That is right. You are the top scholar, a role model for all of Anthan. But this champion is here for some serious cash." Daiho pulls out a large ginseng jar, presenting it to the principal and says softly, "Dear teacher, this ginseng from the Harmony Pharmacy is not a bribe, just a small token of respect for my elders." The moment the principal sees the fragrant jar, his eyes light up like car headlights, and he beams, "Daiho, you really are a good student, showing respect for your teachers." After gifting the ginseng, Daiho does not forget to add, "Principal, I want to learn some strong martial arts. Do you have any connections?" The principal, cradling the ginseng jar, replies, "You have not entered college yet. You will have to rely on the martial clans. You have already passed the exam. Why are you rushing to school?" Daiho looks at the principal, his face filled with passion. "Principal, I want to progress faster." The principal reluctantly nods. "All right, I can help introduce you a bit. After all, you are a special talent. We educators must teach students according to their abilities. We can keep going down dead ends." Daiho leans in, whispering a few words to the principal, making him chuckle. The principal is right. Rules may be fixed, but people must adapt. Having educators like you who understand change is truly a blessing for our education system. Teacher, you are too kind. Haha. The next day, Daiho is showering in his room, his muscular body dripping wet. When he hears his phone ring, "Daiho, it is. You can head out now," the principal announces, and Daiho responds, "Thank you, teacher." "Which martial clan is it?" Daiho's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims, "The Li family in Anthan agreed to pass down their secret techniques to me." The scene shifts to the outskirts of Anthan, where a man is speeding down the road on a motorcycle with a blonde girl. The girl in the back, her hair flying like a horse's tail, nervously says, "Kayat, you are driving too fast. It is scary." The man laughs, trying to act cool. "Just wait. It is about to get crazier." While enjoying the moment, a familiar voice suddenly shouts from behind, "Wait. Slow down and focus. Reckless driving is dangerous." The girl's reminder startles the two young riders in front, who turn back with confused expressions. The man in front, interrupted, angrily yells, "What the hell? Are you crazy? Seriously? You are riding a clunky bike and think you can race against a rocket." As soon as he finishes, he revs the throttle hard, taking off like a rocket, leaving Daiho and the insults in the dust. The couple zooms down the main road, leaving the taunts behind, their excited shouts echoing, "This is so cool. We are flying." Daiho looks at them with disdain, feeling a pang of annoyance. You can't help but follow with your eyes, unable to bear that voice. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupts, startling the couple in front, hearts racing like they are about to leap out of their chests. Who said bikes are ordinary? Our boy Daiho here runs on nuclear energy. With just one powerful pedal, that bike zooms past those two like it is nothing. He even throws in a snarky line. Get lost, you losers. Daiho bolts away like a rocket, a cloud of dust trailing behind him, and in just a few seconds, he disappears from sight. That couple is so scared they are sweating like they just jumped into a pool, hardly believing their eyes. Is that how fast bikes are now? The girl behind stutters. It is like flying a plane. In less than 5 minutes, Daiho arrives, stops his bike, and looks up. In front of him stands the gate of a massive mansion, exuding a lavish vibe. He stands there alone, deep in thought, in front of the grand entrance. Truly a martial clan. He mutters to himself, then uses his powers to scan the energy around. Even the gravitational field has some terrifying energy currents. Just then, the gate swings open, and out steps Than Truck, waving at Daiho. Wait, so you are the one Daiho who is here to attack again? She quickly lowers her head, ready to lead the way, saying, my mom told me to pick you up. Let us go meet her now. Daiho follows Than Truck inside, and the moment he steps through that gate, just the gate alone screams wealth. Than Truck calls out, Daiho is here. On the high steps, a woman in high heels walks down gracefully. It is Tan Lam, the matriarch of the Liu family, with her platinum wavy hair, plump lips, and captivating beauty. She welcomes him. Hello, Daiho. The moment Daiho sees her, his face turns bright red, and he is sweating bullets like a boiling kettle. Man, I can hold it together. His mind whirls with desire. Dear goddess, I have seen the light. After losing the match, Than Truck returns home to face a mother who always has high hopes for her. The air between them hangs heavy with an unusual silence. Neither of them saying a word for a long time. Finally, Than Truck breaks the silence, her eyes filled with sorrow, almost on the verge of tears. However, contrary to Than Truck's fears, her mother just gently waves her hand, showing little concern, and says, don't worry. Than Truck. On the TV screen, her mother continues bluntly, I watched the live showdown between you and that kid Daiho. You performed really well. Daiho's abilities, even at the Flower Capital exam, were a dark horse. You do not need to blame yourself. Than Truck is taken aback that her mom acknowledges her. Feeling no pressure at all, she stands there, hands trembling, feeling like a total failure for being so weak. Just then, her mother stands up, her gaze turning serious as she talks about the future of the Liu family. Your younger brother has limited abilities. He can't take over the Liu family. In your generation of the Liu family, only you can bear this responsibility. She steps closer to Than Truck, gently stroking her beautiful face. Then continues, but you are a girl, and on top of that, born like this. She continues to express the harsh reality of the Liu family. Right now, your father has passed away early, and the Liu family has no masters to back it up. The family's power is dwindling so much that we have to stay in this tiny, humble place. If a big family asks for a marriage alliance with you, we can't refuse. This means the Liu family will be swallowed up by others, and our century-old legacy will be handed over to someone else. Mom wants you two to be together. What do you think? Than Truck is completely taken aback. She never considered this. Her cheeks flush red, and her heart races wildly. Than Truck's mother seriously shares her perspective on their rival. Daiho. He is not bad at all, probably exceptionally talented, comes from a simple background, and has unlimited resources. From what I have observed, he is not a malicious person. You do not have to answer right away. Just live with him and see how it goes. Back in the present, Daiho has arrived at Than Truck's home. He is standing before her stunning, queen-like mother. As soon as she sees him, Lin warmly approaches, welcoming Daiho to the Liu family. Feeling a bit shy, Daiho bows his head respectfully. Hello, madam. I brought you a little gift. Everything seems very thoughtful. Daiho even prepared fruit to bring to Than Truck's house, probably hoping to win her over, without beating around the bush. Than Truck's mother jumps straight to the point. I heard from the principal that you want to learn some advanced martial arts. Right. Daiho obediently replies. Yep. Madam. Lin tells her daughter to take Daiho along. This surprises Daiho. He raises his eyes, thinking, why did she agree so quickly? After that, Than Truck's mother acts completely natural, moving closer to Daiho, creating a private space for the two. Than Truck will lead him to the Liu family's martial arts library, which contains forbidden techniques that cannot be shared outside. He only has one day to learn, and deep within the library, There are 3 sets of mysterious martial arts techniques. Whether he learns them or not depends on his abilities. With her permission, Daiho respectfully thanks her, bowing before the Liu matriarch.
Yep.
Thank you. Liu family. She looks at Daiho with a mysterious gaze, wondering in her mind, thanking the Liu family and not me. He has already made a promise with the Liu family. Very good. Daiho. In the future, the Liu family will hold you to that promise. Liu then Trucka's mother smiles, satisfied as she looks at Devasa. A very intelligent child. More and more pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, Dr is puzzled as to why she is looking at him so strangely. He just feels that her gaze is somehow special. Then Truck also notices her mother's attitude but does not dare to say anything. After a moment, she leads Daiho to the martial arts library, the path leading to a dark tunnel. Then Trucky walks ahead, guiding the way, while Daiho trails behind her petite figure. Suddenly, Daiho stops, curiously asking, "Classmate Thantrex, why do I feel like your gaze always avoids mine?" Thantreki is startled, not daring to turn back, stammering. But Dia, with a mischievous grin, leans closer, teasing, "Is that?" Then Tret's face turns beet red, shy and tongue-tied, trying to create distance from Daiho. She exclaims, "Why are you getting so close?" Daiho laughs heartily, swaying back and forth. After a while, then Trek leads Daiho to a large, sturdy stone door, and they both look up in awe. Then Treki turned to explain. This is the Stone of Power, a special mineral extracted from the mystical realm. It can nullify the attacks of a mystic martial artist without breaking. Daiho hesitated. "Can I throw a punch?" Van Trink squinted. "Go ahead and try." But inside, he was filled with doubt. Daiho's thoughts were strange. He should be marveling at the miracle of this stone, right? With Tantritaka's approval, Daiho began to gather atomic energy in his palm. The familiar energy surged from Sang. His fist clenched tightly as he exerted all his strength. He could not help but recall the terrifying strikes he displayed in the ring. As he started the motion, Sang's martial arts made her widen her eyes, terrifying memories flooding back. She dared not look, turning away and closing her eyes, fearing this scene would scare her once more. At this moment, the energy was fully concentrated, and Daiho punched hard at the ancient gate before him. A massive wave of energy from his punch radiated out, shaking the entire tunnel. He thought this punch would obliterate everything, causing a cataclysmic explosion. But as his fist struck the door, the energy suddenly dissipated. The air grew eerily quiet, everything oddly still. Suddenly, Van Shaky could not hold back her laughter, covering her mouth to stifle her giggles, while Daiho stood there, bewildered, not understanding why the door showed no reaction. It felt like that punch was just a gentle tap on a stone wall. Like punching the ocean, the force got absorbed almost entirely, leaving no impact at all. Van H burst out laughing. "Come on, let me take you inside. Tonight, there are definitely some exciting martial arts for you." She smiled inwardly, thinking, Daiho, you finally admit defeat." The door swung open, revealing a vast chamber filled with many documents and materials about martial arts, personally opened by her for Dasara. Then Chekchi began to introduce the martial arts here, covering footwork, defense, combat training, and sword techniques. Then, she gently asked, "Which one do you want to learn?" "It is simple. Just use this personal card to unlock the access." Daiho immediately asked, "Where's the advanced martial techniques?" She led him to an area with modern card scanning equipment and said, "The advanced martial techniques are located deep within the small hidden chamber. And you need to scan your card there too. But you won't grasp it all at once. You will probably just learn a little bit. I feel like letting your mother grant you access might not be the best idea. I can help you pick a few martial techniques that suit your abilities." Daiho would not back down, jumping closer to Thantrex, teasingly smiling. "Are you worried about me?" Thantrex, annoyed, blushed and thought to herself, "I do not want to talk to this guy anymore." Daiho continued, "You do not have to worry about me. I know what I want in my heart if I want to learn. It has to be the strongest with the mysterious martial arts here. I would not dare skip out on learning. I guess I will just head home quietly. By the way, is this door made of black energy stone?" Then Truck slowly enters the password and replies, "It is crucial to keep the secret chamber for the mysterious martial arts secure. This black energy stone is extremely rare. It is not something you can easily obtain." Then Truck continues, "To collect this stone, the Liu family has been at it since the time of the great ancestors. Inside, there are many high-security safes, all heavily protected. And each safe has the inscription Flesh Prison on it." She preempts Daiho's question by explaining, "Learning the mysterious martial arts is not just about watching, It is about feeling the author's intent in the techniques. If you can feel it, or if your attributes conflict with its meaning, you want to be able to cultivate. The mysterious martial arts are alive. It is not the martial artist who chooses but the martial arts that choose the student. The more Daiho listens, the more excited he becomes, a big smile breaking out on his face. So, flesh prison, I am indeed the chosen one for this martial art. Then, a safe labeled flesh prison opens, and Daiho's shadow appears. Even more terrifying than the object inside. He stands firm, hands tucked in his pockets, eyes shining with anticipation. Suddenly, his expression shifts, worry etched across his face. Wait, is the mysterious martial arts not a weapon but a statue? In front of him is a statue of a monstrous, twisted beast sitting atop corpses, trampling on the heads of those it has slain. Daiho cautiously looks back, questioning, is this what they call the martial fate sensation? Have I truly entered the realm of martial fate? He recalled the past, when Daiho had exclaimed in shock, isn't he the mysterious martial skill just another statue? Is then Truck coming over to explain, not just another statue. It could also be a painting or an artifact. Everything could become a vessel for martial essence. That is the mystical aspect of a master, she explained seriously. Only a master can condense martial essence and embed it into items to pass down to future generations. Then, did Than Truck turn her back coldly and walk away? It looks like it is up to you now, Daiho. Confused, turned back and asked, rely on myself. But you have not told me how to learn this thing. Her eyes were filled with meaning, and she smirked slightly. Feel the martial essence. If you are destined for it, you will sense it naturally. He stared blankly, completely clueless. Daiho, feeling defeated, laid back and said, so it is all about fate. Guess I will just take a nap. In the surveillance room, Than Truck observed every move he made. Tuck clenched her fist in frustration, and Daiho could only think, no wonder you are the one. Back to reality. Daiho muttered to himself. So this martial essence world is like a mental realm, and right now, I do not have any weapons. Even the nuclear reaction of the Demora prototype could not proceed. It seemed he had reverted to a weak human form. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, and the Tuck system appeared with a notification, indicating that the host's consciousness was in a special space. To prevent the host from self-destructing, the control panel will maintain the host's spiritual form. He sighed. At least the monster prototype is still around. Suddenly, a man appeared, grinning from the broken arm of the statue, saying, only true men can inherit my martial arts. If not, I would let it rot in the ground. Daiho turned around in shock to look back. Lu Chenghu looked down from above, laughing wickedly as he challenged. Kid, show me you are a real man. He gaped in disbelief, thinking, this guy looks just like that statue. A flash of lightning struck as the guy continued to stand menacingly above, saying, when the storm comes, 100 ghosts will rise. At that time, you better guard this crumbling temple for me. Without a hint of fear, he defiantly opened his eyes wide, glaring at them. The ghostly figures charged at him like hungry wolves, and Daiho took a fighting stance. You swing your sword with determination, ruthlessly taking down the demons. Daiho's eyes blaze with fierce energy as you strike. Suddenly, you flash a wicked grin, just as expected. This trial won to leave a martial artist defenseless against 100 demons. There is definitely some hidden equipment. With that thought, you charge into the fray, thunder cracking loudly in the sky. Daiho dances through the swarm of demons, swinging their sword wildly. Lu Chengyu, perched on the rooftop, watches with a smirk, clearly entertained. Inside this trial, the demons carry my aura, and yet a little martial artist dares to step out from the shrine's protection. What a fool! It seems this trial has attracted another idiot. The martial artists of today really can't compare to the past. Every time, I have to collect their remains myself. These demons keep attacking Daiho. Suddenly, one takes advantage of your moment of inattention and strikes from behind. But what skill is that? And who is judging? You dodge that surprise attack effortlessly. Even he can comprehend your level, exclaiming that the demons can't even get close to you. As the demon stands there confused, Daiho glances at his own hands, mumbling to himself that it seems in this spiritual world, the control panel automatically protects its owner, keeping you in a state where you can't be attacked. This is not just luck. Lu Chengyu observes that Daiho has nearly wiped out the demons in just a few moments. His eyes twitch. This kid can resist the trial's effects. How is he doing this? Daiho smirks back, saying it is nothing but hard-earned skill. The demons start to back off, a bit frightened. Lu Chengyu declares, in the presence of someone who has trained hard, if you can subdue the demons, I will certainly keep my word and pass on this legacy to you. But let us see if you can handle it first. You stand frozen in the pouring rain. The statue suddenly shatters, revealing a hidden object inside, containing mysterious glowing specks. Daiho steps onto the edge of the hidden object and looks down. He continues to explain. Inside this object lies the essence of the aura I condensed when I was alive. And the technique of the fleshly body is also beneath it. If you can refine it. Without waiting for Liu Chengyu to finish, Daiho jumps down without hesitation. Liu Chengyu is left speechless by your reckless attitude. Muttering a few phrases to ease his embarrassment. Okay. Not bad. A personality like this. It is something I have never seen before. In Liu Chengyu's memories, he once held the top spot on the server during its peak. A heroic figure who ventured through an S-tier secret realm. All thanks to the fleshly body technique. He died because of it. As age caught up with him and his blood began to weaken, the spirits he had suppressed in his body began to rebel against him. The inner fire turned demonic, even harming those around him. To avoid making any more mistakes, he could only end his own life. And before he died, Liu Chengyu fused the aura of the spirits with the martial arts and poured it into this statue as a vessel. Even though there is 100 years gap in time, the energy in the martial realm has diminished a lot. But it is still not something a small martial artist can handle. If Daiho can harness this energy on the path of body and soul cultivation, he will surely surpass himself. In the monitoring room, Liu Than Truck and Tan Lam were present, and she suddenly widened her eyes in shock. She quickly asked Tan Lam, "What is going on?" On the screen, it looks like Daiho is in pain and struggling. In the observation room, Liu Than Truck and Tan Lam kept their eyes glued to the screen. She stared intensely, her anxiety rising as she said, "Just a moment ago, Daiho was sound asleep, with a smug smile on his face. It was as if he was dreaming of something joyful. But now he is suddenly convulsing and bleeding everywhere." Tan Lam calmly took a drag from his cigarette and explained. This third-level mysterious martial technique was something Grandpa stumbled upon in his old age. He had tried to cultivate it, but to his surprise, with his current cultivation level, he was directly rejected by the martial energy in the statue. He even suffered internal injuries. And since then, no one has been able to successfully cultivate this technique. If this is indeed extraordinary power, then obtaining it surely is not something an ordinary person can handle. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. If Daiho has chosen to accept the power of this technique, then Daiho in the secret chamber has awakened and even stretched and yawned a few times. This action was fully captured by the two in the monitoring room, leaving Liu Than Truck speechless. Daiho's training does not seem as easy as you said, Tanem said, at a loss for words. In the secret chamber, Daiho bowed respectfully before the statue and said, "Thank you, Senior, for imparting your skills." The true form in the statue responded, "Good. You are the most talented person I have ever met. Maybe you can uncover the truth of this secret realm. Something none of us seniors has been able to do. Now it is up to the likes of you. Who would have thought you would turn around and smugly say, 'Senior, you are mistaken. I am just a newbie here.'" Daiho chuckled proudly, his body surrounded by an overwhelming force. He cracked his knuckles and said, "With blood and flesh, I am like a demon. Even though my stats have not increased one bit, mastering the mysterious technique at least doubles my combat strategy." Outside, the two were rushing in, with Liu Than Truck asking, "Daiho, have you mastered it?" He confidently raised his hand and said, "Yep, I have got it down." She could not believe her eyes and gasped, "How is that even possible?" Even with Than Truck's talent, mastering a mysterious technique in the martial space would take a whole week. "How long did you take?" "Daiho, just 1 hour." "Seriously? You just took a nap and learned it?" Liu Than Truck silently admired Daiho's relaxed demeanor, thinking, "People call me a genius, but the real genius is right here." He confidently bragged, "Looks like you two do not believe me. Let me show you." With just a flex, an immense power enveloped the entire space. This is the energy I have comprehended from the martial world. If I had to explain it, it is like a ghostly side effect in a game, empowering your weapon and drastically boosting its damage. With that, Daiho swung his fist, his muscular arm radiating destructive power, even crackling with sparks. Then Trekkie seemed mesmerized, lost in thought, waves of energy crashing around her. It felt like she could hear a sinister wail. Probably the ominous aura Daiho was talking about. Witnessing that terrifying power, Tan Lam felt rejuvenated, her hand caressing her cheek seductively as she said, "Daiho, you really are something." Daiho thought she was acting a bit too much, his lips twitching as he silently mused. "Lady, your daughter is still standing right here. Can you tone it down a bit? I do not want to earn the title of Prime Minister just yet." Than Truck then asked, "Daiho, since you have mastered one of the mysterious martial arts, do you want to learn the other two? You still have 1 day to do it." She blushed, embarrassed but smiling, while Tan Lam stood aside, face-palming in disappointment, thinking, "Oh dear, is my daughter really this clueless?" She says she does not want to be with Daiho. Yet here she is, handing over her family legacy to him, even though it was an investment and Daiho was mentally prepared to accept him as a precious son-in-law. He could not just hand over the entire family fortune at once. He bluntly refused. No thanks. Then truck. One mysterious martial art is already a lot for me to handle. I won't learn any more martial arts. On. I'm a bit tired. And I have some things to take care of at home. He rubbed his chin in agreement and called for his daughter. All right then. Then truck. See Daiho home. I heard from the butler that you took the public bike here. Can you drive? Pick a bike. It will be more convenient for you. As he heard this, he remembered meeting a street kid on a motorcycle who teased him for being poor when he first arrived. Daiho felt a bit annoyed. A motorcycle. Oh right. I just saw a pretty cool guy on one earlier, super slick and stylish. He casually asked. Aunt. Do you have a motorcycle? Tanlam replied. You like motorcycles? Daiho, like a son who can tease his mother's worries. I will gift you my most precious one. Outside Tanlam's estate, Kite was wandering around, mumbling to himself. Hearing the butler say that his mom had invited another loser home. Let us see who this character is. My sister is both talented and beautiful, a rare gem in city. Not just anyone gets to enjoy that. Suddenly, he thought of Daiho. Angrily muttering, that kid on the public bike earlier was so annoying. He scared my sister into running off. I would better not run into him again. Just then, a motorcycle zipped past Kit. His face twisted in disbelief as he stammered. Wasn't that the kid on the bike just now? And he is riding my motorcycle. Furious, Daiho finally got home and left the motorcycle outside. He quickly prepared dinner, which consisted of just a bowl of ghostly mush and a dipping sauce. Last time, the ghostly mush was tasteless. Daiho triumphantly picked up the chopsticks, eager as he said, this time, let us add some soul sauce for flavor. He picked up a piece of ghostly stone soaked in the sauce and popped it into his mouth. Starting with a vibrant green one, the sound of the summoning bell rang out. The system appeared. Composite physique 23.8. Sample monster Fury Colossus. Compatibility 21%. Sample monster Super Giant. Compatibility 85%. Points available for distribution. His body was now overflowing with energy. Daiho muttered while reading the system panel. The attribute table is up. Points can be allocated now. Last time in the hidden realm of the common tree, he used the sample monster Super Giant, standing about 50 meters tall. While it could be considered gigantic compared to ordinary beasts, it was still tiny compared to the mystical spirits in the hidden realm that were as big as mountains. He was still unsatisfied. Pressed the button and said, it needs to be bigger. Put all the points into the giant sample. Then he grabbed a dripping wet magic core and said, let us add another golden core from the level 2 demon. His entire body was engulfed in immense power, even radiating it outward. The system panel displayed again. Fury Colossus. Absorbing genetic strands from a special plant creature. Undergoing a unique mutation. The system asked, host, do you wish to stop the mutation process? His eyes widened in shock. Mutation. Daiho returned to a normal state. Stroked his chin and mumbled. Mutation means it will become a monster with different attributes. If it is beneficial, great. But if it is a disadvantage, is basically reverse evolution. After a moment of hesitation, he decided, but too much is still too much. Let us take a risk, from a bicycle to a motorcycle, and press the Y button. The system panel displayed. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked this level variant monster. Immediately, a gigantic creature appeared. He was stunned, eyes wide as he gazed up at the enormous monster before him. The system panel flashed another notification. When the Fury Colossus reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance for class evolution into a spirit pillar. Fury Colossus. The Fury Colossus looked extremely fierce. Reading the information, he laughed joyfully, clenching his fists and mumbling to himself, Spirit Pillar Fury Colossus. Just hearing that sounds powerful. But I need the current sample to hit 100%. I have to upgrade quickly. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed outside, and Daiho curiously looked out the window. He furrowed his brows, wondering, what the heck is going on? Are we under attack? Outside, police sirens wailed, blocking off all exits, making sure they would not escape. Find them. Don't miss a single corner. Inside, Daiho could hear the commotion outside. He rolled his eyes back and thought, the original owner had such a weird personality. No friends would visit at this hour, and I have not ordered any food or packages. So who is out there? A woman suddenly appeared and jumped through Daiho at her ass window. She was Daiho. He shot her a sharp glance and asked, do you even know who I am? Sister. Daiho looked down on him and replied, Seems like this guy is not an ordinary martial artist. Through the mask, she looked at Daiho with a knowing gaze. Yaoi said. At first, my sister just meant to hide something here. It was just a memory alteration for you. But since you discovered it, you will have to deal with it. Just do not try to run away. Daiho was so fed up that he did not even want to look back, staring at his shadow and thinking. Whatever. I have saved up enough for another house anyway. She did not get what he was saying and asked. What did you say? Daiho transformed into a fierce dragon, pointing at her and declaring. I said you are dead. Outside, a man was fighting with the police. Several officers were trying to subdue him, and he was starting to slip up time to take him down. Chumiya smirked confidently and said, Dai, you definitely need to bring that golden gene out. Chuungia, we'll draw the fire for you. His shadow yelled, come at me. My life is worth trading for yours. Blood forbidden technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of strange power erupted from Chuungia, and at that moment, another wave of green energy shot down towards him. Just when he was pretending to be tough, Chumiya was startled and dodged. Was there another enemy? As the dust settled, it turned out to be Dian and Mei, crawling back up. Chuungia, surprised, asked, Dian, your nano armor is supposed to be white. Right, why is it black as coal now? Girl, I have risked everything to pull this off, hoping you would manage to get out. And now you have messed something up. I quickly signaled him with her eyes. Chuungia, I have hidden our stuff. We need to retreat. Those two created a smoke screen to blind the police and vanished. The manhole cover nearby shifted slightly, and in an old, abandoned building, the two had escaped here. Dying, exhausted, finally shook off the police. Chumiya marveled. As expected from nano armor, it recovered so fast after that hard impact. A pair of feet was slowly approaching them. Even the wall spoke. Gorgeous. You have not explained why you barged into my house yet. Turned out it was Daiho. You chased me all the way here like a ghost. You must have realized something serious by now. Starting to pick a random lucky neighbor. Who knew you would run into us? Breaking into a civilian's home deserves a fitting reward. Let us have some fun. Chumiya was furious. Demanding. How did you find us? His eyes were bloodshot. Daiho could sense that Dian Mai had nuclear radiation on her. Looking defiantly at them. If you can fight. Stop talking. He channeled his strength into his arm, ready to take him down. Daiho taunted. Just what I need. Someone to test the durability of my prison body. Chumiya was terrified and raised his hands defensively, thinking to himself, this is bad. Daiho charged it, delivering a direct attack with his fist. With just one move, Chumiya's eyes widened as he spat out blood. Daiho aimed precisely, landing a punch straight into his gut. With just a flick of his wrist, Chumiya was sent flying. Dian and Mei gasped in shock. Stammering. Your martial arts are incredible. Little bro. Who did you learn this from? Chuungia fainted on the spot, while Daiho remained unfazed, smiling mischievously and replied, I learned from the devil himself. At that moment, Chumiya woke up, truly not realizing how serious the situation was, still arrogantly saying, Kid, do not get cocky. Daiho shot him a cold glare. Suddenly, he transformed into a beast, revealing that Chuungia also had a monster form, with a gigantic rhinoceros roaring wildly behind him. Proudly, he declared, I am a level 6 martial artist, not someone a kid like you can control. His true form is that of a rhinoceros. And when those legs stomped, the ground cracked in two. At this moment, he had completely mutated, spikes sprouting all over his body as he lunged at Daiho, unleashing his 5-element martial arts. Daiho was thrilled by his transformation, smiling widely, saying, now this is what I am talking about. Behind him, Duan Mei had also activated her stealth ability to ambush Daiho, thinking smugly to herself, that kid never saw my nano armor coming. I am the real attacker here. Just when it seemed she was about to succeed, Daiho simply raised his hand, unleashing a force that knocked Duan Mei out cold, saying in a deep voice, stop getting in my way. Daiho slammed her straight into the wall behind them, leaving only one opponent standing. Proudly, he realized that Daiho had defeated Duan Mei with just one arm, and he angrily scolded her. Useless Duan Mei. Even your ambush failed. Regaining his confidence, he tightened his fists and charged at Daiho, thinking he had to rely on himself. Daiho remained calm, smiling as if he had been waiting for this moment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He blocked his attack with just one arm, an overwhelming power radiating from him. Daiho's eyes widened in shock, realizing that his defenses had increased significantly. Chuckling arrogantly, he said, Kid, my true form as a rhinoceros beast can withstand even tank fire. What do you plan to break through with? My defenses are not just strong, But my offensive power has skyrocketed too. He swung his rhino horn as if he wanted to pierce through Daiho, who desperately tried to dodge. A loud explosion echoed as he shouted, "Go meet your ancestors," in the abandoned building. Several areas had caved in from their battle. He arrogantly declared, "Little demon. No matter how proud you are, you won't survive even one hit against me." Just as he finished speaking, he looked around and could not see Daiho anywhere. Panicking and asking himself, where did he go? He turned back to search for him, not believing that Daiho could still escape after that punch. Suddenly, Daiho's true form appeared, towering over him, causing the ground to tremble just by standing up. He gasped in shock. What on earth is this? He began to feel fear, mouth agape in disbelief. Is this a beast? Where did he come from? Could it be that little demon transformed into this? A massive hand flew towards him like a rocket. The hand slammed down, shattering the ground. But he managed to jump up, narrowly escaping disaster. But he was just an ant. Daiho was already preparing to bring another hand down. His devastating attack sent dirt flying everywhere. Daiho raised one arm high, gathering energy for a massive shockwave. He aimed right at Chudna and unleashed a flurry of punches. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, announcing, host status, supergiant humanoid form, synthetic physique 23.8294. At that moment, Du Mei finally regained consciousness, cradling her injured body. Seeing Daiho's form, she stammered in disbelief. I really am an idiot. Why did I ever think I could provoke this monster? Du Mei scanned the surrounding terrain, calculating the best escape route, thinking to herself that if things kept going this way, Chuana would be dead soon. There was no way to run, only a single chance to get away. She leaped onto the roof of a nearby building, a glowing red thread clenched in her mouth, and dove down. She used the strange thread to bind Defeha. And Du Mei shouted, "This is a particle strand from a nano suit, strong enough to cut through high-grade synthetic metals." She flew around him, wrapping the thread tighter, and Du Mei shouted again. Even though he had transformed into a powerful being through some genetic technique, his physical weaknesses were still there. Yet, the thread was enough to sever Ha's head from his body. She landed lightly, the head rolling right in front of Du Mei, and she quickly retracted the thread, thinking she had defeated Diasa. She let out a sigh of relief. Was it really a success? But life is not a dream. That head was still moving. Daiho opened his mouth, preparing to unleash a power attack on her. Du Mei trembled in fear. Stuttering. Monster. All she could see was a massive surge of energy ripping through the building, and the last image burned into her memory was an endless beam of blue light. Smoke and dust filled the air, taking a while to clear. Daiho returned to his normal form, still smoking. As he walked forward, taking his time, Daiho approached Chuanga, who was lying there, barely alive. With a look of disdain, he said, "Your turn." Chuanga, drenched in blood, struggled to whisper, "That monster." Daiho looked at him with his glowing demonic eyes. The one who kills is prepared to be killed. This is only fair. Chuanga bowed his head before him. Suddenly, outside, there were flashing lights and the sounds of police sirens. He knew he could not escape. He said, "If I have to die early like this, I will drag you down with me." Du Mei, the woman you just killed, hid something in your room called the Golden Gene. His face was now grotesquely twisted. He screamed frantically. "Now it belongs to you. You will face endless pursuit, hiding and running. I will be waiting for you in hell." Daiho, disgusted by his rambling, kicked Chuanga hard, sending him into the depths of despair. He added, "You talk too much." He noticed the police were nearby, mumbling to himself, "The police are here. I need to deal with the bodies quickly." Looking at the wreckage he caused, Zia said, "I might have gone a bit overboard this time." Arriving back at his apartment, it was already midnight. He sat on the bed, scrolling through his phone. "Aunt Tinten, how did the police questioning go?" The voice on the phone replied, "Nothing much. But Dia, things have not been calm lately. You should lay low and wait until you get to Ho-Ichu University." He immediately replied, "Don't worry. Aunt Tinten, you know me? I am a good kid." The person replied, "That is good to hear." He stood up, tossed his phone aside, and sighed in relief, glad he had checked in with Aunt Ten first. Otherwise, with my easily recognizable energy blast, the police would definitely trace it back to me. Just as Chuana said, Du Mei really did hide the gene tube in my room. Daiho held it up, examining it closely. This must be the golden gene those two were talking about. The tube had the symbol of a large creature on it, and he recognized it from the Prometheus files that someone from Ho-Ichu had given him. This is the symbol of the biotech giant, a major player in the biotechnology field. Daiho thinks back to the two guys from earlier, and starts to piece together the reason they must have stolen this from the biotech giant. And while trying to escape, they ran into all kinds of trouble, thinking about his devious side. He guesses that based on what he heard from him, this thing was basically tossed to him. Daiho looks out the window, which now has a huge hole from the damage he caused. Daiho slips his hands into his pockets. Calculating, it looks like it is time to move. Tonight, he will just find a hotel to crash in. In the B-level secret realm, deep within the Swan Lake, a girl stands atop a wolf, asking how things are going on his side. The man replies, "It is all right. Managed to grab a bit." Suddenly, a loud crash draws everyone's attention. The girl gasps and shouts, "Oh no. Captain, look over there." They hear her and turn to see a massive beast appearing in the distance. Following it is a pack of terrifying beasts charging forward. Waves of them come rushing in like a storm, and among them is an incredibly huge beast. This guy is a tier 5 dominator beast, the Blood Black Diamond. People scatter in panic, urging each other to hurry and report to the military. There is a tier 5 dominator beast leading a large beast wave. They worry frantically, and city can't withstand this alone. They need the nation to send in martial artists, either masters or grandmasters, for backup. Damn it. High-tier beasts rarely leave their territory, especially not to the areas where lower-tier beasts roam. Why is this happening? The beast stares ahead with a horrifying expression. Suddenly, its eyes blaze red, unleashing an immense surge of energy. Large rocks start plummeting down, and everyone panics, fleeing while crying for help. In this emergency, a tier 5 dominator beast has appeared in the Swan Lake secret realm, and the beast wave is spreading. A man, trembling in fear, shouts for help, but a giant rock crashes down on him. The man is crushed under the rock, and in response, mechanical sounds echo back. "We have received the alert about the Dominator's breach. Please respond. Please respond." The beast rises up, towering and terrifying. The beast roars loudly, its voice deafening, as a huge black hole opens up in the sky. In the city, panic spreads as the announcement blares. Large beasts from the B-level secret realm of Swan Lake and city are about to attack, sending the citizens into a frenzy. The military quickly assembles, and the loudspeaker announces that they expect to breach in city in 20 minutes. The army is already deployed to the front lines to counter the beast wave. The loudspeaker booms, calling all martial artists in city to come for assistance. Every martial artist, report for duty. At the train station, the crowd is in chaos as people shout, "Please do not push. Maintain order." A small child is held high amidst loud cries. The beast wave is attacking. Right now, only children and students are allowed on the train. Children are the hope for the future. If city falls, we must ensure the future of city gets away safe. In the mayor's office, two people sit in front of a computer, discussing. "I need you to request assistance from other cities. Which cities have agreed to send troops?" The woman replies, "Mayor, this time it is not just Nthan facing giant beasts invading, but warnings about beast incursions are popping up all over the country. Right now, they are more worried about their own skin." The woman pointed to her iPad and continued, "Cities that have not faced beast incursions are saying they need to build defensive strategies, just in case the monsters come knocking." The worried mayor asked, "What did have you say? Can the master-level fighters we requested for assistance actually come? Even just one would help." He leaned back in his chair, lamenting that a secret realm of levels has appeared in Kwangsen City next to Mado, and all the fighters from the capital must head there to stop the emergence of this level S realm. The mayor furrowed his brow, saying, "We do not have time to waste. The battle to protect city has already begun. We will just have to rely on ourselves." The scene shifts to the courtyard of the government office, where two men are training hard. Daiho threw a punch at his opponent, who staggered back from the impact. Daiho looked at him and teased, "Well done. You actually managed to take one of my hits." So Chichu wiped the sweat off his brow and asked, "How long have you been practicing the mystical martial arts?" Daiho stretched and replied, "About a month now. It is going okay. But what about you?" "I feel like in just a month, you have fallen behind a lot." So Chu explained, "It is not that I have fallen behind too much. It is just that you got ridiculously strong." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, and So Chu looked up, yelling, "City is in trouble. This is a warning for beast invasion." A voice from the phone announced, "All students at City University have priority to evacuate. Students should head to City Airport to catch flights B521 and B753, or to the City high-speed train station for train of 42,317 to leave as quickly as possible." So Chu spoke up, "It is an evacuation message." Daiho asked him, "You are not seriously thinking about leaving, are you?" So Chu lowered his eyes and replied, "I would prefer to stay, but with your talent, it is best you get out of here." Daiho quickly waved his hands, grinning and saying, You talk too much. How come I did not notice you were such a worrywart before? If you do not leave, just one word will sum it up dead. The scene shifts back inside the mansion, where Lo Than Trek excitedly tells her mother, I want to join the fight against the beasts. Atun Lam asks her daughter, how confident are you about surviving and coming back? She added, there are about 30,000 martial artists in the city, plus some retired and volunteer fighters, bringing the total to around 50,000. Facing the beasts is like a tiny boat caught in a tsunami. Once it hit, there is no chance of survival in the sea of beasts. Tun Lam frowned and continued, that overlord-level beast is not something in city can handle right now. Only masters have a slim chance of confronting it. Than Trek's. Your life is not just yours. It is tied to the entire family. Lu Than Trek fell silent, turned to leave, but not before responding to her mother. If the Marshall family can fight against the beasts, then it might as well not exist anymore. With that, Lu Than Trek stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Tun Lam lit a cigarette and spoke to the person behind her. Aunt Hong. We need to get out of N City. Aunt Hong asked, what about that boy? Daiho. Tan Lam calmly sent a message to him, leaving the choice up to him. The scene shifted to the secret realm of Swan Lake, where people gathered in droves, their chatter buzzing like bees. Old man. You are 60 years old, what are you doing here having fun? Why are not you leading your granddaughter away yet? If that old could, Trung, can make it here, then I, with my healthy limbs, should be able to come too. Right. Truong's heavy cane thudded as he spoke. Who would have thought that after 30 years, we would find ourselves on the same front line, battling the wave of beast invasions? Old man Tran stood tall, sword in hand, ready to answer. That is right. 30 years ago. You lost that leg during the last beast invasion. Trung. Just wait until we fend off this new wave. Are you still planning to go visit your son and live off him? He is living in the bustling city of Kim. And you, a country bumpkin. We'll just get laughed at, he replied. Not anymore. I am staying in N City, playing chess with this lussy player like you. I was born in this city, and I will die here too. With that, they all charged forward together at the entrance of the secret realm of Swan Lake. Hundreds of cannons lined up, everything meticulously prepared, and the sound of urging voices echoed continuously. We are the last line of defense for N City, and we must guard it strictly. No beast must slip into the city. The collective shout rang out. The mayor stood in front and shouted, 60% of N City's army, along with high-level martial artists from master level and above, have entered the secret realm. They are called the Vanguard, and they have one mission, to gather basic intel on this beast wave, and to probe the strength of the Lord-level beasts, maybe even the overlords in there, and then survive to bring the information back. Suddenly, he jolted. Looking ahead as a wounded man staggered toward him, the mayor rushed over, yelling for medical staff and emergency help. The man collapsed, struggling to speak. Mayor. With all his strength, he pulled out a used drive and gasped. This USP contains all the intel that the Vanguard team gathered. The mayor anxiously asked, where are the others? The man looked up and uttered two words that left him speechless. They are dead. The man cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. They all died, crushed by the beasts. Not even their bodies could be recovered. His bloodshot eyes yelled, we must be careful of that bloodthirsty hollow demon. It tricked us? Otherwise, at least a few thousand of us could be made it out alive. From the black hole, countless sharp rocks came crashing down. Something pierced through the building accompanied by a deafening scream. Danger. Some strange things emerged on the ground. The mayor thought hard was its target, the landmines set under the building. Explosive blasts erupted one after another, mixed with his shouts. Its goal was to detonate the landmines and destroy the defensive structures being built. The cannons fired back, the mayor's furious shouts blending in. Damn it. It is an attack from the secret realm. The armor division wasted no time, aiming straight at the fissure in the secret realm and unleashing a barrage. Before him, a horrific explosion erupted. The mayor furrowed his brow and clenched his fists. Speaking up. There is no way those beasts know how to strategize like humans. They are just mindless monsters. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. These filthy creatures. From the black hole, another wave of rocks began to rain down, accompanied by a loud shout. It is the second wave of attacks. And this time, the number of beasts surged. A machine charged forward while a few soldiers cautiously advanced. A wild beast suddenly appeared, and a soldier yelled, watch out. The enemy is attacking. But before he could finish, the creature lunged and took his head clean off. One after another, more beasts emerged, and everyone scrambled to hold them back. The mayor stretched out his hand, shouting desperately, those rocks are being used as launch pads for the beasts. They are coming out of the rifts through those stone columns. They are being unleashed right into our rear lines to cause chaos. Damn it. We can't let those rocks fall. Block those rocks at all costs. The wild beast reared back. And another one chimed in. We are almost there. Humanity has run out of resistance. It roared loudly and charged forward. Warriors. Crush that ground for me. A horde of monsters surged towards the north, with explosions echoing in rapid succession. The scene was complete chaos. With a massive foot stomping down, Daiho casually shoved his hands into his pockets. Thinking. After today, who knows what Enthan will become? He cast a wistful glance below, feeling a strange attachment to Enthan. Even though he had only been here for a few months, I can't let these monsters ruin the peaceful days I have fought so hard to achieve. He resolved. Quickly, he dove down, revealing a suit of armor. Time to unleash hell. He shouted. As smoke began to rise throughout the city, a guy beside him praised. Hey. You are really something. You have taken out 5 beasts already. The one being praised puffed up with pride. Come on. Too much flattery. Meanwhile, a young lord stepped on a monster and scoffed. You have only killed a few low-level beasts, and you are already bragging. Is that really all you have got? The title of number 1 in Enthan's trio is a bit overrated, the guy said angrily, clenching his fists. Just then, a voice called out. Interrupting their banter, Suchu appeared, holding a spirit stone. Someone questioned. Suchu. That green monster core in your hands, you took down a 3-tailed beast by yourself. Suchu did not miss a beat, replying. Didn't he expect to find you guys here? As everyone hurriedly withdrew, he squinted and continued. Our parents are martial artists, fighting against the beasts here. As their children, how can we just run away? Suddenly, Lahoin pointed upward and shouted. Watch out. There is a tank speeding towards us. The scene was pure chaos, as a tank was hurled down amidst the curses. What the hell? Who threw that tank? A hand pulled out a sword, and Suchu unsheathed his sword, slashing. And the tank was sent flying, the young lord gasped. That shape. It is the first lord-level beast to break free from the rift. Why is it all the way back here? Faced with the colossal creature, they braced themselves. Stay calm. It is not a lord-level beast. Its size and pressure are different. The beast's claw crashed down as Sachikhu gritted his teeth, thinking it was dangerous. A massive beam of light shattered everything, and something attacked the monster, sending it crashing down. It reached out, trying to snatch something, while Dithausa stood boldly on its mouth, raising his hand. He pointed his gun into its mouth, grinning wickedly. It is time to get that mouth cleaned up, the wild creature roared angrily, and Diafra held its fangs with his hands. He pried its mouth open, peering inside and gasping. It is 5th. How many people has it eaten? Dihar raised his hand and conjured a water balloon. He exclaimed. I need to wash you up real good. Daiho sent that water balloon flying through the beast's mouth. Lahain, standing behind Zachu, said, while the monster is busy fighting itself. We should make a quick exit. Zachu reassured. Don't panic. That is Ditawa. He stammered. Dithaha. That little monster mouth-washing dude is Dithaha. Zachu looked at him standing in front and said, That is right. With him here, maybe we can survive this ordeal. Dithaha chuckled, turning back to say, As a Chiyu, I am leaving this to you guys. I will head to a different spot. With that, he took a leap and soared off, standing high above and observing for a while. Closing his eyes, Dia focused, thinking about where the monsters were gathering the most. He quickly realized. Found it. Below, a giant elephant was rampaging through the area. The soldiers tossed aside their guns. They were useless against this beast, reloading as fast as they could. The others quickly discarded their guns and put on some armor. A group of warriors, all wielding swords, charged forward in unison. But shockingly, all of them met their end on the beast's sharp tusks. Its feet stomped down. Who knows how many lives it took? The soldiers looked worried, shouting, Captain, we need to get out of here. We can hold this position. We are just ordinary soldiers. We can fight off these monsters. Yet someone refused to give up and stood their ground. He swung his sword, striking at the little beast in front of him, his eyes filled with determination. He shouted, We are soldiers, even if we die. We will hold out until the martial artists arrive. Suddenly, fiery red flames appeared around them. Someone wondered, What the hell is this? Could it be that the martial artists are here? With a crash, it collapsed to the ground, lying still, while the other beasts started howling in response. A loud roar echoed. The martial artist has arrived. Dia quickly wiped his sweat from above. A beam of light shot down through the clouds. The other battle zones were also on the verge of collapse. A man wondered, watching the monsters scatter in panic. The beasts are running away. It seems they want to flee to another place. A woman behind spoke up. It is Dia, the top student from Manhwa. He has entered the battlefield. And the beasts from all around seem to be surrounding him. The man turned with determination, saying, "We can let a end up like LVVSES group. Slaughtered by these beasts. We need to help him. He is still just a kid. Our hope for Manhwa." Then he stepped forward, raising his voice. "Let us ambush the beasts and protect the top student." The monster had barely opened its mouth when its skull was blown off. The man with spiked hair shouted immediately, "Be careful. A soldier-level beast has set its sights on Dia. Protect him. Everyone's fighting with everything they have got. Damn it. If you want to kill the top student of our city and then, you better step over my dead body first." Someone shouted, "Kill. We are saved." While the city was erupting around them, their voices echoing, people feeling victorious. "And all you filthy beasts can just crawl back to hell. Just hold on a bit longer. Our top student will be here any second. No need to wait for him. Our stronghold is being destroyed right before our eyes. Drive every last one of these beasts out. Do not let a single one escape. You old geezers are embarrassing us even more than a high school student." Suddenly, a monster resembling a dinosaur stomped in, its eyes glowing with a terrifying light. The dinosaur charged and smashed into the barrier wall in front of it. That wall is the Divine Earth Barrier. Standing tall in the middle of the city, the mayor floated in mid-air, raising his hands to chant. Knowing this barrier can only contain a portion of the beasts. To wipe them all out, we need to take down their leader. However, the Divine Earth Barrier could not stop a few monsters that were trying to sneak out. An ugly beast with ragged fur took to the skies aggressively. The mayor did not waste words. He clasped his hands and formed a seal. A blinding golden light burst forth from the seal, revealing the beast's massive wingspan. A truly unequal battle in terms of size. His gaze shifted behind him, just as he dodged a watermelon rind. He found himself face to face with an even more terrifying monster. The mayor's expression hardened, fearlessly thinking to himself, a mountain titan. A level 4 beast lord. Suddenly, it hit him. The blood-red banner of the beast lord has been raised. Looks like that monkey is not just sitting still. With that thought, the mayor gracefully landed on the Divine Earth Barrier. He infused energy into it, creating seismic shocks. The mountain stone sea technique. Those shocks distorted the space around them. Everything was thrown into chaos. The monster was covered in countless glowing eyes. This beast, resembling a centipede, looked up at the dazzling vortex created by the mayor as it slowly climbed higher. He asked, "Do you know why I have to use the earth attack that you are most familiar with?" The monster trembled in fear, seemingly realizing its grim fate. Streams of radiant liquid surged around the mayor as he continued. "It is to get closer to you. The mystic royal martial arts." The centipede monster had no way out after the attack. Facing the mountain-crushing strike, the colossal monster roared in pain as it was struck, shattering the windows of nearby buildings with the deafening sound. Countless shards of glass flew through the air, and the ground trembled just as violently. The monster's fury made the earth scream. The monster howled agonizingly. And at that moment, the city had lost its former appearance. The mayor felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he received intel about the mountain titan early, just in time to distance himself from the martial artists. Otherwise, who knows how many would have fallen. While wiping his brow, he revealed, "If all of you had entered and then, I might have been weaker than you by 3 parts. But you have only shown a fraction of yourselves, just a goat ready for slaughter." Behind him, more than a dozen arms sprouted, and the monster towered over him, every eye watching his every move. He weaved his arms through every thorn of the monster to climb up, its monstrous back towering like a jagged mountain. At this moment, the mayor had lost all strength and took to the skies to observe. As expected of the ruler of the earth element, he could still sprout crystal spikes from his own body. Behind him, a sinister gaze was quietly watching him. The mayor instantly felt a chill. There was an ambush. The blood diamond black beast stretched out its gigantic arm and snatched the mayor, as if he were a mere toy. The beast was radiating a deadly aura. Wondering what this tiny human was doing with its throne. At this moment, the mayor felt a mix of regret and astonishment. It was the blood diamond black beast hiding inside the crystal spikes. Its eyes widened in a bizarre glow. "And now, let me crush your skull and show you just how insignificant humanity is before me." As soon as it finished speaking, it hurled the mayor to the ground with a loud thud. In the city, the buildings were already scarred by the chaos of the sharp spikes. The blood diamond black beast shouted loudly, its hand still smoldering. Although it could evade the explosion in the blink of an eye, it had confirmed that there were no stronger warriors in this city. so it could kill without worry. The mayor crawled up from the pile of debris, looking utterly defeated, and fell silent. Then, he raised one hand to the sky, and in an instant, he regained his composure. A stream of light swirling around his body. His power summoned a dragon-shaped spirit, the wind howling like a storm. The blood diamond black beast, with its sharp-toothed grimace, sneered, believing that a human's resistance was utterly meaningless, just a way to delay their impending death. In the blood diamond black beast's mind, the image of humanity living in fear appeared. This battlefield was no longer a sacred ground. It had turned into a game that instilled terror and despair in humanity, and it eagerly awaited to see the desperate and fearful expressions of the strongest human. The more psychological attacks the beast launched, the more the mayor countered with physical blows. Though he took hits from scattered light shards, the blood diamond black beast remained unfazed. The beast bluntly criticized him, saying the speed was decent but the power was too weak. The mayor, undeterred, continued his assault. This time, the blood diamond black beast smugly noted that while the power was decent, the speed had dropped significantly. It quickly dashed through the ruins towards the mayor. The blood diamond black beast pressed its grotesque face close to him and shouted, "And kneel down. I do not like lower beings staring straight at me." The mayor only showed a hint of surprise, and seeing that expression made the beast furious, and it threw a punch. At this point, the beast was utterly baffled. The ground bore the marks of their scuffle, yet the mayor remained unharmed. That collision only sharpened his gaze. The blood diamond black beast was momentarily intimidated by the power. "Why were you not the least bit afraid?" Now it was the mayor's turn to strike. He placed his hand on the ground. "Beast, you think you are clever, but you are still mistaken. You are just a proud beast at the end of the day." The stream of light the mayor summoned instantly transformed into binding chains, wrapping around the blood diamond black beast, a forbidden human blood technique. At this moment, the beast regretted its actions too late. "You intentionally led me into your trap." A formation called the Earth Vein Seal in a once clear sky, now replaced by an endless tornado. The scene is apocalyptic. The blood-red black jade is being sucked into that whirlwind, and he wonders, "Is this your ace in the hole? You want to seal me underground? Humans are so naive." The blood-red black jade shifts to a threatening tone. "You can't keep me locked up forever. Just let your sand of words lull me for a moment, and I will burst out and tear apart everyone in this place." What a pity. The mayor has unleashed his last ace. But this is not an ace. It is a requiem. He lifts his shirt to reveal a star-shaped scar, his voice booming like a battle cry. It is the requiem of humanity, the epic song of courage. As soon as he finishes speaking, he punches the scar on his chest with all his might. The blood-red black jade looks confused. There is a hint of fear in his voice. "What do you want to do?" Even in his battered state, the mayor explains, "From the moment this war started, I buried in cities only tactical nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake. The activation device has been implanted in my heart. As long as my heart stops beating, the nuclear bomb will be triggered." Hearing this, the blood-red black jade is filled with despair. "What the hell? Are you threatening me? Who would bet their life on this? You think that scares me?" As blood continues to spill from the corner of his mouth, the mayor confesses, "I have never intended to go back since this all began. After all, I am the mayor of An City. My name is Hong Kine." In a public speech, he declared, "I am Hong, and I vow to give everything for An City and its people, even my life." The mayor begins to close his eyes. "Now I can say I have done it. Right." The light binds the lotus, mingling with the screams of the blood-red black jade. He has been sealed. The light simultaneously consumes the mayor's body. The light of hope engulfs the entire city area, triggering a massive explosion like a nuclear bomb. Seeing the message left by the mayor, the soldier feels a wave of emotion and tears up. Urgent announcement. All soldiers and martial artists immediately withdraw from the entrance of the Swan Lake secret realm. The nuclear strategy is about to be activated. Retreat immediately. The soldier can't contain himself. He is probably very touched. The soldiers salute one by one as a final goodbye to the mayor. The chief and the young spirit also take a moment of silence. Everyone stands at a distance, witnessing the heroic scene. A giant mushroom cloud suddenly rises in the sky like a tombstone. The martial artists who received the warning and withdrew from the nuclear explosion's impact area are filled with deep reverence. One could say this is a grand funeral. The explosion shakes the entire affected area. The blood-red black jade is burned to the bone, leaving behind a massive skeleton. From the void, a lure emerges, and this lure somehow channels energy to him. Each cell of the blood-red black jade regenerates. Muscle tissue wraps around his skeletal frame. Thus, the mayor's efforts go to waste. The blood-red black jade opens his fierce red eyes, staring deep into humanity's innermost heart. He slowly stands up, muttering, "I did not expect. I almost got outplayed by that lowly human." Regardless of his not fully healed body, the blood-red black jade screams, "I want to kill all the people in this city. I want them to die in the most brutal way possible." That guy limps with a partially crippled body. But first, he will head back to the abyss of sin, waiting for me to restore my blood energy before flattening this place. It is known that the abyss of sin is a hidden realm of the beast monsters, and a voice breaks the illusion of the blood-eyed black beast, asking where he wants to go in the moment when humanity hangs over the abyss. Daiho appears like a god. The blood-eyed black beast gapes in disbelief. This human. I remember. He is one of the biggest obstacles in this beast invasion, a terrifying human genius. Daiho only regrets not arriving at the right moment. Finally, he finds the guy. But it is frustrating to be a beat too late. He lunges forward, reaching out with an explosive energy fist. Unexpectedly, the blood-eyed black beast dodges and even awakens some power within himself. Daiho's eyes are fixed on him, filled with confusion and panic. The blood-eyed black beast is on the offensive. Thinking, stupid human genius. In a crucial battle like this, hiding behind and trying to act smart in front of me is the best chance to eliminate you. What he did not expect was Daiho's smile as he replied, "If you want to run, then my little giant core might not hit you. But now you are about to catch another one." The blood-eyed black beast is cornered, feeling utterly helpless. Damn these humans. Waves of shock surge in. The blue electric current surrounds him, leaving no escape. A ball appears in the chest of the blood-eyed black beast, about to explode from within him. Another massive explosion witnessed by the entire city. Everyone is in shock at the scene before them. Look, why is there another core exploding? What is happening over there? Could it be the emergency water left by the royal market? They thought wrong. It is truly the royal market. The pitiful appearance of the blood-eyed black beast emerges from the smoke. Even he feels desperate. Blood-eyed black beast. What a freak. A monster. Daiho transforms into a beast, showcasing the giant king's smite. The blood-eyed black beast questions indignantly, "How come you look more like a beast than I do? Normally, even a lord-level beast does not have the aura like yours." Daiho has completed his transformation, responding disdainfully, "I am nothing like that hairy monkey you are." At this point, Daiho's size is 1,000 times greater than the blood-eyed black beast. He crushes him effortlessly with a mere swipe. The blood-eyed black beast is left battered and bruised. Daihotes, do not run now. Little lord. While he unleashes a technique, the black lightning fist, the blood-eyed black beast gathers his last bit of strength to fight back. Damn it. Do not underestimate the lord. The two fists clearly are not evenly matched. A surge of electricity forms between them. The explosion shakes the sky. Daiho is a bit impressed. After all, he is a lord-level beast. Even severely injured, looking like a twig, he still has that ferocious aura. Even as an opponent, he still shows respect, under the form of a giant demon. My composite physique has exceeded 30 points. Yet I still can't overpower you in strength. I even got my arm injured by you. But it is not enough to make me take you seriously. The blood-eyed black beast lies on the ground, as if ready to give up everything. My full force attack has caused you so much damage. Yet you recover so quickly. Suddenly, he seems to come to his senses, mumbling, "I can fight this genius." The guy with the monkey tail is running away, muttering over and over, "Can't fight back, can't fight back, can't fight back." How can he escape? The monster right behind him is determined to cut off his chances of survival. You transform back into your human form, and you think to yourself, how could that filthy beast possibly deserve the mayor's life? Without wasting words, you unleash your attack, and the blood-soaked beast crumbles under the sound of your curse. You annoying human genius. At this moment, in a place full of ruins and devastation, the demon lord stands there and speaks. That monkey has buried itself underground pretending to be dead. Meanwhile, the monster inside the demon lord seriously discusses the situation. But pretending to be dead also means it is scared. Scared of being discovered. It has been severely injured like never before. This is the best chance to finish it off. The beast of the overlord level can hide its aura, making it undetectable. Suddenly, your expression shifts slightly as you worry. If we had found it sooner, the mayor would not have. Suddenly, the demon lord's foot glows, and the ground starts to ripple. You continue speaking, but right now, it is heavily wounded. Even if it has hiding abilities, it will still be affected. After all, just a weak signal of life is enough for me to sense it. The tension in the air is palpable. Inside the demon lord's body, you suddenly shout when you see something. "Found you, you damn monkey." The demon lord immediately blasts a beam of light, shooting straight and flinging that monkey into the air. That monkey, furious, glares with resentment. I was so close. I could almost feel the entrance to the abyss right nearby. If it were not for that damned human mayor setting a trap for me. Just then, it took another punch from the demon lord, which unleashed a blinding light straight down onto the monkey. You coldly declare, "This is the price you pay for daring to slander Mayor Huang. I will make you wish you were never born." The blood-soaked beast, though beaten and barely standing, still tries to resist, clutching a stone. "Do not even think about it, you filthy bugs." As he speaks, the stone in his hand is surrounded by power. "I will drain the last bit of energy from the demon core to pull you down to hell." Suddenly, the right arm of the blood-soaked beast bulges, surrounded by flickers of purple energy. He leaps high, angrily shouting at the demon lord. But you won't just stand there and take it. You command the demon lord to counterattack, launching a barrage of punches, flesh and blood flying. Two attacks collide, creating shockwaves in the air. But unexpectedly, the demon lord's arm is drenched in sweat. Blood sprays from the wound on the arm. The condition of the blood-soaked beast is not any better. He is sent flying far away. That strike injures you too, but you feel exhilarated after that desperate blow. Immediately, you signal the demon lord to deliver the finishing blow. There is no escape for you now. But just then, a wave of sound strikes you painfully, making you clutch your head. It hurts so much. It feels like all your thoughts are in chaos. This is a mental attack. You wonder, is there still a master around? At that moment, beneath the demon lord's feet, a golden arm reaches up. The blood bronze beast is not dead yet. It is still gasping for breath. Do not even think about running. Daiho looks at the large white masses at the joints of the demon's base, where monstrous arms sprout from the supergiant's frame. You can't control it anymore. Those arms are stuck tight. Your body can't move an inch. But in his eyes, a wild madness sparks. And suddenly he is engulfed in green flames. Do not think for a second that you can keep me imprisoned like this. Instantly, the flames spread across the demon's body, turning those arms to ashes. At that moment, the demon blazes like a raging fire in the sky. Feel the intense heat of this burning fury. While those arms are holding the demon down, the blood bronze beast is pushing towards the gate. He is almost there. But then he suddenly stops. The demon is charging at him like a monster from hell. The blood bronze beast panics, shouting, "Hurry up. That giant is right behind me. He is literally on fire. Run, run." The arms obey the command, stretching higher, and then they form a head accompanied by eerie cries. Pause. Taken aback by the sight, what the hell is that monster? Could it be another beast? A grotesque creature stands before him, filled with sheer power. Could it be a ruler as well? If his true form comes crashing down, I would probably be on my knees before the first blow. The entire city is shrouded in black smoke. Utterly destroyed, devoid of life, the monster charges forward, using its hands to widen its eyes, unleashing its power. The stronger the force, the more it erupts from its eyes and mouth, supported by the surrounding arms. Daiho is overwhelmed by the monstrous roar, his head throbbing. He clearly blocked out the sound from the giant. Yet that bizarre noise still cuts straight through to his brain. At that moment, he unleashes his full strength, growing taller, muscles bulging, as the air around him crackles and fills with white smoke. Daiho, filled with rage, vows revenge. How many lives have you taken? And now you think you can just leave in city, driven by vengeance. He widens his eyes, dreams of grandeur igniting within him. Daiho's hands surge with power, rays of light bursting forth. Suddenly, the glowing monster charges at him, filled with rage, unleashing all its might. Daiho quickly plants the core and is thrown back. He sticks out his tongue in triumph. "This is a special core from my homeland. Hope you enjoy it, you piece of trash." Inside the monster, beams of light start to erupt through the cracks, ready to explode. The monster howls in agony. Caught off guard, the monster explodes. And suddenly a powerful beam of light pierces through the thick black clouds in the sky. Everyone is bewildered, panicking. "Quick, look at that secret realm. It seems to have exploded. Why are these beasts suddenly going berserk? Could it be that the golden market has succeeded?" Everyone gathers their wits, determined not to waste the sacrifices made at the golden market. And city has been saved. At last, good triumphs over evil, and city regains its peace, free from the disturbances of beasts. Perhaps it is due to the remnants of the blood crystal finally being wiped out by the nuclear giant. The 7 beasts that once flooded into city through the hidden rift have started to dwindle. As if the other side has finally stopped invading city, the warriors of city began to hunt down the remaining beasts within the city. And this operation lasted a grueling day and night. Only when every last beast was exterminated did the exhausted fighters finally call it a day. So Chiyu, battered and bruised, still clutched his sword tightly, head bowed, as the last defense of city finally claimed victory. The cost was steep. Nearly 80% of the warriors and soldiers either sacrificed themselves or were gravely injured, while the once proud Athigan now lay in ruins, blackened and heavily damaged. Daiho lay motionless on the ground. But thankfully, he eventually regained consciousness. Struggling to sit up, his body felt paralyzed and drained. How long had he been asleep? Even though he had poured all the nuclear energy and his supergiant transformation into that explosion, this place was already saturated with nuclear radiation and the remnants of fission energy. As if he was recharging right where he ran out of steam, Daiho gazed into the distance, reflecting on the harrowing events he had just endured. This battle was truly arduous. Mayor Hong Kun had personally entered the fray, dealing a heavy blow to the blood crystal at the point of detonation. It was severely injured, allowing him to exploit the terrain of the nuclear explosion zone, continuously self-destructing until it finally perished before that woman could rescue the blood crystal. Despite the victory, Daiho felt a deep sense of regret. He bowed his head, lamenting that even though his monstrous form was immensely powerful, he rose with a fierce determination. If only he had enough time, he would surely stand atop the peak of combat prowess in a country. Like this time in the Hidden Rift incident. He had no more time to grow. He had no idea when his next form would emerge, and even then, it might not be a golden one. Merging with the Demon Pillar S form was the fastest way to become a peak powerhouse. So he had no choice but to speed up his collection of plant-type beast cores that had high compatibility with that form. He contemplated, evaluating the martial abilities of others, and the mystic martial arts. If his monstrous form could give him an edge in spatial combat, then he definitely needed to grasp the extraordinary martial artist system. Although the development time for the mystic martial arts was slower than the abilities from his form, the potential was tremendous. After all, this was the cultivation system of the high martial world. Even the heavens rejoiced at their victory, preserving in city. As dawn broke like a promise of a brighter tomorrow, Daiho gazed toward the distant sky. Perhaps his crossing into this world was to fulfill a mission of his own. The atmosphere of City, after being restored, radiated warmth and beauty. Everything seemed to return to its rightful path after days of gloom. A month after the disaster in City, Daiho sat on a bench in the park, casually scrolling through his phone. He intently reviewed news reports about the recent battle. This time, a total of 18 cities across the country had been attacked by the beasts. Among them, 12 cities had completely fallen. And in the city of Kwangsun, an S-grade hidden rift appeared, engulfing the entire city in an impenetrable gray mist. The National Martial Artist Organization of Zaa Long Tiarch dispatched 30 mystic warriors, along with 5 master-level powerhouses, led by Grand Mastery Sachin Mind, to investigate. This battle is being hailed as incredibly difficult. The invasion of these beasts is anything but ordinary. Even a level 5 secret realm has emerged. The strongest warrior of the Exia Kingdom, the National Guardian Vice Hongsheng, has been waiting at the secret realm but has not seen any teams of warriors break through. So he personally entered the city of Guangshan. And it was not until 8 hours later that Vice Hongsheng and 2 surviving masters emerged. Since then, the Xia Kingdom has classified Guangshan as the 11th life-threatening zone globally, confirming a staggering 180,000 lives lost. Upon hearing the urgent and dangerous news for humanity, the Demon Harmony was worried. Even the National Guardian warriors. Has the survival situation for humanity on Blue Star become this desperate? No way. I can't wait any longer. Seeing this, he immediately called Tan Lam. Aunt Tan, I need your help with something. Tan Lam, lounging in her luxurious villa, casually listened to the call from the Demon Harmony. She asked him if he wanted to learn the last 2 mysterious martial arts from Old Li. Tan Lam misunderstood, and upon hearing this, he burst out laughing. Is that how you see me? Aunt Tan. It is something else. I need your help to acquire some high-quality plant attribute magic crystals, preferably blue ones or even purple-level lord ones. Tan Lam noticed he was asking for a lot and started negotiating with the Demon Harmony. Plant-type magical beasts are already rare, and lord-level magic crystals are even more precious. You are really aiming high here. If you want that much, what are you willing to give up? He grinned like a kid who just discovered the ultimate secret. Every year, Hawadu University holds a secret realm exam for new students. I can team up with Liu Qingchu to help her snag first place, hitting Tan Lam right in the feels. She shot him a sharp, skeptical look. You are underestimating the geniuses from other provinces. You know, Qingju's strength has only been average at best in her years at the university. She has not even touched the top elite group. The Demon Harmony smirked. But Aunt Tan, is not it true that your only bet for resurrecting Liu is on me now? I can write you an I. If I do not get first place as a freshman, I will come work at Liu's place as a servant, taking care of you in your old age. After hearing that, Tan Lam tiptoed on the floor, laughing. Work as a servant. Ah, fine. I will help you out just this once. After that conversation, the scene shifts to the Central and City Hospital, in the inpatient area. The demon Harmony was there to visit someone. But unfortunately, a fan recognized him, and they quickly surrounded him, excitedly shouting, "Look, it is the demon Harmony. I heard you killed a ton of magical beasts in this secret realm. Can I be friends with you through the fan club? You are truly a top-tier warrior. We are all hurt like this. And you came out unscathed. I am your biggest fan. Can you sign for me?" Trying to escape the crowd, he could only decline. Thank you. He was taken aback by the unexpected attention. After breaking free from the fans, he headed to room 6, a double room for Zhou and Lakshuan. As soon as he walked in, instead of asking about the handsome guy in bed, Daiho burst out laughing. The bed was no longer occupied by the suave figure of So-cha. He was completely bandaged up like a mummy. With a teasing tone, Daiho remarked, "Isn't this the most handsome guy in Anthan? Look who is having a rough day," he said, knowing Daiho came to visit him in the hospital. "But what is with all that stuff in your hands? Did you get those from fans on the way here?" La Hoyan, in the bed next to him, waved at Daiho. "You are Daiho." Right, it had been ages since they last met, so Daiho felt a bit awkward and disoriented. "Who are you again?" La Hoyan reminded him of the past. "I am Allah, your first opponent in the promotion battle. Did you forget me that quickly?" Hearing that, Daiho broke into a cold sweat. Frowning, noticing his tension, La Hoyan tried to lighten the mood. "Don't you look at me like that. My leg still has not healed, and you are making it feel like I am on my last legs. I can perform limb restoration surgery. If that does not work, they can fit me with the latest combat prosthetics just released by the Academy." Contrary to that, Daiho felt a surge of respect for the young Lahayan, who lost a leg so young in order to protect Anthan. Truly admirable. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Daiho pulled out his phone from his leather pocket and declined the call. Lately, he has been bombarded with nuisance calls, and it was driving him nuts. He jumped at the loud voice coming from his phone speaker, barking, "Stop ignoring me. Just pick up the phone." Turns out it was the principal calling, his voice booming enough to be heard from a distance. Daiho could only grimace and cover one ear. "Daiho, why did you block a big shot from Hodu? Unblock him right now." "Got it. Principal." Moments later, a woman's voice came from the phone. "Hello. Daiho. I am Wangda, the head recruiter from Dedu University. I am calling to let you know that Hodu University will start classes a month early, in 3 days. A special train will come to pick you up. Do you have any requests?" Meanwhile, So-cha received a call too, but it was from a man. "Hello. So-cha. I am Teacher Liu, the recruiter from Hodu University." They both listened and acknowledged their assignments, while Lahoyan sat in the bed next to them, thinking how talented everyone was, all following the organization's arrangements. "Got it. I will definitely be on time. Thanks." Teacher Liu. In this 3-person hospital room, aside from me, everyone's a genius. Looks like I should not be in bed. Maybe I should be at the bottom of the bed. I need to take off. I have things to do, Daiho said seriously. Fast forward a few days later. At the site of the Swan Lake nuclear explosion, a massive mushroom cloud formed by the blast sent hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere. The sky around Swan Lake and several kilometers beyond was now covered in thick clouds, plunging the world below into an eternal night, with flashes of eerie green light shining through the clouds. Daiho had transformed into a completely different being, now towering with muscles and claws, his face cold and fierce. He unleashed his power, causing the surrounding smoke and mist to swirl chaotically. A spark flickered in Daiho's eyes as his entire personal information panel appeared before him. Infinite Monster Model. Keishia Ho. The synthetic body score is 27.4. The Berserk model's compatibility is at 38.9%. And the Supergiant integration stands at a whopping 90%. Alone and proud, Daiho stands amidst the smoke, contemplating the situation in this battle against the Blood Twin curse. The compatibility with the Berserk model has increased by another 1.5%, which is already a high figure, especially with the nuclear radiation and residual atomic energy here. This place is truly a training sanctuary. In just the last 3 days of training, the compatibility jumped by over 6 points, an incredible achievement. Daiho stomped down hard. But sadly, in an instant, he vanished like a flash of light. I have to go now. Transitioning to the scene at Anthun Station, the announcement rings out. Attention. Dear passengers. The train G6666 departing from the current station to Ho-Aiku Tai will leave in 5 minutes. Please proceed quickly to the platform if you have not checked your tickets. In the station, the figure of the steward stands with a suitcase in hand. Suddenly, he turns sharply. Sensing something, he is. A flash of light streaks across the sky as Daiho quickly darts down to where the steward is standing. He opens his eyes wide, sweat glistening on his face, and breathes a sigh of relief, saying, "I made it just in time." The people around him see Daiho and are all buzzing with excitement. That is Daiho. Oh my god. That pressure just now nearly scared me to death. I thought a high-level beast was showing up. It was terrifying. Seriously. Even high-level martial artists burning with blood and smoke alarms can't generate that kind of pressure. No wonder he is the pride of Anthun. The steward lowers his head. Understanding. He has gotten stronger again. Daiho feels a bit nostalgic about leaving this place. Anthun. It is time to say goodbye. He gazes over the entire city. The place where it all began for him, his first stop since crossing into this world. And the start of his journey. Just as he finishes his thought, the train arrives. Goodbye. Anthun. Daiho happily embarks on a new adventure in a different city. On Daiho, the train speeds along, carrying them both to Ho-zi. On board, the steward has something to ask Daiho. Daiho, can you be a little more honest with me? The steward crosses his arms seriously. On this train, it is mainly students from other provinces. Right. Not to mention, the carriage is built with the most advanced materials and structure, easily withstanding impacts of thousands of tons. But even so, the escorting martial artists on this train, whether hidden or in plain sight, surely number no less than 5. There might even be a master-level powerhouse on board. After all, the people on this train are the cream of the crop. The brightest talents from the entire student cohort of Akuf. Daiho feels smug thinking about this. He can sense and sniff out life forms. And while there are indeed some experts, there are no more than 5 who could withstand 3 of Daiho's moves. Suddenly, an alarm blares on the train, sending everyone into a panic. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Hojue train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. The emergency signal continues to blare. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Hojue train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. The professors and other faculty members are assessing the situation, advising the remaining students to evacuate the carriage quickly and absolutely avoid engaging with the enemy. A sense of unease settles over everyone. Confusion and worry grip them. No way. How could anyone dare to attack the Great Hode? Is this some kind of drill? Testing the skills of our new students? I doubt. Right now, the H is at its weakest. With the national-level martial artists injured and in seclusion, one of the 3 Grand Masters of the Hquch, Grandmaster Si Fanaman, has gone missing. Moreover, many masters and Huna V martial artists have perished in the surprise beast attack at Quansen and other cities. It is completely normal for the countries and powers once suppressed by Hquus to start rising again. So should we get off this train or what? Contrary to the anxious mood of everyone, Daiho leaned back, closed his eyes, and relaxed. Asufachu, confused, asked, "What are you thinking about?" Daiho, he replied. "Honestly, I have been overtraining these past few days. I was just about to take a quick nap to recover a bit." Daiho stood up again, his shoes hitting the floor hard. He smirked and said, "Let us go see what is going on." The train was still speeding along the tracks at high speed as Daiho opened the train car door. A blood-soaked figure appeared out of nowhere. He anxiously asked, "Classmate, hang in there. What is happening up ahead?" New student Kim Hein, covered in blood and terrified, said, "The enemy has taken the first 3 cars. They have a special field that can pull people into an independent space, making the battle's aftershocks not affect the outside. There are terrifying enemies chasing everyone. And the teachers, our martial arts guardians, have nearly all sacrificed themselves. They worked together to get me out of that field and told me to warn everyone to flee quickly. This is not a drill." After hearing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Worried. But the guy behind Daiho did not buy it. Demanding, "Where's the proof? If you say it is dangerous up ahead, you better back it up with evidence. The token the teachers gave you. Or the other injured people. Why is it only you who could get out? I have a friend in the front car. Their strength is enough to compete for the top spot among new students. I do not believe you could escape while they could not." Everyone behind him found this convincing and chimed in. "Makes sense. This lion head guy is right. Get out of the way. I want to go up front." Even though Kim Hein warned him to stop, he still wanted to risk it. He just stood there, trying to pull everyone back from going. But the stubborn guy ignored him and rushed forward. "Wait. I am telling the truth. It is really dangerous up ahead. Why won't you listen to me? Don't go looking for death." At that moment, Kim Hin noticed and asked, "Are you Daiho?" Daiho was surprised. He sensed something unusual about this classmate from the life field. Then replied,
Yep.
How do you know me? Chi Kim-heen explained how he knew Daiho. There is a girl named Liu Than Treki who showed me your picture. She asked me to tell you to escape at all costs. Hearing him mention Liu Than Treki shocked him. She asked you to tell me. Chi Kim-heen owed her a debt. Indeed. She got seriously injured trying to protect me. As he spoke, he began to cry. If they want to seek death, I can't stop them. But I must fulfill that girl's dying wish to keep you alive. Hearing this, Daiho was furious and punched him hard in the head. You are still alive. Not dead yet. Do not talk about dying. Asuchu asked from behind. Do you still want to go? Daiho helplessly replied. It is useless. I promised their parents. Daiho has Daiho and Chu Kim standing defiantly in front of him, blocking his way. No way. I can't let you pass. Daiho immediately shouts. With that messed up look of yours. How could you possibly have received the acceptance notice from Ho Do? Daiho, furious, calls out to Zhu Kao. He draws his power sword, threatening Chu Kim, but he insists on holding his ground. I am trying to save you guys here. Why are you being so unreasonable? If you do not agree, then you want to throw punches. My classmate Than Truck is way too polite for that. How could he even get along with these two rude guys? Chu Kim has crossed the line with Daiho, and he gives him a solid punch to the gut. Stop talking nonsense. Chu Kim can only clutch his aching stomach, his face pale, gasping out apologies. That really packed a punch. I clearly can't compete with you. Daiho still has a bit of humanity left, saying, sorry, but I am leaving this blood energy capsule for you. We are in a hurry. They sprint ahead. Zhu Chao. The path is dangerous. And they have arrived at building number 3. In front of Daiho stands a swirling door. This must be the entrance to the independent space that the new student mentioned. To confirm, he picks up a suitcase and tosses it through, testing the waters. Daiho throws it hard, and the suitcase flies right through the passage, but nothing happens. He starts piecing together the situation, formulating his theories. No reaction, not even a sound. He can't even sense the life force energy inside him. Many new students just went in here. It seems they all made it inside. This piques his curiosity, and Daiho and Zhu Kao jump right in. Intrigued, going straight inside. Once inside, something makes him frown and sigh. Before him is an endless, winding passage. It is giving him a headache. What the heck is this? Daiho no longer sees Zhu Chao and wonders. How strange. We clearly entered at the same time. So why can't I see him anymore? He shakes off the thought. Quickly wipes his way forward. There is light ahead. Let us keep moving. At the end of the path lies a city in ruins. Daiho is stunned. What kind of hellhole is this? Daiho feels his strength fading. He raises his hand to check, but there is no response from his life force. Is this place cut off? Suddenly, he leaps up, using the old trick that always works best. Daiho lands on the roof of a building. He holds a large ball of light and roars. Do not play tricks with me. Daiho raises it high and explodes it into a cloud of white smoke. Shouting, blow it up. The explosion echoes across the sky, shaking the entire city. Everyone looks up, stunned. That was a massive blast. What the hell just happened? And who is the powerhouse pulling off something like this? Zhu Chao races through the city, sword drawn, witnessing Daiho's explosion. Than Truck leans against the gate, looking shocked, sitting alone as she gazes into the distance. Than Truck feels helpless, weak, injured all over. Daiho, I told you, do not let him come. Daiho stands on the rooftop, looking down with flair, showing off his skills to not just classmates and teammates. He grins triumphantly, realizing it is also catching the attention of enemies. A pig-headed monster is coming to take out Daiho. You just need one hit to take down the monster. While Daiho is both attacking and criticizing its looks, with that pig head on, you can tell it is no good. It is flying towards me like a demon. Let me rip off that fake head. The monster sees you like this and rushes. Both of them charge in, and Daiho lands a punch that sends the monster flying. But unexpectedly, the monster quickly heals its injuries. Daiho can believe it. Taking my nuclear punch and still being fine. The monster 1T back down, stabbing a weapon straight into Daiho's gut. The monster is just as surprised by your abilities. Daiho smirked. His wounds have healed too. Who knew this guy could recover so fast? Just flexing my muscles could crush your goods. Your strength is not that great, but your weapon is something special, seemingly able to pierce through any defense. What kind of freak are you? Curious, Daiho pries the monster's mouth open to take a look. You open your mouth wide, using your strength to dive straight into the monster's mouth, devouring its insides. It is nothing. The monster has fallen for the trap. Daiho grabs the monster's head, saying, I am the real deal here. I told you I would make you drop right here. And I am going to do it. You discover something strange. Is there something inside this head? You pull out a necklace with a jade stone pendant. This must be the trial of the flower. Defeating monsters to drop rewards. The hot item from the monster suddenly shatters and disappears. This masked guy's weapon must be top-notch, making it incredibly sharp. Once the weapon vanishes, these will be ordinary again. What is this pendant for? Do I have to find a bunch of masked people and steal the pendants from their fake heads? Suddenly, from behind, arrows are aimed straight at Daiho. Definitely a survival game here. Daiho uses his strength to snap the flying arrows in half. The next monster jumps out, and Daiho replaces the banter. Already time for the next one. You flash a smug smile. Rushing up, nothing irritates me more than sneak attacks. Out of nowhere, Daiho is blocked by arrows. Caught off guard and confused, the monster uses its strength, launching a barrage of arrows at Daiho. You get hit by all the arrows, piercing you painfully. But Daiho laughs in the face of danger, thinking, is that all it takes to kill me? You are way too naive. Daiho transforms into a giant green figure, towering even over the monster. Feeling invincible, you unleash your power, leaving the monster to just look up, unable to fight back. As the whole building starts to shake, almost half the city collapses, causing panic and worry among the people nearby. What on earth is happening over there? The whole building just fell. Daiho is furious, thinking, I need to see clearly who almost turned me into barbecue. The rabbit-headed monster with a spear leaps right in front of you. A rabbit head. Is this one of the zodiac signs? The monster lands in a fighting stance, ready to battle. The monster gains momentum, jumping high and charging towards Daiho with its weapon. Daiho, still inexperienced, gets kicked away by you before he can react, but the monster comes back, delivering a high kick that catches you off guard. It knows some moves. The spear nearly grazes Daiho's eyes. Just a few millimeters away, Daiho felt helpless until suddenly, a wall of ice from someone saved him from certain death. The shockwaves were tremendous, and the city continued to crumble. The monster was surrounded by an ice barrier. Turns out, Ho had the bull squad arrive just in time to take on the beast. It is getting dangerous. Daiho, leave this rabbit to me. He swung his sword down, but the monster just leaped high to counter. The monster smirked, unleashing an attack that shattered the entire ice barrier of the bull squad. This time, it was going to be a tough challenge as the monster used its spear to break through each layer of ice. The bull squad summoned their strength, knocking the monster back. Undeterred, the creature prepared to unleash its most powerful attack. Standing firm with its spear, something powerful made the monster hesitate. A force was aimed directly at it, causing it to tremble in fear. A larger monster swiftly caught the smaller one in an instant. Finally got you, little cutie. A beam of light shot down, exploding a corner of the city. Flashing back a few minutes earlier, in an abandoned building, there were voices chatting. Why was it so quiet on the other side? That guy entering the battle better not be dead. No way he is dead. Those masked guys went down without a scratch against over 10 of us. Their weapons could pierce through any defense. We are not tough enough to handle them at this stage. Turns out, a woman and her accomplice were talking. And that guy who just entered was way too cocky for shooting fireworks into the sky. Probably just a kid from a small town who somehow made it here. Thinking they are hot stuff, her gaze was distant. And honestly, the top scorers from big cities are on a whole different level compared to those from smaller places. I heard that Zhen Zhuanggong and Ouyangji in Meido, Lan Wuzi in Chengdu, and Xin Zhen in Lili Island are already hunting down those masked individuals. I can't even imagine how they are doing it. A golden plaque appeared as the woman and her accomplices wondered who caused that explosion. Was it really that powerful? So the new leader this year must be among them. Right. The new leader is always from Hadu. Against those Hawadu rebels, students from other regions of Saya country can't even compare. They have been exposed to different martial arts since they were little. Just as they pulled out, a loud explosion attracted the attention of both of them. Their faces turned pale in fear. What on earth was that blinding light? An electronic cannon? Don't be ridiculous. How could there be an electronic cannon here? And Jian Zhuanong and Ouyangji stood there, witnessing the bizarre explosion for the first time. Jian Zhuanggong asked him, Z, what do you think? Ouyangji, unfazed, replied, that attack style does not fit the masked ones. It is likely the move of some new student. Ouyangji's sharp nose had already cost a monster its life. He held on to several jade pendants, showcasing how many monsters he had slain. New students from aside from a few from Hadu. Who else has such overwhelming power? We definitely need to check it out. After all, we have already collected 4 pendants of the rat, monkey, and horse. In the depths of Themzao, the least you can get is a goat pendant. Ku Doogling Trech mentioned ominously that the new guy, Atron, on Lianli Island, has at least one snake, while another newbie, Luith Anthang, reportedly took down a bull-headed guy and snagged a bull pendant. If these masked figures are really based on the 12 zodiac signs, that leaves us with just 5. The female pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. Suddenly, his gaze turned dangerous, especially when it came to the dragon. Ku Dong Trech spoke of the last monster, terrifying and nearly unbeatable. It is the kind of monster that if you touch it, you are dead. You can run, but there is no way to fight back. It is a boss. He seems to know the rules of the game here well. As for the remaining pendants, that newbie who shot out that blue light definitely has a few. It is highly likely that Tron and the others will be drawn to that place too. This Game of Thrones has entered the final round. His eyes suddenly lit up, though his expression darkened. If we want to win, we can only snatch from others. Back to Diava. He pulled out the pendant and sat down hard, explaining everything that had happened so far. Here's the deal. Before I got here, I took down a guy with a pig mask and snagged a pendant carved with a pig from his head. If I am guessing right, this challenge is forcing us to collect enough pendants from the heads of the beasts, Zachu asked, so we have to actively hunt for these masks. Diaha's gaze turned distant. Exactly. Earlier on the rooftop, there was a guy who shot at me from the shadows. He must be one of the masked ones. And he probably ran off after that. I have come up with a plan. Just like his arrow hit us, I can follow that trail to track him down. The scene shifted to the city where the battle had just taken place. They arrived at the battleground, and Ditavaneshra noticed signs of a fight. Someone had gotten to it before them. You are sharp. He crouched down, analyzing the ground. This burn mark is still warm. The enemy has not gone far. Based on the clues, I would say they are still around here. Sensing something amiss, he quickly drew his weapon and carved a thick wall of ice. It turns out it is the Viites. She staggered out, clutching her arm in pain. Her cloaking device had been spotted. The tall building had a water-damaged structure and was leaning to one side. A shadow approached silently, the sword glinting coldly, slicing through the air in a deadly arc, lurking nearby with no good intentions. Ateen Tron's expression instantly grew serious, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Get back. Newbie. V dined. Narrative. Fire demon combat form. The man's hand suddenly jerked forward, swirling with energy that blazed bright red like fire, scorching the air around him in a fiery haze. Ateen Tron raised an eyebrow, his gaze calm as he pulled out a cigarette. You have been found out. V dined. Your cloaking device is pretty low-C. Do I need to worry about you? Daiho shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled forward casually. So you are ambushing us? Ah. The Vieta stammered. Little bro. You have got it all wrong. We just took out a guy with a chicken mask. Hiding was just to lure out the other masked ones. He lightly touched the drugged item he was holding with a finger, and a spark ignited. You narrowed your eyes, your gaze threatening. Oh really? So what is that supposed to mean? The strange harmony rushed in, one hand gripping her throat, lifting her off the ground. Her body trembled, brows furrowed. Even her clone was discovered. Looks like this little guy has some real skills. Taking a long drag from his cigarette with a cold expression, he was still hoping she could pull off a surprise attack. Otherwise, it would be way too boring. The cigarette fell from his lips, but it was still up to me to see. Just as the words left his mouth, his cheeks suddenly puffed up like he was gathering an immense amount of energy. In an instant, he let out a low growl, spewing forth a jet of dark, toxic air that ripped through the atmosphere like a howling storm. The two stepped back. She was startled, covering her mouth with her hand, her voice a mix of a sigh and cunning. Trying to run. VA swung the massive fan, and the dense smoke swept past the two of them. My hand is still absorbing the energy. It is not over yet. Let me show you my true power. Right after that, a fierce light erupted from the palm of my hand, slicing through the black smoke like dawn breaking in the night. He frowned, laughing arrogantly. What if you have strength? You still can't beat us. Before his laughter could fade, a voice echoed in the air. What are you all laughing about? The strange harmony appeared through the remnants of smoke, standing tall with an arm raised high. Energy exploding. Tintron's eyes widened in horror. Just a simple clap could disperse my flames. He mumbled. What kind of power is this? Before he could finish, a fist broke through the smoke, crashing straight forward like a meteor, hitting Tintron square in the face. Fresh blood spewed out, his body flying backward. On the side, she trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware of the dark figure creeping up behind her. Right now, We do not have any technique that can help us break through to martial artist level, stuck at the level of a martial novice. And moreover, his physical strength was sealed by a layer of barriers. Even though the freshmen from HOVA have higher limits at this stage, they still can't break through. But this little guy's physical qualities are definitely not those of a typical freshman. Suddenly, from beneath VT's feet, a chilling wave of energy spread out, creeping like winter frost wrapping around her limbs. Oh no. Too focused on that punch from the little guy, she forgot there was another icy little guy around. Her eyes darted around, clearly seeing the tall figure standing silently. Even if she and Tantron teamed up, they could not defeat them. Truly monstrous. VT decisively swung the fan, her gaze determined. Knowing that they fundamentally could not win with heavy legs, she took flight. It was time to run. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her leg. VT's face went pale. I am done. Her body was yanked down hard, crashing straight onto the solid ground. Get down here. He tightened his fist, eyes cold, ready to unleash his martial arts skills. Just as he was about to strike, VT suddenly dispersed, transforming into dozens of shadowy figures, scattering everywhere, creating a chaotic illusion. The strange harmony laughed eerily, eyes wild, wanting to run. From the darkness behind him, a swarm of shadows slowly materialized, bodies of ghosts, demonic specters. The phantoms charged forward, reaching out, wrapping tightly around each of her clones. Her body frozen. What the hell is this? Daiho laughed excitedly, knowing she could not fight back or run away, just accept her fate. The two jade pendants let out a soft sound. A heavy voice echoed. I surrender. I surrender. I will give you all my pendants. Daiho furrowed her brow, speaking calmly. Is it already over this early? You should share the news you know, she added, while Viativ knelt on the ground, her eyes downcast. To win this trial, you absolutely have to gather all 12 pendants. Now that we are at the final stage of the trial, even if you do not actively steal from others, they will come after you. You do Donga Trech and Dem Trevon Heng from the T-Dower are probably already racking up a bunch of pendants. Do you need me to lead you to Lu Dung Trech and De Yanem Triem Heng? The voice dripped with insinuation. After all, we might as well stir the pot. Let the wolves fight it out. You grip the pendant tightly, your expression darkening. You do not need to worry about that. But hey, I gotta say, your fan is not half bad. Outside the crumbling skyscrapers, the air crackled, and Djang Trech zipped through the skies like the wind. At this point, I bet Taintron and Lam V Gaitre have already made it there. No worries, whoever wins. We just need to snatch the pendants from them. What they collect is just a temporary hold for us. Suddenly, Tramhung froze, his gaze widening. Hey Trech, look over there. In the distance, a figure lay motionless. Blood splattered ominously. A horrified voice rang out. That is Tina and Tron. Just moments ago, Tantron was blasted away by Daiho. He stumbled, clutching his head in pain. That guy is a monster. I bet Lam V is done for too. Looks like I have got his mark on me too. He will definitely come for me. You realized. It seems I will need to team up with those T-Gru guys. Zhu Dongtrech and Daizum Trong. You sensed a hostile aura approaching and turned, on high alert. Who is there? From the dim light in the distance, a cold dragon emerged, slowly advancing with a sword, its red eyes glinting with bloodlust. Tantron trembled, stammering, I am done for. The flickering streetlights crackled to life, illuminating the scene as blood sprayed everywhere. The dragon snatched the pendant, leaving with a chilling aura. Tramhung bent down to inspect. Why did Tron die here? And this sharp cut? Dean Trech stood casually, hands in his pockets, speaking calmly. This was definitely the dragon's doing. That strike was precise and lethal. A fatal blow that showed the opponent had completely overpowered Tenon Tron. Only the dragon mask from the 12 zodiac masks could pull something like this off. Tron Heng was perplexed, memories flickering. But the dragon mask, was not he only able to operate underground in the parking lot? Back then, I led over 20 people down there to find you. Images of countless figures collapsing before his blades flooded back. In the end, only the two of us managed to escape. The blood was bright red, and I could hardly believe he actually killed someone. Didn't we say this was just a trial? Those warm, fresh streams of blood did not look fake at all. Dean Trech's gaze flickered downward, his body trembling with fear. He frowned, wondering what to do now. It seemed like the aura from Teen Traharn had also been snatched away. A calm voice echoed, suggesting that the divine dragon's ability to leave the parking lot might be because our new recruits have met some condition. For example, all fake masks have been eliminated, allowing the final boss like him to lift restrictions and move freely, just as the ordinary zodiac masks would automatically hunt down new recruits. The divine dragon would likely actively pursue those holding zodiac pendants like us. His eyes glimmered. Serious, there was no way we could confront the divine dragon. We had to act before he did, snatch the pendant from others. Absolutely do not let it fall into his hands. Awaken your instincts. Suddenly, massive wings resembling a mythical creature appeared on Dung Tretch's back. He dashed forward, eyes wide. Now we needed to proactively signal and lure those holding the pendants closer, ready for a life or death showdown. The energy from his wings enveloped the space around them. Somewhere in the city of death, a figure lurked in the shadows, their heavy voice resonating. They originally rode a vehicle to Hazia, but somehow got caught up in this strange place called the City of Death, where many new recruits had already been killed by the dragon mask figure. Then Trucky's gaze dimmed. She and another survivor had encountered their teacher. He said only one person could be saved, and it could not be her. Not at such a dangerous moment. She stared at the photo on her phone, determined to warn the clueless Daiho not to get dragged in. Then Trek sighed. Feeling worn out, she wondered if her classmate had managed to escape and meet Daiho. Unfortunately, she just did not have the strength to go look for him right now. With his immense power, as long as he did not cross paths with the dragon mask, he should be fine. Suddenly, she halted as a brilliant golden light flooded the space. Then Trekky's eyes widened in shock. Had she been spotted? A silhouette moved toward the parking lot. She calculated silently given her current state. There was no way she could escape. The opponent had locked onto her aura. They would definitely come to snatch the pendant from her hands, even though she did not care much for it. But she had a feeling Daiho would definitely need it. And now she could not confront them head-on. She could only lure them to that spot. Dung Tretch's eyes were wide. Focused, he felt something. He hesitated. During the college entrance exam, it was said that a distant relative from the Liu family had awakened a bloodline of the Shadow Beast. Since we both share the bloodline of the Divine Beast from the Ka family, I had already dug up information on Liu Than Trex. It seemed she had a pendant, which was quite a pleasant surprise. She was moving toward a certain location. Dung Tretch hovered midair. Smirking, she really wanted to lead me to the Divine Dragon's parking lot. She was adorably clueless. The Divine Dragon had already left with his blade. That underground parking lot was empty now. He sped forward like the wind, voice steady, urging him. You stay here and wait for me. I am going to catch someone first. In the dilapidated building, explosions rang out, sending clouds of black smoke billowing. The atmosphere hung heavy in the air, his voice low and gravelly. Lu Qingju. There is no escaping now. Just then, a chilling voice echoed. He froze, eyes wide. That sound, in the pitch-black night, the figure of the dragon god emerged. How could this be? He should be out hunting down the one with the pendant. Right. The menacing aura surrounded him. Eyes bewildered. Wait a second. If the dragon's target was those holding the pendant, with 4 pendants on him, he would definitely prioritize the place with the most pendants. Such arrogance. He was just walking into danger. The dragon god's eyes glinted with malice, and Dung Tretch furrowed his brow, his expression shifting as the massive wings on his back radiated a golden glow. Dung Tretch scanned the area intently. This was a domain. Who knew the dragon god could cast such a technique? He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. Just looking into the eyes of the caster could pull him into this special realm. Only by defeating the caster could he escape. He never expected to be pushed to this extent. Like a bolt of lightning, the dragon god charged forward. Here it comes. Dung Tretch immediately spread his wings to shield himself. Dodging the relentless onslaught of sharp blades, the dragon god's eyes burned red. A roar like something from the depths of hell erupted. The sound reverberated quickly across the area. Just then, a Tron Heng appeared, channeling all his energy into his sword to withstand the force barreling toward him. You think you have caught me? Not a chance. He roared in fury. The sword flashed brightly as Suf Trugu's gaze hardened. Ice cold. Tron Heng swung down fiercely, the overwhelming power sending smoke billowing everywhere. His eyes gleamed with golden light as he laughed triumphantly. Where do you think you are running? The two clashed fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. Suftru felt something amiss. Eyes wide in shock, he tightened his grip on the sword, bracing against the dagger that sliced past him. Asura's eyes darkened, his expression serious, blending body and sword. A dragon twisted and turned, its shimmering black scales charging from afar, radiating fierce power. Behind Trumung, the white-eyed tiger spirit lurked within the mist of spiritual energy, staring fiercely ahead, a menacing aura filling the air. He stood between 2 spirit beasts, exuding an overwhelming presence. Difa sat back calmly, observing from a distance with a bored expression. even shaking his head in disapproval. That look caused Tran Hung to hesitate briefly. A thieves Ara. He was calling for help. A blade came barreling toward him, forcing him to stumble back, his heel scraping hard against the ground. Tra Hunfing turned his head, eyes blazing with fury. If it were not for my urgent business, I would be sliced through at least 8 of your bones. But that cold voice rang out. You think you can just leave after saying all that? Have I given you permission? He was taken aback to see Daiho chasing after him. What the hell? A terrifying punch came down like a hammer. Tran Hung's body was sent flying like a rag doll, rolling amidst the dust and debris. He spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe he just got hit and sent flying. Daiho raised an eyebrow, admitting he knocked him away. Tran Hung gritted his teeth, thinking it was a sneak attack, while Daiho sighed and called him slow-witted, avoiding Hung's roar, his face twisted in rage. He wants your life. 3 minutes later, the guy is sprawled on the ground, his face swollen like a steamed bun. And you should not be too proud of yourself either. Lasting 3 minutes under my hands is already impressive. That rookie got knocked out by just 1 punch from me. You calmly pick up that heavy sword. And I hope you do not mind if I borrow it for a bit. The blade glimmers, energy flowing along the sword's body. But it still needs a little more power. Daiho subtly clenches his jaw, channeling his own strength to seize the blade. Just then, the bull-headed figure arrives, holding a shiny object, his eyes full of suspicion. Daiho can't find the pendant in his space, but he discovers this instead. The jade pendant shines brightly, flickering continuously, as if sending out some kind of signal. In this dark realm, danger lurks all around. Guding Truch is now a bloody mess, his body battered. His face is drenched in blood, eyes vacant. He never expected to end up like this. I have already used all the relics I brought from the secret ruins. Just a stab to his heart would seal his power and energy flow. Unfortunately, I had to pay the price with 1 arm, and still could not drive the dagger into the heart of the dragon, losing 3 fingers in the process. I have blown my 1 chance to kill the dragon god. Looking at Dung Trech, he is despondent, oblivious to the dragon god's impending attack. Surrounding them are old buildings, with a few trees and creatures lurking below. A sword pierces through Ku Trachai's ribcage, and in pain, he claws at the wall. On the stairs, then Trekie's feet are rushing up. She tells herself to just hold on a little longer, and she will reach the rooftop in no time. The dragon god is terrifyingly strong. That weakling is basically on a whole different level. Ku Trech won't last much longer. The dragon god's next target is me. If I want to survive, I need to figure out how to signal Diafara to get me out of here. This is the tallest building around. I need to shoot a signal flare towards him. Then Trua quickly casts a spell, her eyes darkening as her blood awakens, enveloping her in a shadowy aura. Upon reaching the top, she looks up at the sky, various circles appearing. It does not take long before then Trio suddenly collapses hard onto the floor, pain coursing through her, hoping Diessa will receive it. Suddenly, her pupils blaze with light. Then Trek rushes to the balcony peering down. That sound. It can't be? With her hands bracing herself, she lowers her gaze and spots the dragon god standing there with a sword. Then Trekkie feels a chill run down her spine. He found me that fast. I need to send a signal for Daiho to get out of here quickly. A blinding, powerful light erupts from the dragon god's eye. Suddenly, on the building's balcony, a massive explosion erupts. Then Trek sits in fear, watching the dragon god slowly approach. He raises the sword high, a smug look on his face as he gazes at her. Then Trekkie is terrified, tears welling in her eyes. There is no time left. Suddenly, a seemingly intact wall shattered. Daiho, the extraordinary one, kicked hard against the wall and rushed down, his eyes sharp. I have made a promise to your family, and I intend to keep it. Liu then Truck's face was utterly surprised upon seeing Daiho. In that moment, the dragon god seethed with anger. His teeth gritted. Daiho's fury exploded, his gaze like a lightning bolt. Who do you think you are? With that, he swung his sword down fiercely, leaving the dragon god in shock. The earthquake was so intense it split the building in 2, smoke billowing everywhere. Daiho looked at Liu then Truck with concern. My bull and the little brother I just took in were in the small alley to the east. You go ahead. You are worried. But what about you? You said you wanted to test this guy out. With that, Daiho used his skills and charged down. The building split in half from his attack, and then Daiho landed below, driving the tip of his sword into the ground. He walked confidently, completely unfazed. Daiho clenched his wrist, turned back with a smile, and sighed, realizing there was something shady going on in this creepy place. Could it be that the dragon god could only shrink back in this realm? He noticed a stake embedded in his body. The stake? Twitching, Daiho's eyes tightened. Suddenly, A light bulb went off in his head. Could this be the plan that Yan Zhengheng mentioned to deal with the dragon god? The dragon god's face was filled with rage, his body enveloped in a purple glow. Daiho smirked slyly, gripping his sword tightly, his speed truly unmatched. The ground shook, dust flying everywhere, as if a fierce battle had erupted. Meanwhile, the swords of the dragon god and Daiho clashed, and he was bursting with energy, eager for more. Suddenly, the building began to shake violently. Then, powerful slashes split the structure into 3 pieces. The massive earthquake destroyed a whole area, smoke rising thickly. There, the dragon god and Daiho were battling fiercely, neither willing to back down. He roared in anger, baring his fangs and curling his tongue. On the other side, Daiho was equally relentless. Clenching his teeth and holding his ground, the dragon god swung his sword, sending Daiho tumbling down, smoke rising in thick layers. From above, all that could be seen was a swirling mass of purple and green smoke. The dragon god watched intently from above, when suddenly a beam of light shot straight at him. From the depths of the earth, a tornado emerged, piercing through each apartment and spiraling up into the sky. Daiho stepped out in a strange outfit, his gaze sharp and powerful. Since arriving in this world, he finally encountered a foe with teeth sharp enough to challenge him. He focused intently, furrowing his brow. This opponent would not be easily defeated. Right. Suddenly, a hand rested on a rock. Someone was slowly climbing up. The dragon god's face was heavily damaged, but he still gripped his sword tightly. Daiho looked at him with a pleased smile. Now that is more like it. The invincible dragon god being so easily defeated would be a joke. Then, the dragon god charged forward with his sword, dark energy swirling behind him. His face showed a hint of contemplation as he observed closely. In an instant, the dragon god soared up. Sword raised. Daiho quickly reacted, slicing repeatedly, facing an overwhelming source of power. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself too fast. After the mask shattered, not only hand speed increased, but his strength skyrocketed as well. In the dragon god's eyes, it seemed like he realized something and quickly swung his sword. But Daiho managed to dodge to the side just in time. He was startled, his face turning frantic. His sword was broken. The dragon god gripped the sword tightly, aiming straight at the flustered Daiho. Then, and lunged forward with a powerful thrust. In that critical moment, he bit down hard on the sword with his teeth. Daiho glanced back, a smug look on his face. Finally, he had caught him, seizing the opportunity. He clenched his fist tightly. The dragon god seemed surprised, not quite understanding what was happening. Daiho delivered a powerful punch to the dragon god's face, leaving him no time to react. The punch was so forceful that it split the dragon god's face, leaving him dazed. Then, Daiho grabbed the dragon god's sword hand. And that was not all. My friend. He threw a strong punch forward, his eyes filled with determination. Technician No. 23 was here to serve. The dragon god's body endured a massive impact. Daiho grinned wickedly, his expression filled with thrill. In his mind, he analyzed the attacks he just executed. Temple, throat, heart, spleen, and lower abdomen, all critical weak points of a human. Besides, he had already been stabbed by that green copper nail from Ouyang-zi, blocking his vital energy flow. Those attacks, infused with deadly energy, penetrated the crucial acupoints and meridians, causing deep internal damage. At this point, the dragon god seemed to have lost consciousness. He dropped his weapon, his limbs going limp, and Daiho reached out to pull him back. Then he raised his hand angrily, knowing full well that the dragon god would not give up easily. Daiho pulled out a massive fan. His only chance to kill him was at the moment of his arrival, exploiting the gap in information to land a blow. This way, he would have a 30% chance. Daiho's face was filled with righteous indignation as he soared upward. A swirling crimson vortex suddenly erupted, obliterating the surroundings. The unconscious dragon god was engulfed in the whirlwind, and the energy now felt much stronger than when wielded as a weapon. Daiho soared up from below, his eyes fierce. This was not over yet, not by a long shot. He raised his fist, pouring all his strength into it for the first strike. An explosion rocked the entire sky. At that moment, the dragon god slowly began to fall, his body smoking. But he was not done. Daiho charged forward, surrounded by a powerful energy for his second strike. He lunged in, landing a punch right to the dragon god's face. His fierce attack was unstoppable. Daiho assaulted the dragon god from every angle. In the end, he lay crushed on the shattered ground, his body drenched in blood. From a distance, Daiho watched intently. What kind of dragon was this? He thought it would be strong, but it was just a bug after all. Suddenly, the dragon god opened his eyes, gripping his sword, ready to kill. Seeing this, Daiho charged it, slashing at him with a swift strike. Soon after, the dragon god's head quickly fell to the ground. Daiho's gaze was fixed on the pendant before him, deep in thought. The long pendant was finally in hand, and it was time to end this game. Moments later, Daim Tranhung looked down intently, his tension palpable. At the gathering place, a crowd had already formed. Suddenly, Lu Truck's face turned pale, his mouth agape. He should not have gone up against that masked guy alone. Shuozou looked up calmly, stating that aside from Daiho, their presence would only complicate things. Hearing this, her eyes dimmed. Shuozou was right, she was injured badly enough that she could not even use her martial arts. Saying she was there to support Daiho only served to distract him from protecting himself. If she could become stronger, she would not have to hold him back anymore. Suddenly, Daiho appeared out of nowhere, looking confused, and Li Truck's eyes widened in surprise. He spread his hand wide, revealing the pendant. Was he really expecting her to just snatch it? Lu Truck felt embarrassed and fumbled around. There were many similar pendants on the floor, the symbols arranged according to the order of the 12 zodiac signs. Let us see if we can figure it out. Shuozou crossed her arms and observed, wondering if nothing was happening, because they had arranged the order incorrectly. Daiho's face was deep in thought, resting his hand on his chain. Daim Tran Hung believed this dragon pendant was the most special. Unlike anything a masked person could hunt down, it was more like a hunter created specifically to chase after those who possessed the pendants. So under normal circumstances, there should not be a need to attach the dragon-shaped pendant. Suddenly, one of the cords began to tremble. Lu Truck turned around. Stunned. Had they succeeded? Daim Tran Hung's face was in a panic. Had they activated some kind of mechanism? A golden light shone down on the buildings. Daiho looked up in awe. What was that in the sky? Suddenly, an eye emerged, surrounded by thick smoke hovering above. Daiho stared, his eyes wide with amazement. What the heck was that? Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. It was Daiho, and his face was a mix of chaos and disbelief. He jolted awake, his eyes frozen in shock. Back in the present, the train car was filled with noise and excitement. Everyone had just experienced the same dream. An announcement rang out, calming everyone, urging students not to panic. Just now, all of them have been pulled into an illusion created by a magical tool. This was the freshman assessment of the imperial capital this year, so they were encouraged to keep a relaxed mindset. A special announcement followed regarding this freshman assessment. Daiho from City, along with Shuozou and Lu Truck's team, had gathered all 12 zodiac pendants and secured first place. Among them, Daiho's performance was outstanding, and a special reward would be given after enrollment. As the announcement concluded, everyone started discussing who Daiho was. Was he really a student from City? Some were skeptical of his identity, while others wanted to befriend him. At that moment, Daiho's face suddenly lit up. Finally, it was happening. As long as Senza met certain conditions, they could redeem their rewards once. This time, it was absolutely a dark path. The portal to the unknown opened up, revealing many mysteries. There, you have to face the terrifying locket. The announcement board provides information. Level 3 monster specimen, blood-sucking demon locket, with bloodline abilities including blood absorption, blood manipulation, and an immortal body, compatibility 1%, locket's evolutionary form, and multi-point reduction. The high-speed train is departing. It is the Harmony Express. Inside, the anomaly's mind is racing with thoughts. Even though the blood-sucking demon is not worth mentioning, the evolutionary form of the monster has a time-stopping ability. On that fateful day, Ouyangji suddenly appeared from behind. So you are the anomaly. Did you really beat the divine dragon? Yanzhuang looked at Ouyangzi. Wait. Calm down a bit. If a conflict breaks out with the anomaly, there is no medical assistance on this train. The anomaly's eyes sharpened, filled with determination. It is not about just killing. It is about cutting him down. He repeated to himself. Cut him down. For sure. Right after that, Ouyangji made a proposal. I plan to establish a new guild in Harmony. I hope you can join. I will make you the guild leader. For years, the top student and student council president positions have been dominated by Harmony students. Your strength shows me there is a chance to break this tradition of Harmony. Join us. Other students chimed in, surprised that Ouyangzi invited the anomaly, sensing this was a historic moment. However, the anomaly was uninterested. He declined. Sorry. I am not into power struggles with the student council or forming organizations. I prefer my own freedom. Everyone else felt deflated, thinking it was such a pity. Then Ouyangji slowly pulled out a card along with some promises. It is, here's my business card. We will always be waiting for a chance to collaborate with you. Time passed, and the sun was about to set. The lazy announcement finally got to him. You have arrived. The anomaly stared wide-eyed at the scene through the glass, looking at the magnificent buildings. He could not help but exclaim, is this Harmony City? Truly a big city. The train came to a stop, and everyone began to disembark. At the exit, staff members were waiting to guide the newcomers. Welcome, a freshman of Harmony University. Please follow this path. Up ahead is Harmony University. All the students hurried forward. Suddenly, something caught everyone off guard. Right in front of them was a massive device already parked there. The voice of the flight attendant came through, requesting the students to follow instructions. Please board the plane in order. Seat numbers should match those on the Harmony train. Students, please board the plane in sequence. Suddenly, the mischievous laughter startled her, making her heart race. The words of Ten Lam echoed in her mind. She and Daiho are engaged in name only, but they have not truly tied the knot. When you are outside, do not act too close. Do not let that punk take advantage of you. You need to protect yourself. She was fuming the other day, saying, "What are you doing out here?" Daiho sighed in explanation. "What do you mean out here? I just want to know why we have to fly." Faced with the question, her mind went blank with helplessness. Why would my mom marry me off to a country bumpkin like you? Still, she took a moment to explain. It is because the flowers in the sky are from the floating city, and you are even more curious now. Moments later, the plane was about to land at the floating school, Haja University. The aircraft was currently cutting through a solid barrier. At the same time, Daiho had also noticed, his mind racing with guesses. This ether network is to stop magical beasts from breaking in. Right. Once inside, even the area from the life force's magnetic field did not shrink. No wonder it is Haja University. The staff below continued to remind and guide everyone, saying, "Please keep your student ed safe." Then he pulled out his student ed, reflecting on it. Haja University. Named Daiho. Male. First-year student. The next stop for the students is the train station. They need to head to the floating station to catch the train to the student dorms. Soon, they arrived and were awestruck by the towering buildings. Daiho was thrilled, pointing excitedly. "We have made it to the highest city in the world." Everyone. Yet the people around him just looked down on him. Each person entered the elevator to rest, and Daiho's room was on the 42nd floor. A 3. While Sef True was on the 45th floor. B7. So he had to get off first. As soon as he stepped in, Daiho flung the door wide open, humorously checking out the interior. A regular room that is about 100 square meters. Ho University students really live the high life. He dashed over to the desk, spotting the latest model computer. The equipment was truly top-notch. Furthermore, Dieter explored many other rooms, even finding a 48 Mersage who can resist a 48 Mersage. He happily sprawled out on the luxurious bed, feeling like he was in a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Daiho's mind. But he had to focus on the main task: first summon the blood-sucking monster, the Lagoon Demon. With that, he jumped up, having figured out how to use the student id, scanning the barcode and logging into the app, using the cryptocurrency from the Daiho, called study points, to pay in the exclusive shopping zone. He withdrew over 30 million yuan from the bank and converted it all into study points. After reading the announcement, Daiho reported that he had received 322.43 study points. His face turned blue with regret. 10 million yuan for just one study point. That is highway robbery. But the goods in the academy's shopping area are top-notch, with many items not available on the market. So he bought all the related magic cores. This should be enough to max out the template. After all, the monster template I invested in earlier did not even cost 10 million and was already over 90% compatible. After some thought, he decided to make the purchase. Just seconds later, he was on his way out. "Thank you for your purchase. And good luck with your training. Don't forget to rate us next time." He smiled as he looked at the stones in their box and took a big bite. Suddenly, he felt something unusual. Even his nails were growing rapidly. With all that he had consumed in one go, his body was starting to feel overwhelmed. But the effects were clear. He observed himself in the mirror as the system revealed. Blood-sucking monster template. Compatibility 100%. Host physique level 29. He opened his mouth to check his fangs, which had become sharper. There were even blood grooves appearing. If he bit into someone, drinking their blood would be easier than sipping milk. He extended his hand, noticing his claws were sharper now. He had something bold in mind. Time for a daring move. Without hesitation, he plunged his clawed hand deep into the portal. In the bathroom, he stood with his head bowed before the mirror, both hands resting on the sink. Feeling exhausted, under his throat, there was a deep gash, blood soaking his collar and trickling down. Surprisingly, the wound began to heal. The bleeding stopped, and he assessed the situation. It was happening faster than before. The self-healing ability of the blood-sucking demon was impressive, but the real focus was on his newfound strength, reducing the risk of injury. Slowly stepping into the room, he could not help but exclaim in awe. This truly is a world dedicated to martial arts. Even the university dorm has a training room. He paused, getting serious about his training, a fierce red aura enveloping him. His eyes suddenly lit up as he took a deep breath. Before him, Lakut appeared, and with a serious gaze, he declared, "Come at me with your best punch." Lakut let out a roar, his muscles bulging, unleashing a powerful force. A stark white aura enveloped Lakut, and he emerged with a completely different appearance. The true essence of Lakut unveiled. He immediately seized the upper hand, launching a punch. Witnessing Lakut's power, he was taken aback. Raising his hand to block the incoming strike, Lakut threw a punch with incredible force, completely overpowering him. His hand cracked like glass under Lakut's assault. Lakut sent him flying straight into the nearby wall, chaos erupting around them. He sat up, smiling, and said with intensity, "Now, let us test my time-stopping ability." The energy radiating from Daiho was an ethereal green glow, freezing the surrounding space as if time itself had come to a standstill, and the chaos was momentarily halted. Daiho took a deep breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It felt like the space around him was about to shatter. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. The puddle of water grew larger. Daiho was tense and nearly exhausted, realizing that 5 seconds was already pushing the limit. He had to keep freezing time. 5.1 seconds. His face was smeared with blood, his eyes wide open. But he refused to give up, murmuring, 5.2 seconds. 5.3 seconds. 5.4 seconds. Lakut remained frozen, unable to move. 5.5 seconds. Suddenly, his soul shattered into pieces. Daiho exclaimed, "Indeed, 5 seconds is the limit for the original host, but not for me." The next morning, Daiho and Socha were out for a stroll together. Daiho raised his hand to his forehead, squinting at the sunlight, finding it a bit too bright today. Socha, puzzled, did not see it that way. Daiho realized, after merging with the blood-sucking monster, he had developed a distaste for sunlight, though not to the extent of collapsing at the first sight of light like a true bloodsucker. Socha asked Daiho if he had seen the academic reform for this year at Hodu University. Daiho appeared flustered as he replied briefly, "I did not see it. I was fighting with the chemistry teacher all night. Did not pay attention to other stuff." Socha had to explain. This year, Hodu University has switched to a group system under the guidance of faculty advisors. Basically, each academic year will follow a main instructor, during which students can also apprentice under additional instructors to learn. Daiho lifted his hand to shield his eyes from the sun and turned to Socha, asking, "Do we need to go find a mentor?" Socha pulled out his phone. "Not us. I need to find a mentor. But you do not have to," leaving Daiho momentarily confused. Socha brought his phone closer to Daiho, telling him to check the announcement on the freshman forum from last night. The school announced that Daiho had collected all 12 zodiac pendants, giving him the right to directly choose his faculty advisor. A building appeared, the sports complex in Zona, where quite a few people were gathered. Groups of 3 entered rooms for checks, and afterward, the instructor would light up the room to select candidates. Daiho slowly stepped out of the sports complex, waving goodbye to Socha. "You go ahead. I will wander around a bit. Besides, I can choose my instructor anytime, so I will go in whenever." As he walked away, Daiho sighed in frustration. Choosing an advisor is so boring. Suddenly, he caught sight of a faint red smoke floating by. He sharpened his senses, catching the scent of blood. Daiho quickly dashed toward the source of the smell, where a fierce aura and dark sins lurked within. Awakening his own instincts, he had to find out where it was coming from. Daiho's face showed immense surprise as he witnessed something. Sweat trickled down his brow, panic setting in as he saw a girl preparing to savor something on the pedestrian streets of the city. The scenery was eerily quiet. Daiho was taken aback, as if he had seen a ghost. Could this adorable girl be the source of that sinister aura? He must have been mistaken. The girl reacted swiftly, her eyes scanning the area. She casually remarked, "Hey kid, have you been practicing your physical skills?" Daiho, confused, blurted out, "How do you know?" Clearly just a kid, acting like an old man, even calling me a little brat. While he was pondering over sweet potatoes, he revealed that this martial art is something I helped the little fox perfect. Instantly, Daiho was reminded of Lu Chengyu, her face showing irritation. "Little fox? That is not what your aunt told you." Her hands were empty, adorned with vibrant patterns. "Lu Chengyu. Over 90 years ago. He was my junior brother." "Of course. You can't believe that. Are you really with me? The lifespan of a martial artist can truly exceed human limits. Masters can keep their youthful appearance at 80 or 90. But what is up with a little punk who still smells like baby formula?" Daiho scrutinized him seriously, thinking about martial artists who practice special techniques. Adjusting her body frame to that of a child is not impossible. But this little girl with white hair right in front of me, If we are talking high standards, she looks innocent and pure. If we are talking low standards, she is just plain clueless. If it is not Oscar-level acting, it simply can't be done. She shot back at him with sharp eyes. What is wrong? You do not believe me. Daiho was struck by his ridiculousness, remarking, believing you is like saying I am Kun Shi Huang. Suddenly, an image of him about to be executed flashed before him. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. Kongka stepped forward, her cruel demeanor eyeing Daiho's head, half dry above water. Wrapping up that series of images, he was left pale, trying to convince himself it was just an illusion. But the clarity was so intense it made him feel like he was really getting beheaded. Daiho was left in shock. Suddenly, she popped a lollipop into her mouth, leaving him bewildered. Handing him the strawberry-flavored soft candy he liked most, Konko transformed into a sweet girl, her childish voice chiming. Sorry, little brat. I might be gone a bit overboard. Don't tell on me. Okay. Right now, I can only go out for a breeze for an hour or two a week, which is totally unfair. Daiho continued savoring the sweetness of the candy, casually investigating. Who are you? She did not hesitate to reveal, her gaze bright and cheerful. I'm Kong, an extremely powerful master. Just so you know, the principal of Hua University is that guy from the literature competition. When I was little, I made him cry. As soon as she finished, he dropped to his knees on the floor, shocking Konga. Daiho thought for a long moment, then clasped his hands and said some grandiose words. After living half my life and not finding a leader, I am willing to take you, Konga, as my master. I hope you can make it happen. You are the one who perfected the mysterious martial arts, a grand master of deadly techniques. Surely you can help me break through barriers. Perfectly aligning with me, she helplessly chuckled in a perfunctory manner. At another location, which was the gym. At that wide table, the literature competition students sat solemnly, preparing for today. Little did they know that the principal of the Southern Academy at Hua University was this semester's instructor for new students. The students were all sweating bullets, murmuring among themselves. If one of them could be chosen as a disciple by a principal, they would be set for life. What were they thinking? Those were the 5 great principles. They surely came because of Daiho. The new students have no idea that the contest for the Zodiac is being streamed live, with the entire faculty of Hua University as the audience. From the moment the announcement played on the train, the teachers began monitoring each student's ability to handle sudden crisis, using data to capture facial expressions. They scored each person's crisis response skills. While some thought this was just a training exercise, with no preparation, those who acted recklessly in the Zodiac City would end up with low scores once they arrived in the brawl with the masked Zodiac. Combatic, practical ability, and organizational skills were crucial evaluation standards, and even as they frantically completed tasks, even if the new students failed to eliminate the masked Zodiac, demonstrating excellence in just one of those areas would earn them high scores. Yet, Daiho was the only new student who consistently received the highest ratings from start to finish. But even that was not enough to impress the male dean. What shocked everyone was that he had slayed the boss Shenlong, who was not even part of the training objectives. A teacher mentioned several things about Daiho, and the female dean caught wind of it too. Perhaps Daiho did not even realize that the Shenlong he defeated was a deity of sorts. This was a model trained by the supercomputer of the Hoa National, based on data left by the legendary martial artist, Frong Sun. When he enrolled at Hoa University, even the supercomputer could not replicate the heavy-hitting abilities of the dual deities in the mind's eye. But Fu Hongxin is the strongest martial artist in the history of Hoa Nation and, perhaps even the world. The record he left at Hoa University has yet to be surpassed in the last century. Daiho's ability to take down a trained divine model is enough to showcase his extraordinary talent. As long as he avoids trouble on his journey, he has the potential to become a master of his generation. He could even ascend to the realm of the Grand Master. Right now, we need to keep our emotions in check and wait for Daiho to seek out a mentor. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in, exclaiming, "Oh, we have a situation." The news from him left all 5 teachers in shock, unable to believe their ears. Daiho is apprenticing under Gong Ka, who was once a distinguished professor and is now a special staff member. Let us head back to where Daiho is standing. Gong Ka, caught in a tight embrace, struggles to break free. "You want to be my disciple?" he replies, gritting his teeth in pain. "Yep. I am sure of it, master. This little lowly seems to be over 100 years old. If I kneel before her in broad daylight, I might be sentenced to 3 years, she pouts, trying to make things difficult for Daiho. But I think I have been fired from my position. He hastily proposes a tricky condition. "Madam, you can only go outside for 1 or 2 hours a week. If you take me as your disciple, I will figure out a way to help you gain your freedom in 2 years. Hearing this, Gongka's eyes light up, and she quickly agrees. Really? Then I accept. Daiho grins wickedly, having successfully seduced her. Suddenly, a powerful voice interrupts. Hold on. As various deans approach with different attitudes, she is fed up. Here comes the nosy crew. The tallest one speaks up smoothly. Senior Gon. Did not we agree that during outdoor breaks, you would not interact with students? Moreover, with your current mindset, it is not suitable for you to be around students. The old man with black hair chimes in. That is right. Senior Gon. You should head home.
Gon repeat.
Then turns to ask him. Head home. All right. What is your name? Daiho politely replies. Master. Aing? Then the two, one big and one small, start moving as she commands. All right. Daiho. Let us go home. In the early morning at the Ho University Research Institute, Gonka skips ahead, while Daiho strides along, observing everything. Then she casually steps into the elevator. Once inside, he curiously asks, Master, how did you end up in such a remote place? Gonka explains everything in detail. Right. Mainly because decades ago, I had a bit of a breakdown, often hurting others. After that, Hua University arranged for me to be here at this research institute. In recent years, I have been able to control myself. Finally, I get a chance to go outside. Thanks to that, Daiho realizes he is her first student in decades. She looks puzzled, looking up for an answer. You really have some strange thoughts. Aren't you scared at all? He lets his imagination run wild and starts sweating profusely. Are you going to chop me up? The elevator's display shows strange numbers. Looking around, Daiho, who is quite picky, remarks, this research institute is so big, but why are the hallways so narrow? Gonka replies nonchalantly. Because I am the only one who can walk through them. Next, you are curious about that huge number. There is another number on the door. It is a countdown. And that freaks her out. She bolts, thinking, oh no, I am running out of time. Hurry. Get inside. Daiho's mind is racing. What is up with that countdown clock? Gonka's eyes go wide as she hurriedly explains. Every time I step out, the digital clock starts counting down. If I do not get back in time, the alarm will blare in the principal's office at Hodai, and then I will be hunted down by the whole school. Finally, the two of them make it to the end of the hallway just in time. With only a few seconds left on the clock, the iron door slams shut right behind them, locking into place with a solid barrier. It is dangerous. Coincidentally, he realizes something soft. This place seems to have a special magnetic field. It is almost impossible to gather his weapons outside his body, meaning his skills will be severely weakened here. Once in her room, she finally relaxes. Of course. Because this is actually my holding cell. To keep me from escaping. Those little punks from the Kun van built me a 3-story house. Gonka leads Daiho deeper into the living room. Then she tosses her clothes onto the battlefield of snacks and drinks, flopping down onto the sofa. It is all about entertainment and training here. But they have also set up a high-power electromagnetic field to limit the weapons of the martial artists. Just in case I get too bored and try to smash my way out. He takes a deep breath. Pondering Gonka's words, it may be called a cell. But this place is basically a luxury apartment. All living necessities are covered. It feels like I am serving Queen Gonkai here. Back to where the new students are. At Hodu University, all information is gathered and reported to the Kin Van, the principal of Hodu University. This is not good. Daiho has already made Gonkai his teacher. Yet, he remains calm. No need to worry about him. Remember, our current reform goal at Hodai is not to train a bunch of mediocre pillars, but to nurture a top-tier powerhouse capable of shouldering the fate of the Sia Kingdom and humanity. As long as we provide enough resources for the talented, let them develop freely. Just let Daiho learn from Gonka for now. The new student training at Hodaya is about to wrap up at the special camp. When that time comes, let up this sharpening stone. Test out the new blades that have just been revealed. The assistant nodded. Got it. Principal. He shifts his gaze back to the computer screen. Principal. The new student Daiho has entered the holding cell with Gonka. Everything's fine for now. But according to big data calculations, with Gonka's special strategy, being in the same room for an extended period has about a 5% chance of losing control. Daiho has an 89.7% chance of not lasting until the troops from the imperial capital arrive. And after being rescued, there is a 95.3% chance he won't survive. He stands up and walks over to the glass partition, saying, the so-called special strategy refers to powerful martial artists who are on death row, or those who can control their strength for various reasons. Normally, the state restricts their freedom, but when the Sia Kingdom faces a serious crisis, They will send them to the front lines as national defense forces, faced with this terrifying existence. I think the students of the Harmony are mentally prepared. If they were not ready for the possibility of being killed, how could they go far on the path of slaughter? Time is running out for the H-Quff. And the fools in the North White Federation, and the crazy cultists in the Divine Descent Nation, are itching to make their move. Suddenly, he passionately declared, "Young generation, grow up fast." Over at Kunga's place, she took Harmony into her territory, the third-level training zone of the prison. "It has been decades since I last taught anyone. Let us have a match and see what you are made of," he slowly asked. "Are you really going to suppress your cultivation to fight me?" Kunga lazily replied while walking, almost forgetting about the need to suppress her power. Harmony, feeling the sun's energy coursing through him, turned to see her also preparing for action. He announced, "Kunga, army." With determination, Harmony braced himself, really not wanting to remember that guillotine from earlier. Without a word, Kunga lunged forward, and as her hand nearly touched him, he felt a moment of fear and struck straight for the weak spot. Wasn't this just a test? Harmony's pupils reflected Kunga, looking like she wanted to take his life. He had already simulated evasive moves in at least 5 different directions. Yet every strike from Kunga was predicted perfectly. With no choice but to face her head-on, he instantly unleashed his ultimate power, the 9 orbs of light. Harmony rolled his spiky hand into a fatal attack stance. She had already anticipated his next move. Smirking mockingly, "So you plan to rely on your awakened bloodline to speed up, while defending against my attack and countering me?" Kunga moved in the blink of an eye, swiftly snatching both of Harmony's hands. "Good. I am still faster than you." Then, she twisted his arm behind him, leaving Harmony unable to react in time. He was struck with a pain that pierced to the bone, screaming out in agony. After making Harmony's body bleed, Kunga finally stepped back. He was covered in blood as she looked down at him mockingly. "No mercy at all. Ah. Teacher, your awakened bloodline has gone back to its original form." She felt no guilt, excitedly licking the blood off her face, saying she had not enjoyed the taste of fresh blood in ages. Harmony scoffed coldly, formally declaring, "Master, in terms of physical skills, I am no match for you. Next, I will unleash some forbidden techniques, please. Teach me." Immediately, another surge of energy exploded from him as he summoned the elemental personification. Harmony continuously appreciated yesterday's actions, his eyes sharp as knives. Thankful he had charged up the supergiant monster's personification last night, Kunga silently praised. Such powerful techniques can really be executed by a martial artist. "Looks like I have got a terrifying monster as my student." She was thrilled, ready to show off her own skills. Thinking, if that is the case, I should demonstrate a bit of my own prowess. With that, Kunga slashed down onto the floor, unleashing a series of powerful strikes. Heavenly Destruction Slash. Both forms were about to clash in a fierce battle. On his side, the source of power was restless. And suddenly, Harmony, in a giant form, burst out from the cloud of dust, splitting apart into elemental personifications under the guise of personification. Her eyes widened, full of intensity. "Next, you gathered your strength and threw a punch towards Kunga." She raised her hand and took a deep breath. Then, with a single hand, she unleashed a powerful strike in the blink of an eye. The steel parts that were harmonized had almost fallen off. Relying on the outer layer of the demon's armor, it created a blood and flesh-styled armor, boasting a defensive capability at least dozens of times stronger than the supergiant form. You struggled to control the energy within while refusing to be easily defeated. Was she really going to tear you apart like this? Your vision reflected tiny beams of light. Turns out, she jumped right into your spot. At the same time, she shouted, "Wait. Little harmonizer, are you hiding in this armor's mouth?" This made the harmonizer shiver with fear. The ability to sense was truly terrifying. Clearly, you had halted all of your life activities. Yet Ka continued to gather her strength, calling out loudly for you to come out. Fortunately, before she could punch, you quickly set up a defensive layer, a split form, and activated sensory perception. Ka was forced to pull back, using her hands to fight back. From above, the harmonizer, feeling quite pleased, could not help but tease her. "Teacher, your slashes are so fierce. I wonder if you can break this." Of course, she would not easily let the energy attack melt her. But how was she planning to defend against it? Suddenly, an illusion reappeared. The chains were dropped one after another, ensnaring the harmonizer. You looked up in horror at the object on the rack. Indeed, you could not escape the guillotine. In sequence, the guillotine, devoid of mercy, was coming down. The harmonizer was scared but still yelled to unlock their power, breaking the dimensional barrier. Instantly, You transformed into a distorted figure. The harmonizer made that metal stop falling. Everything seemed to freeze. The teacher was pushed to the edge, pulling you into her murderous intent. This was not a real space. It was a mental illusion created from murderous intent. To escape this illusion, you had to use mental strength to fight back. With that thought, you created countless massive fists. Then, the harmonizer directed the giant fists straight at the guillotine. In an instant, the blade shattered like glass. Breaking free from the illusion, you tiredly opened your eyes. She leisurely pondered, and when she saw the harmonizer move, she remarked, "You are awake. That turtle shell next to you is pretty tough." It had indeed been shattered by sheer brute force. But this was definitely not something a mere fighter could accomplish. Suddenly, you felt dissatisfied, immediately accusing Ka. "Teacher, you cheated. Did not you?" She stopped, her expression turning serious, and replied bluntly, "Cheated. I won fair and square." "Where did I cheat?" the harmonizer asked just for show. "Really? Do not be so persistent. I just used a bit too much strength. You know how tough the teacher is. So it is definitely going to be hard to control the power in just 1 or 2 strikes." You are left speechless, unsure of what to say. This also made her pretty annoyed. But moments later, Gonka flipped the script faster than a flipping pancake, crying and whining. "Daiho, I promise I want to cheat again next time. Please do not be mad anymore." "Okay. Dante, go. I have not played with anyone for decades." In that vast room filled with modern equipment, Daiho waved his hands helplessly. "Please do not cry." While Gonka was sitting below, continuously complaining, with tear-filled eyes, she looked up and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" His face lit up with a bright smile. "I worked so hard to catch the teacher. Why would I leave?" Then Gonka jumped up with a playful huff. "I was not crying just now." Daiho could only look on, bemused. They then approached the vending machine, and Gonka opened the door to grab a drink. "Now I basically understand your strength," she said. "Although you are still quite a bit behind me from before. Compared to others, you are pretty talented. So what do you want to learn?" As she recalled, her gaze turned serious. The martial arts techniques were advanced, and how she could slice through thunder and pierce the anthropomorphic arm was beyond me. She opened a can of soda, and let me tell you, that was no easy feat chopping through so many things. You really start to feel it. Suddenly, Konka's expression turned incredibly serious. No matter if it is a human body, a magical beast, or other objects, there exists an ideal cutting point, along with a line that can be easily sliced through. Let us call it the lethal line. Hearing that, Daiho looked up in astonishment. The lethal line, her master's technique, was not like the divine dragon. He was also an expert in lightning strikes. He recalled Konka's battle. If the divine dragon strikes pursued extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then his teacher was more like Ding Jainu, chasing precision and technique. They sat down. She took a sip of her soda, looking at him. "Learning this is a pain. So I advise you to focus on breaking through to become a warrior first. If your martial arts cultivation does not improve, then you won't meet the requirements to learn many of my techniques." After finishing her drink, Konka closed her eyes and asked, "Do you know the difference between a warrior and a martial artist?" Daiho wondered what that was. She analyzed. It is not just physical advancement, but a mental one. Warriors have an important ability compared to martial artists. Inner vision. Once you have inner vision, a warrior can transition from macro-level martial arts cultivation to micro-level refinement. Through inner vision, a warrior can see their meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, using weapons to continually expand their physical limits. In other words, you strengthen the mind first, then the body follows. After hearing this, Daiho's face lit up. She was taken aback that Konka's teaching level was so high. Truly, she was the professor of a prestigious academy, even if she seemed a bit clueless. But her foundational knowledge was solid, especially when she talked about mental power after fusing with the blood-sucking monster and unlocking the power of the multi-dimensional whole. Konka turned to say, "I feel like my mental stats have skyrocketed. This could give me a huge boost in my warrior phase." He could not help but ask, "Is there a difference in the techniques to advance to a warrior?" Suddenly, her expression turned serious. The techniques to break through were divided into 4 levels: celestial, earthly, county, and worthless. Konka thought back to Daiho as a fresh student at the Celestial Academy, a martial artist in regular universities. When advancing to a warrior, the school can only provide worthless breakthrough techniques. Once Daiho becomes a young adult, a student of a worthless university, this level of breakthrough technique has the advantage of fast progression, with almost no harsh requirements, as long as your energy and weapons are sufficiently accumulated. Over 80% clearly utilize worthless techniques for common breakthroughs. Kanka continued. And for our university students, breakthrough techniques start from the county level. Hearing this, his face showed deep thought as he rested his chin on his hand. What about the celestial and earthly levels? Her gaze was focused. Celestial level techniques and martial arts are almost all rare copies taken from ancient relics. If you look across the world, there might only be about 10 copies left. Then, Ka lowered her face, realizing that even though our great empire holds one copy, with his current abilities and authority, he definitely can't access it yet. Suddenly, she looked up and smiled with delight. But you can learn the assassination technique of the Earthbreak level, because fiery red eyes flicked toward the unusual harmony. She suddenly mentioned a book, the Body Heart Sutra. The assassination technique of the Earthbreak that I hold. The physical body of the little Hu Zheng was inspired by my technique and created from it. Hearing this, the unusual harmony was filled with excitement. Her eyes brightened, and she said she wanted to learn. Ka tossed her drink can into the trash and agreed. So let us start now. Really feel the killing intent realm that I create for you. His eyes widened in shock, sweat trickling down. No way. Not again. At this moment, the surroundings of the unusual harmony transformed into a different scene. And he stood there, astonished. Ka licked her lips, her face full of excitement. I love blood the most. In a city one night, where the smoke was thick, a few people were walking home after school, when suddenly a gray-haired boy noticed someone in front of him. Jia was the provincial guard. His eyes filled with concern. Wait, how was your first day at school? I heard you made a pledge. Before he could finish, a sword flashed toward the provincial guard. He quickly drew his sword, eyes sharp and ready to engage in battle. The unusual harmony in front remained silent, exuding a powerful aura. Then he turned back with a surprised look. Sorry, provincial guard. I got a bit carried away. The provincial guard could not help but be stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Unusual harmony in his eyes at that moment. The unusual harmony appeared extremely cold and sinister. What on earth happened today?